everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm a Minecraft fan in the world of Sorcery. Novel summary. What? I just played Minecraft at home and got transported to another world. What? My spell is Minecraft. Then, wouldn't I be invincible? It's not an invincible story from the start. No female lead, no romantic pairing. Chapter 1 to 50, Did I Transmigrate? In a dark alley, a twisted and ugly monster was gnawing on a puddle of flesh that had been chewed beyond recognition. Suddenly, that pile of flesh emitted an intense white light, forcing the monster back into a corner where it hissed. The surrounding flesh quickly flew back to its original position, and the devoured parts rapidly grew back. Gradually, the figure of a young man was revealed within the white light. The youth opened his eyes, sat up immediately, and quickly stroked his entire body. Clearly my whole body is completely intact, but why does my whole body hurt? Is it an hallucination? Also, where are my clothes? Where is this? I remember playing MC at home. The white light around the youth gradually dissipated, and the hissing of the monster slowly reached his ears. At this moment, the youth noticed an indescribable mass not far away. His pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had even forgotten how to breathe. After an unknown period of silence, perhaps a century, or of course, perhaps a second. Help! Help me! The white light completely dissipated, and the monster hissed and pounced forward. The youth despairingly protected his face with both hands, and closed his eyes. Am I going to die again? Why did I say again? Accompanied by a whistling wind and a loud bang, the expected excruciating pain did not arrive. Instead, he heard a crisp tinkling sound, just like the sound of gaining experience in MC. Are you all right? Looking up, a middle-aged man with yellow hair, wearing green glasses and dressed like an office worker, was holding a bound machete and asking him. Purple blood was dripping from the machete, and the monster from just now had already been cut in half, and was slowly disappearing. Kento Nanami? Could it be that I transmigrated into Jujutsu Kaisen? I am fine. Looks like he was scared out of his wits. At that moment, a tall silver-haired man wearing a pair of sunglasses floated down from the sky. It was Satoru Gojo. Nanami, the ones upstairs, confirmed dead. This child should be the only survivor. As he spoke, he took out a photograph from his bosom and compared it with the youth's appearance. Are you Kagura-shin? The youth called Kagura-shin did not speak, but instead stared blankly at the air in front of him. He saw a familiar thing before him, the MC interface, and it looked like a creative mode interface. However, the vast majority of the various block items on it were gray, only dark oak, cobblestone, and dirt were lit up, though each of them had a small number 0 in the bottom right corner. Could this be my cheat? But there's no explanation either. How are these items supposed to be lit up? He suddenly remembered the sound of gaining experience he had heard earlier, and immediately closed the interface. Sure enough, he saw an experience bar at the very bottom of his field of vision, with the number 1 written on it. While he was dazed, Satoru Gojo had already gone upstairs to get some clothes and tossed them to Kagura-shin. Only then did he snap out of his trance, change into the clothes, and follow behind the two men up a building beside them. As soon as he entered the building, Kagura-shin saw dripping blood on the ground leading all the way up the stairs to the upper floor, and a nameless panic arose in his heart. No, why would I have this kind of emotion? Clearly these are not my family members. At most, it should only be a feeling of fox mourning the death of a rabbit, of empathy for one of my own kind. The closer he got to a certain door on a certain floor, the more flustered Kagura-shin's heart became. Clearly, he shouldn't have known which door was this body's home. Clearly, he didn't know the family members of this body at all. Clearly. Kagura-shin tremblingly reached out and pushed open the half-closed door, and then saw a scene inside like a purgatory on earth. A pair of couples whose bodies were already incomplete were lying on the ground, their hands reaching towards the direction of the doorway, as if pulling something. Kagura-shin wanted to look closer, but his eyes suddenly blurred. He subconsciously reached out to wipe the corners of his eyes, and tears flowed down his cheeks. No. It shouldn't be like this, I don't even know them at all. Did my soul actually lose to this body of an ordinary person in this matter? Clearly, this kind of situation only appears when the physical body is far stronger than the soul. Kagura-shin was completely unable to suppress the sorrow in his heart, slowly dropping to his knees, covering his face with both hands, and weeping silently in pain. Satoru Gojo behind him slightly raised his sunglasses, revealing his pair of heavenly pupils, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, what interesting cursed energy. Have two completely different streams of cursed energy actually fused? Just now downstairs, Satoru Gojo had already discovered that there were these two streams of cursed energy with completely different strengths inside Kagura-shin's body. These two streams of cursed energy were distinctly separate, and did not fuse with each other. But for some unknown reason, the two forces had now completely fused, turning into a quantity that could not be ignored. When Kagura-shin finished crying, Satoru Gojo asked the question from earlier once more. You are Kagura-shin, right? Kagura-shin, whose eyes were red from crying, raised his head, looked at Satoru Gojo and said. Yes, I am Kagura-shin. Satoru Gojo stared at him for a moment, suddenly chuckled, and then made a phone call to have an assistant supervisor come and handle the aftermath for the Kagura family. After a moment of silence among the three people in the room, Satoru Gojo spoke up first. Nanami, tell this kid about that thing from just now and some matters regarding the Jujutsu world. He has a lot of talent for being a Jujutsu sorcerer. Kento Nanami glanced at Kagura-shin and slowly began to explain. The monster you saw earlier is called a cursed spirit, a monster born from human negative emotions. The meaning of our existence, that is, as Jujutsu sorcerers, is to eliminate these monsters. Nanami's explanation was long and very detailed. The three of them stayed in the room until the assistant supervisor came over to clean up before leaving the room to head to a specialized funeral home. Kagura-shin watched his parents' bodies enter the incinerator. After the cremation, he picked up the remaining bones piece by piece with chopsticks and placed them into the urn. Rest in peace, #2 Chapter 2, The Study of Spells. Chapter 2, Research on Jujutsu. 3 days had passed since Kagura-shin transmigrated. During these 3 days, he had gained a thorough understanding of his situation from various items in his home. Kagura-shin, 15 years old. He had just graduated from middle school, and was enjoying a pleasant summer vacation when disaster struck. Now, he was being brought by Gojo Satoru to stay temporarily in the dorms of Tokyo Jujutsu High. As for all the items in his home, and the house itself, Gojo Satoru had arranged for people to sell everything that could be sold. The money was all transferred to Kagura-shin, effectively severing his ties to his old life. Lying in the dorms of Jujutsu High, Kagura-shin finally had some free time to begin carefully researching his curse technique. Over the past 3 days, he only knew that the items he unlocked could be created using cursed energy and could be stored. He only needed a thought to summon them into his hand when needed. He hadn't researched anything else yet. Alright, let me first try to see how to unlock items. Based on his hypothesis from a few days ago, he estimated that killing cursed spirits would grant experience points to level up, and each level up would automatically unlock several items. However, what Kagura-shin wanted to test now was whether he could decompose and synthesize related items in the MC way. First, he took out a massive dark oak log, 1 cubic meter. Then, with a thought, the log in his hand was decomposed into 4 planks, and the dark oak planks in his panel were simultaneously unlocked. I can unlock them myself. Great. Now for the next test. Soon, all items related to wood and cobblestone were lit up. Kagura-shin held a stone pickaxe in his hand, which looked like it was composed of countless pixels, and swung it at the glass window of the Jujutsu High dorm. The expected sound of shattering glass didn't ring out. Instead, Kagura-shin felt a surge of resistance in his hand. Pixel-like patterns appeared from the center of the Jujutsu High glass window. A moment later, with a crisp snap, the glass turned into a miniature version of a glass pane, floating quietly on the ground. After picking it up, the glass pane in his panel was indeed unlocked as well. Can glass panes drop? Never mind, I'll just assume they can. Subsequently, Kagura-shin conducted several more tests and discovered that his MC creations would disappear directly when they were more than 64 meters away from him. In other words, his maximum attack range was temporarily limited to 64 meters. Whether there would be a way to increase this in the future was still unknown. Furthermore, when an item was held in Kagura-shin's hand, its weight was 0, but when it was being used, its weight became quite heavy. In the evening, Gojo Satoru arrived at Kagura-shin's dorm. "Yo Shin. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm going to a newly opened dessert shop nearby, want to come along?" As Gojo Satoru spoke, he reached out his hand, intending to pick up a stone sword Kagura-shin had placed on the floor. "Shin, is this your curse technique, Steve? Just making these blocky things?" He grabbed the hilt, intending to lift the stone sword, but the weight transmitted to his hand made him raise an eyebrow. He let go inconspicuously and looked at Kagura-shin, who was currently using a wooden sword to hack at the stone sword. "I've suddenly changed my mind. Shin, let's go do something more interesting than eating dessert." Before Kagura-shin could answer, Gojo Satoru grabbed his arm and teleported directly to an abandoned factory. Fortunately, Kagura-shin reacted in time to put away both the wooden and stone swords, otherwise, there would likely be a hole in the floor. "Gojo-sensei, we're not here to deal with a cursed spirit, are we?" "Bingo, you're not scared, are you?" "It's fine though, I'll be watching from the side, nothing could possibly go wrong." The two chatted as they moved into the factory interior, the residual traces of cursed energy becoming increasingly apparent. Suddenly, a claw lunged fiercely at them from the ceiling directly above. Gojo Satoru jumped away, leaving the field to Kagura-shin. However, since Kagura-shin was just a rookie who had only recently learned about cursed energy, and hadn't even learned the most basic body reinforcement, his body couldn't dodge the strike. He had no choice but to take out a block of cobblestone and smash it upward with force. The nearly 2-ton block of stone, carrying extreme speed, struck the cursed spirit's claw, instantly smashing it into a bloody mess. Scree! A cursed spirit covered in eyes with 7 claws fell from the ceiling. The injured arm was quickly restored under the rapid replenishment of cursed energy. Kagura-shin quickly took out a stone sword and adjusted his stance. Though calling it adjusting his stance was really just standing firm and staring at the cursed spirit, since Kagura-shin didn't actually know any stances. Scree! The cursed spirit kicked off the ground and lunged at Kagura-shin with great speed. Kagura-shin instinctively closed his eyes like a normal person, but quickly reacted, reopening them, and rapidly placing 4 blocks of cobblestone in front of him to form a cobblestone wall. Bam! The cursed spirit slammed hard into the cobblestone wall. The wall didn't budge an inch, but dense pixel-like patterns appeared on its surface. The cursed spirit followed up with another claw strike, and the cobblestone wall turned directly back into 4 cobblestone drops, which Kagura-shin reclaimed. Fighting a cursed spirit for the first time, Kagura-shin could only defend pathetically, or rather, roll clumsily to dodge the cursed spirit's attacks. Meanwhile, Gojo Satoru was already standing far away, watching the battle between the two sides. "Shin! What are you afraid of?" "Fear of getting hurt. If you just keep dodging and defending like this, you'll be worn down sooner or later. Don't be afraid, you need that madness to trade injury for injury." "I'm here, don't be afraid." Indeed, Kagura-shin was afraid of pain and injury like any normal person. He wanted to attack the cursed spirit without getting hurt himself because he hadn't adapted to the pain of injury yet. In other words, he was not yet a qualified jujutsu sorcerer. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Kagura-shin grit his teeth, tightened his grip on the stone sword, and charged forward. The moment the cursed spirit's claw touched the stone sword, it was severed by the sword, which weighed nearly 4 tons. At the same time, another claw carved several deep, bone-chilling gashes into Kagura-shin's thigh. Hiss, it hurts, but it doesn't seem as unbearable as I imagined. As everyone knows, humans have two forms, the weak hairless monkey form before being injured, and the terrifying upright ape form after being injured and bleeding. Saying that, Kagura-shin raised the stone sword and hacked fiercely at the cursed spirit's body. In his perception, he had carved a large chunk out of the cursed spirit with almost no effort. In the cursed spirit's perception, this human had hit it with a 4-ton, sword-shaped serrated object, and the serrated edges had torn away a massive amount of cursed energy. Scree. Thump, thump. Kagura-shin felt that his wound no longer hurt. Instead, his whole being was incredibly excited, as if he had infinite strength. But just then, Gojo Satoru teleported to his side and casually pressed the cursed spirit into a puddle. Alright, mission accomplished. You're bleeding quite a bit, let's head back to Jujutsu High. There's a very skilled doctor there. As he spoke, he grabbed Kagura-shin's shoulder and teleported back to Jujutsu High. Kagura-shin also leveled up 3 times amidst a series of pleasant experience sounds, unlocking 9 items. Cherry wood, birch wood, apple, bread, string, wool, pufferfish, pink axolotl, and a type of tropical fish. Based on feedback from the comments, I've realized many readers still don't quite understand the protagonist's curse technique. The protagonist can use cursed energy to create unlocked items and store them. Items are unlocked by using tools like pickaxes or axes to collect existing real-world objects. For things that don't exist in reality, 3 random items are automatically unlocked with each level up. Additionally, he can craft and unlock items at a crafting table. Once unlocked, they can be created directly with cursed energy at will without going through other processes. Chapter 3, Yaga Mazamichi and the Assessment. Tokyo Jujutsu High, Infirmary. Wearing a white lab coat, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, and a beauty mark under her right eye, Yeri Shoko had just finished treating Kagura-shin while complaining about Gojo Satoru. Satoru, how could you let a novice like this deal with a cursed spirit alone? Someone untrained like him would probably struggle even against a grade 3. You're wrong about that, Shoko. If I hadn't stepped in at the end, this kid probably would have taken down that grade 2 curse with him. In the future, he'll at least reach Okatsu's level. Even though he had already fully recovered, Kagura-shin was still being forced to lie on the hospital bed by the 2 in front of him. He had long since reached for a scalpel among the nearby surgical instruments, secretly nicked his thumb, and then pulled out a giant loaf of bread, beginning to munch on it under their surprised gazes. The bread tasted quite fragrant. His sense of fullness didn't change at all until he finished the whole thing, at which point he felt completely full instantly. Then, the small wound he had just cut with the scalpel healed rapidly. Yeri Shoko rushed over and grabbed Kagura-shin's hand to examine it closely. It really healed. How did you do it? Teacher Shoko, this is one way to use my curse technique. I can create food, and as long as I'm full, my body will keep recovering. I'm just not sure if it can restore missing limbs or things like that. Yeri Shoko pondered for a moment and said, even if you say that, I don't want to amputate myself. Although recovery is easy, it sounds really painful. Kagura-shin nodded in agreement, and then both of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at Gojo Satoru, who was idling on the side. Gojo Satoru, so. In the end, Gojo Satoru snapped off a segment of his own pinky finger. Choosing between bread and an apple, he picked the apple. After eating 4 apples, he finally felt full. To their surprise, the finger he had forcibly broken off actually began to slowly grow back. Yeri Shoko could no longer suppress her excitement. This is great. I finally won't have to treat half the jujutsu world's wounded by myself. Someone can finally share the workload with me. Although he didn't want to ruin Yeri Shoko's vision of a happy life, Kagura-shin immediately threw a bucket of cold water on it. Teacher Shoko, the things created by my curse technique disappear once they are 64 meters away from me, so I'm afraid your workload won't change much. Yeri Shoko, Sigma, _. Gojo Satoru offered some timely comfort. What's there to be sad about, Shoko? Your workload isn't increasing, at most, it's just staying the same. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk. Two loud thuds echoed from inside the infirmary, and then Gojo Satoru and Kagura Shin were both tossed out, each with a large bump on their head. I've been wronged, Teacher Shoko. I just didn't want to lie to you. Gojo Satoru got up as if nothing had happened, brushed off some non-existent dust, and then grabbed Kagura Shin, heading toward the training ground. Oh well, I was originally worried that if your training was too harsh, and you got injured often, it would bother Shoko. Now it seems there's no need to worry. Let's begin the hellish training from the devil. Could you go a bit easy on me, Gojo-sensei? Since it was still summer break, the first-year students at Tokyo Jujutsu High hadn't arrived yet. Except for going out on missions, Gojo Satoru spent almost all his time beating up, educating Kagura Shin. 3 days later, Gojo Satoru was sitting on Kagura Shin, who was bruised and battered while eating bread. Suddenly, his phone rang. After finishing the call, he looked at Kagura Shin, who had mostly recovered, and said, Shin, the principal is back from his business trip. He says he wants to see you. Good luck. If you can't satisfy the principal, you'll be barred from enrolling. As usual, Gojo Satoru used his common intimidation tactics to try and make Kagura Shin take the upcoming meeting seriously, but the effect was mediocre. He dragged Kagura Shin to a very spacious room. Inside sat a burly man wearing sunglasses, looking like a Yakuza boss who was not to be trifled with. It would have been more intimidating if he wasn't sewing a gray long-eared rabbit in his hands. Thud. The door slammed shut, and the candelabras around the room lit up one by one. When the light returned, Gojo Satoru was already standing far to the side, leaving Kagura Shin alone in front of the principal, Yaga Mazamichi. First question, do you really want to become a jujutsu sorcerer? This profession faces the risk of death at any time. You can think it over. Of course. I am willing to become a jujutsu sorcerer. Good. Then, the second question, why do you want to become a jujutsu sorcerer? Yaga Mazamichi's tone suddenly became stern. He stopped his sewing work and looked up, his eyes behind the sunglasses staring intently at Kagura Shin. Why become a jujutsu sorcerer? To avenge his parents by exterminating all cursed spirits. Don't be ridiculous. After that bout of crying, the former Kagura Shin had completely died. Hatred and such had long since been drained away with his tears. If Kagura Shin were asked to talk about revenge now, he certainly wouldn't be able to say it. While Kagura Shin was deep in thought, Yaga Mazamichi released 2 cursed corpses that lunged at him. Don't think. Just say what's in your heart. Bam. Kagura Shin was punched into the wall by a cursed corpse before he could react. He immediately prepared to defend against the second one. These 2 cursed corpses were powerful ones carefully selected by Yaga Mazamichi. Each had the strength to easily exorcise a grade 2 curse. This was intended to put pressure on the new student, leaving him no time to think, so he could only speak his first thought. Yaga Mazamichi himself added more pressure with his words from the side. Answer me. Why do you want to become a jujutsu sorcerer? Kagura Shin was barely parrying the attacks of the 2 cursed corpses with his stone sword. Even when he swung the stone sword, the cursed corpses could block it, though they leaked quite a bit of cotton. Although he had trained for 3 days, Kagura Shin had only learned some simple ways to use cursed energy. He could handle 1, but fighting 2 was simply impossible. When Kagura Shin was punched into the wall again, gasping for breath with his face covered in blood, he looked through the blood that had entered his eyes and blurred his vision. He seemed to vaguely see himself again, sitting in front of a computer playing games, living a mechanical life, that ordinary and mediocre self. ANS. Yaga Mazamichi's question, for the umpteenth time, was rudely interrupted by Kagura Shin. He gripped the stone sword in his hand tightly and shouted. Because I want a more interesting life. I want an exciting, stimulating life. I don't want to go back to that boring version of myself from the past. The cursed corpses' attacks stopped abruptly. Even though your reason isn't exactly. Never mind, you pass. After all, as a jujutsu sorcerer, there's nothing wrong with facing your own desires. Alright, Satoru, take him away. Hashtag for chapter 4 lighting up items and Megumi Fushiguro. Chapter 4, Unlocking items and Megumi Fushiguro. By the time he was led out the door by Satoru Gojo, Kagura-shin suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment as if waking from a dream. He stole a glance at Satoru Gojo and only breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the other party had no intention of mocking him. By the way, Gojo-sensei, who can I ask for help if I want to buy some things? Just to mention, the things I want to buy might be very miscellaneous, a bit of everything, so it might be difficult for me to buy them all quickly on my own. That is indeed a problem. I'll have someone from the Gojo family help you buy what you want. You can make a list, writing down the names and the quantities needed. Go back to the dormitory and wash up properly first, I'll contact you in a bit. Kagura-shin looked at his tattered and blood-stained clothes and nodded in deep agreement. After taking a shower and changing into new clothes, Kagura-shin sat at his desk and began to make a list. He planned to collect everything that could be found in the real world for himself, except for precious items like gold, because with his current financial resources, he couldn't even afford a single gold block, approximately 238 kilograms. Buy 1 ton of iron first. Unlocking iron ingots means everything else related to iron is also unlocked. Then buy a bit of every food in MC. Buy 1 cubic meter of every kind of wood that can be found in the real world, like birch wood and so on. Also buy 1 cubic meter of every common rock found in the real world and... Nearly 2 hours passed without him noticing. Satoru Gojo had even been standing behind Kagura-shin watching for a long while before he finally couldn't help but speak up. Shin, although these things are very common, isn't there a bit too much variety? And do you have enough money? Kagura-shin's hand suddenly stopped. He turned his face towards Satoru Gojo and flashed a flattering smile. Handsome and beloved Gojo-sensei, well, can I borrow some money? I'll definitely pay you back once I start doing missions. Satoru Gojo seemed to suddenly think of something and flashed a chilling smile. He quickly reached out, grabbed the sheets of paper from Kagura-shin's hand, took a photo, and sent it to someone unknown. Then, he waved his hand with feigned indifference and said, "Of course you can. In fact, you don't even need to pay me back. Just help me with a few missions when you're strong enough in the future." Kagura-shin naturally knew that the few missions Satoru Gojo mentioned would definitely not be just a few, but he really needed the money to unlock his items. This was the only way to increase the probability of obtaining items that didn't exist in the real world. Alright, Gojo-sensei. I will definitely work hard to complete the missions you assign in the future. Kagura-shin said this almost through gritted teeth. Satoru Gojo then laughed with satisfaction, patted Kagura-shin on the back and left. Because the items Kagura-shin requested were so miscellaneous, it took nearly a week even for the Gojo family to deliver everything to Jujutsu High. During these days, Kagura-shin was either being unilaterally beaten by Satoru Gojo or constantly punching blocks to unlock items, living a very tight schedule. Until this day, with the arrival of a sea urchin-haired boy. Hi, let me introduce you. This is Megumi Fushiguro, a first year enrolling this year. This is Kagura-shin, a fellow first year. There's also a first-year girl, who will be arriving a few months later. There are only 3 first years this year. Saying that, Satoru Gojo led the 2 of them to the training ground. Alright, that's enough for verbal introductions. You two have a real fight. Don't hold back, you can only trust each other on missions if you understand each other's strength, right? Megumi Fushiguro and Kagura-shin glanced at each other and both agreed with his statement. Kagura-shin quickly pulled away from Megumi Fushiguro because he knew Megumi didn't have many long-range attack methods. Divine Dogs, knew. Megumi Fushiguro immediately summoned 2 types of Shikigami. It wasn't that he didn't want to summon more, but this was already the upper limit of types that the 10 Shadows technique could have existing simultaneously. Megumi rushed toward Kagura Shin with the divine dogs, while Nu also dove down toward Kagura Shin amidst the crackling sound of lightning. A TNT block suddenly appeared in Kagura Shin's left hand, while his right hand held a flint and steel. With a slight strike between the items in both hands, the TNT block began to flash with white light. Go. I choose you. The TNT flew toward Megumi Fushiguro, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Within seconds, Kagura Shin built a granite matchbox around himself. He left only a single block open in front of him for observation. Nu's dive crashed directly into the granite ceiling, causing it to stumble. Boom. Although Megumi Fushiguro knew that whatever was flying toward him wasn't anything good and subconsciously dodged with the divine dogs, he didn't expect the TNT to deal area of effect damage. The shockwave knocked him straight to the ground. A large crater about 4 meters in diameter was left on the Jujutsu High training ground. After falling, Megumi Fushiguro quickly rolled back into a standing position. But in that short amount of time, Kagura Shin had already emerged from the matchbox, holding a fishing rod which he swung fiercely at Megumi Fushiguro to hook him over. Megumi Fushiguro only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder before finding himself flying uncontrollably toward Kagura Shin. As Megumi Fushiguro was about to be pulled right in front of him, a birchwood plank block appeared in Kagura Shin's other hand, and was smashed toward him. Birchwood planks were high-density wood that Kagura Shin had carefully selected. The plank block had a moderate weight. It wouldn't kill him instantly, but the injury certainly wouldn't be light. Crack! Even though Megumi Fushiguro flowed almost all of his cursed energy to his arms for defense, he was still sent flying with a fracture from the impact. Poof! Nu and the divine dogs immediately turned into shadows and returned to Megumi Fushiguro's shadow. Great Serpent! A great serpent surged from below, carrying Kagura Shin into midair, intending to bite him in half. An iron sword appeared in Kagura Shin's hand, and he swung it downward with a fierce strike. In the eyes of Satoru Gojo and Megumi Fushiguro, it looked as if the great serpent had charged into the iron sword, being split directly into left and right halves. Kagura Shin fell rapidly from about 20 meters in the air, seemingly about to crash into the ground. While subconsciously using cursed energy to protect his entire body, a water bucket appeared in his right hand. Water. Bucket landing. A stylish water bucket landing left his blood churning from the impact, and the water he poured out even made him choke. Fortunately, it wasn't a big deal, and he would recover quickly. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 5, The Story Begins. Shin Kagura calmed his breathing and looked at Satoru Gojo, who was watching from the side, asking with his eyes if they should continue. He felt Megumi Fushiguro wasn't in good shape, one of his arms was broken, and one of his shikigami had been destroyed. Unexpectedly, Satoru Gojo was still looking up at the sky. Shin had no choice but to take out his fishing rod again, hook Megumi over, and punch him in the stomach. The pain made Megumi crouch down, clutching his stomach with his one good arm. Shin held an iron sword to his neck and said, "It's over, you lose." But Gojo-sensei, do we really have to decide a winner? Couldn't we have stopped just now? Everyone already knows the outcome in their hearts. Satoru Gojo hopped over and rubbed Shin's head, saying, "It's all because of you. Didn't I tell you to fight seriously just now? You only needed to use your real skills to strike Megumi heavily once, making him realize how weak he is. That would have achieved the purpose of this match. But your playful performance would make Megumi misjudge his own strength, so I had to extend the time. But didn't you say at the beginning it was for us to get to know each other?" "Ah. Of course, that was a consideration too." Megumi Fushiguro raised his head in pain and asked. "Then, Gojo-sensei, I've already realized my weakness. Can you send me for treatment now? My whole body hurts." Satoru Gojo, *I. I forgot. In the end, Megumi's injuries didn't require Shoko Yeri's treatment. Shin Kagura gave Megumi 2 grilled pork chops to eat, and after a while, he was completely recovered. Megumi Fushigiro's arrival proved that the plot was about to begin, but Shin Kagura had already forgotten which high school Itadori was at, so he could only wait patiently. However, after Megumi arrived, the time Shin spent being pummeled by Satoru Gojo became shorter and shorter. After all, while bullying students is fun, one eventually gets bored. Satoru Gojo, Cat Shrug.jpg. A few days later, both Megumi Fushigiro's and Shin Kagura's student IDs were issued. Along with the IDs came a pile of missions for Grade 2 and Grade 3 Cursed Spirits, which Satoru Gojo generously provided, claiming it was for the students to practice. Shin Kagura, Grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerer. I thought I'd be starting from Grade 4. Megumi, what's yours? As Shin spoke, he glanced at Megumi Fushigiro's student ID. It was also Grade 2. Grade 2 is usually the highest rank issued for the first time, because becoming a Grade 1 Jujutsu Sorcerer requires a recommendation from a Grade 1 or Special Grade Sorcerer. Of course, for special people like Yuta Okatsu, whose initial strength is truly off the charts, they can be directly designated as Special Grade. But Shin Kagura was still far from that kind of strength. For the remaining half of the summer break, Satoru Gojo seemed quite busy. It seemed that as school was about to start, the resentment from the student population catalyzed many troublesome cursed spirits, requiring him to travel everywhere. Shin Kagura and Megumi Fushiguro were no different, traveling around to complete many tasks originally assigned to Satoru Gojo. Shin Kagura actually enjoyed it, as his experience bar was growing rapidly. A Grade 3 Cursed Spirit could raise his level by 2, and a Grade 2 Cursed Spirit could raise it by 3 to 5 levels. He and Megumi even took down a quasi-Grade 1 Cursed Spirit, which raised his level by 7 in one go. After more than half a month of exorcising cursed spirits, Shin Kagura directly leveled up 60 times. He also unlocked many special items. Combined with using items to craft their derivatives, there were now fewer than 50 items left to unlock. Most of them were relatively unimportant blocks and derivatives from the Nether or the End. The current Shin Kagura was frighteningly strong. However, all items needed to be accumulated. For example, consumables like enchanted golden apples could only be crafted at a rate of 8 or 9 per day, still too few. But there was no helping it, while cursed energy was plentiful, it was mainly too time-consuming. But Shin Kagura had a faint premonition that when he unlocked all the items, there might be a huge surprise. Although he really wanted to kill a few more cursed spirits to finish unlocking the encyclopedia, Satoru Gojo called, and told the two of them to retrieve a special grade cursed object. When Shin Kagura heard the words, special grade cursed object, it was as if some special switch had been flipped, and his whole being became excited. This left Megumi Fushiguro feeling quite helpless. By the time the two arrived at the Stevenson screen mentioned in Satoru Gojo's message, Megumi Fushiguro couldn't help but complain. Putting such an important special grade cursed object randomly in a Stevenson screen, isn't that stupid? Well, at least it makes it easy to retrieve. As he spoke, he opened the Stevenson screen to reach in and take the cursed object, while Shin Kagura stood by with his hands in his pockets, watching. After all, he knew it was empty inside. Sure enough, after Megumi Fushiguro opened the Stevenson screen, he immediately cried out. "Huh? It's empty. Where's the cursed object? Did it fall on the ground? It's not on the ground either. The cursed object is missing." Initially, Shin Kagura didn't understand the value of a special grade cursed object, as he felt the Jujutsu High Vault was full of them, and they weren't that rare. However, seeing the usually calm Megumi Fushiguro so panicked over the loss of a special grade cursed object, he suddenly felt that they might actually have some value. "Calm down, Megumi. Call Gojo-sensei first. Ring ring hello. What, the special grade cursed object is missing? Did it go out for a walk at night? But if you can't find the cursed object, you and Shin don't need to come back to Jujutsu High. That's it, bye." Satoru Gojo calmly said those words that made them both feel a chill. Megumi Fushiguro took several deep breaths, seriously concentrated cursed energy in his eyes to carefully observe the surrounding residue, and led Shin all the way following the residue to the gate of a high school. Miyagi Prefecture Sujisawa Third High School. It looks like the cursed object was probably taken by some curious high schoolers to play with. Then there's no need to worry. Megumi, you know, right? Special grade cursed objects usually have seals on them, and ordinary people with almost no cursed energy can't open the seals. Megumi Fushiguro knew this, but that was for ordinary special grade cursed objects. What the two of them were here to retrieve was the legendary fingers of Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. Moreover, what Shin Kagura just said about not being able to open it was based on the seal still being effective. Although the purpose of coming to retrieve it now was because they calculated the seal had weakened due to corrosion, and needed to be taken back for reinforcement. If those in the Jujutsu world who issued the task were even slightly reliable, the current seal should definitely still be within its effective period. But one can never be too sure. What if the time given by the higher UPS was wrong? What if the person who got the cursed object just happened to have cursed energy? #6 Chapter 6 Searching for the Cursed Object. Chapter 6 Searching for the Cursed Object. Wow, Fushiguro, is this really a school? There are quite a lot of cursed spirits around here, large and small. Although most are grade 4, even a grade 4 cursed spirit is enough to give a student a cold or a fever. Whoa, look, over by the rugby field, there's a grade 3 cursed spirit that looks a lot like a tick. It's because schools harbor a lot of negative emotions. Incidentally, those black-hearted companies have about the same number. Wait. Aren't we here to find the cursed object? Shin, take this seriously. Kagura Shin shrugged nonchalantly and said. Because I've already found it. Look at that pink-haired boy over there, the residual cursed energy in his arms is particularly thick. And look at the man and woman next to him, they're also covered in a large amount of residual cursed energy. Let's go ask them first. Fushiguro turned to look and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they found it. Just as the two were about to step forward to inquire, Itadori Yuji sprinted toward the school gate. Fushiguro instinctively tried to stop him, but in the blink of an eye, they could only see Yuji Itadori's dust. Megumi Fushiguro. Was that a human just now? Is that a speed a human can run at? He was about to chase after the dust when Kagura Shin stopped him. Hey, even if one ran away, aren't there still two left? Wouldn't it be better to ask those two first? If it's not on them, we can have them contact the guy who just ran off. Megumi Fushiguro thought it made sense, so the two of them stopped Taguchi and Sasaki. Kagura Shin looked back at the direction Itadori had left and gave a light chuckle. Today should be the day your grandfather passes away. You can focus on handling his funeral arrangements. With you gone, Sukuna won't find a suitable vessel, and you won't have to enter the cruel jujutsu world. Everyone wins. Megumi Fushiguro took out his phone, showed them a photo of a cursed object wrapped up like a mummy, and asked. Excuse me, have you seen this thing? Iguchi and Sasaki glanced at each other and immediately answered in unison. Haven't seen it, don't know. Now it was Kagura Shin's turn for his brain to stall. He had originally thought they would say they'd seen it but didn't want to hand it over because it wasn't on them. He didn't expect them to just say they didn't know. He immediately threatened. Hey, this is a very dangerous item. If it's in your hands, hand it over quickly. After Kagura Shin mentioned the item was dangerous, an excited light suddenly flashed in their eyes, which they quickly tried to hide. Perhaps because Kagura Shin and Megumi Fushiguro were dressed in all black and didn't look like good people, or perhaps because the underworld boss aura on Megumi Fushiguro hadn't been washed away by time yet, their behavior was seen as school bullying by a group of nearby athletes. A group of tall, burly athletes immediately surrounded the two. One of the teachers, who looked like a gorilla, stepped forward and said, Oi, you two brats, where are you from? How dare you come into our school and bully our students? Kagura Shin immediately stepped up to explain. We just lost something and came in to ask if anyone had seen it. We mean no harm, it's all a misunderstanding. Well then, we won't bother you anymore, we're leaving. With that, he grabbed Megumi Fushiguro and made a run for it. Megumi Fushiguro, the cursed object is on the two of them. I know, so I prepared this splash potion of invisibility. One can last for 8 minutes. Shatter. Kagura Shin and Megumi Fushiguro's figures vanished instantly. A voice drifted from the empty ground. Fushiguro, can you see the flow of cursed energy on my body? Yes. Fine, then this potion is pretty useless. Alright, stop talking, don't hold anything in your hands, and follow me closely. On the other side, after shaking off Kagura Shin and Fushiguro, Iguchi and Sasaki immediately ran back to the Occult Research Club. They took out a cylindrical object wrapped in white bandages from a desk, and Sasaki stuffed it directly into her clothes. Kagura Shin and Megumi Fushiguro, who had just caught up, happened to witness this scene. Kagura Shin, Megumi Fushiguro. Kagura Shin wrote on Fushiguro's back. You go get it. Megumi Fushiguro immediately wrote on Kagura Shin's hand. No. Then are we just going to watch? That's fine too. Anyway, I'm not going to get it. And so, the two followed Sasaki until school was dismissed. Of course, they wouldn't follow her into places like the restroom. Everything was peaceful, or it would have been if not for the sound of glass breaking every 7 or 8 minutes. The sound of glass breaking every few minutes was nearly driving Sasaki insane. At the first sound, she thought a piece of glass somewhere was about to fall. By the third or fourth time, she realized something was wrong. It was as if the glass shattered right next to her every time. There was no such thing as such a coincidence. She began to touch the cursed object in her bosom from time to time, and Kagura Shin's earlier warning echoed in her ears. This thing is very dangerous dangerous. Megumi Fushiguro couldn't take it anymore. He wrote on Kagura Shin's back. Can you stop whispering? You're scaring her half to death. Okay 0.0. Finally, school was over and Sasaki met up with Iguchi again at the Occult Research Club. However, Sasaki's state was very off now. She seemed overly sensitive, jumping at the slightest sound. Iguchi, did you hear the footsteps of 2 other people? I'm a little scared. Iguchi also saw that Sasaki wasn't in a good state, so he suggested she go home early to rest, and that they could do club activities tomorrow. But Sasaki was already feeling fearful toward the cursed object in her arms. Unless she opened it to confirm it was just a prank, she wouldn't dare go home. Indeed, she had been so frightened that she used mental gymnastics to tell herself it was just a prank. No, it's okay. Let's call Itadori and see if he's free. Even if he isn't, we can open that thing while talking to him on the phone. Soon, the call went through. Itadori's mood on the other end was clearly a bit low, but he said he had mostly finished his business. Worried about the two of them, he was already rushing to the school, and would arrive at the club soon. Kagura Shin, what the fuck? Sure enough, in less than a minute, Itadori arrived at the Occult Research Club. As soon as he entered, he glanced toward Kagura Shin as if sensing something, but then paid no further attention to the 2 invisible people. Chapter 7, Special Grade Imaginary Curse Spirit. Although Yuji Itadori's return was unexpected, it wasn't a big problem. As long as the cursed object was snatched the moment Sasaki took it out, nothing else would happen. Seeing Yuji Itadori return, Sasaki wasn't as afraid anymore, and she tremblingly took out the special grade cursed object from her bosom. The moment he saw the cursed object, Megumi Fushiguro immediately reached out to grab it. Almost at the same time, the duration of the invisibility potion expired for the 2 of them. The 2 of them suddenly appeared in the already somewhat crowded club. Watching the suddenly approaching Megumi Fushiguro, Yuji Itadori subconsciously reached out and grabbed Megumi Fushiguro's arm, his immense strength rendering Megumi Fushiguro unable to move. Who are you, and why are you here? Meanwhile, Kagura Shin went around to the other side, and took the special grade cursed object from the hands of the already terrified Sasaki. Okay, mission accomplished. We can retreat, Fushiguro. Megumi Fushigiro's face suddenly turned red. I can't break free. Alright, then, my friend, could you please let go of my friend first? We mean no harm. We're just here to recover this dangerous item. At this moment, Sasaki suddenly leaned close to Yuji's ear and explained the identities of the two, and only then did Yuji let go of Megumi Fushiguro. Sorry, Senior Sasaki lied to you. Since this is your thing, I'll return it to you. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. All three bowed their heads in apology. Kagura-shin didn't care at all because Tokyo Jujutsu High would definitely send someone to wipe their memories, so there was no need to say much, they wouldn't remember anyway. Megumi Fushiguro, however, put on a lecturing tone, telling them how dangerous the item was. Since their memories would be wiped anyway, it didn't matter if he said a bit more. While Fushiguro was lecturing the three, a massive cursed spirit suddenly emerged from the ceiling, opening its large mouth to bite Kagura-shin. Kagura-shin had been waiting for it, this grade 1 cursed spirit hiding in the shadows of the school. Fushiguro, take them and leave first. Go somewhere safe, they're in the way here. Saying this, Kagura-shin took out a gold ingot, and threw it with all his might at the head of the lunging cursed spirit. Boom! The cursed spirit was sent flying back by the immense force, smashing a large hole in the wall of the school building before crashing heavily onto the ground. Kagura-shin himself jumped down through the hole it had made. Megumi Fushiguro immediately called Window to urgently request an assistant supervisor, while he himself escorted the three toward the school gate. Iguchi and Sasaki were already so scared they couldn't speak, following tremblingly behind Megumi Fushiguro. Yuji also followed behind Megumi Fushiguro, comforting his two seniors. From a distance, the four could still see Kagura-shin wielding a strange purplish-black longsword, engaged in a fierce battle with the grade 1 cursed spirit. The netherite sword in Kagura-shin's hand could easily sever the cursed spirit's limbs, while the cursed spirit's claws or teeth could barely harm Kagura-shin, who was clad in a netherite armor set. As everyone knows, armor value reduces damage proportionally, so regardless of whether the attack is strong or weak, one will still get hurt. He estimated that Kagura-shin would be able to finish off this cursed spirit within a few minutes. However, Kagura-shin knew that the dividing line for a cursed spirit's strength was the semi-grade 1 level. Those below semi-grade 1 did not have a curse technique, while cursed spirits at semi-grade 1 and above all possessed one. The reason he defaulted to calling it grade 1 before seeing it use a cursed technique was because it had brutally beaten Megumi Fushiguro, a grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer, in the original story. Class end soon, class end soon. After hearing the cursed spirit emit a burst of muffled noise, its figure suddenly shrank by a full size, as if a fat pig had turned into a scrawny dog. Its speed suddenly increased by several levels, making it difficult for Kagura-shin to track its movements. Bang! The cursed spirit slammed into Kagura-shin with a sudden impact, sending him flying. One should know that Kagura-shin's current equipment weighed at least 15 tons, yet he was still sent flying over 10 meters by such weight. The cursed spirit itself was left swaying its head in place from the impact, its head clearly injured. Meanwhile, Kagura-shin sprang up with a kip-up, appearing as if nothing had happened except for a slight tightness in his chest. While the cursed spirit was still dazed, the netherite sword was already plunged into its head. Amidst a burst of unwilling roars, the cursed spirit finally collapsed to the ground and slowly dissipated. This single grade 1 cursed spirit directly allowed Kagura-shin to level up by 15. Then, by using several unlocked block types to craft their derivatives, finally, all items were lit up. Kagura-shin felt a cool breeze brush past his soul. He raised his hand and pointed gently. A log block was placed by him at a distance of 64 meters. Now, with just a thought, he could freely place or use items within a 64-meter radius around him, and the rate of item production had also greatly increased. He could be considered to have barely stepped across the threshold of a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Phew, a grade 1 cursed spirit isn't that strong after all. He went down before I even exerted myself. After putting away all his items, he rushed toward Megumi Fushiguro's side. But for some reason, he felt the wind suddenly pick up, and his vision became somewhat blurry. Kagura-shin wanted to rub his eyes, only to find that his hands were covered in dense, knife-like cuts. What was blurring his eyes was undoubtedly blood. Not far away, Megumi Fushiguro's eyes widened as he looked at Kagura-shin, who was suddenly covered in scratches. He immediately wanted to run over to help, but was stopped by Kagura-shin's raised hand. "Don't worry about me. The wounds aren't deep, I don't even feel any pain. You take them and leave first. I'll entertain this new guest myself." Fushiguro gritted his teeth and summoned Nu, who grabbed Iguchi and Sasaki and flew toward the school gate. "Hey, you follow too. That's my Shikigami, it will take you to a safe place." After saying that, he quickly sent a message to Satoru Gojo, left Yuji Itadori behind, and rushed toward the blood-covered Kagura-shin. Yuji Itadori looked at Nu in the distance and immediately followed behind Megumi Fushiguro. The words his grandfather had spoken gradually echoed in his ears. "Yuji, you must die surrounded by people. Then let me choose to do what I believe is right. Even if I die, it will be in the right way." By this time, Kagura-shin had already found the new guest, 3 half-person tall weasels huddled tightly together. The blood dripping from the sharp claws of one of them proved that the wounds on Kagura-shin were its doing. "Shin. This cursed spirit. Yeah, it's undoubtedly a special grade. It's likely the special grade imaginary cursed spirit, Itachi." Kagura-shin took out a bottle of instant health potion and drank it, and the wounds on his body healed instantly. "Fushiguro, take that thick-headed guy following behind and leave quickly. Once the fight starts, I won't have time to look after you." Before Kagura-shin could finish his sentence, the Itachi he was staring at intently suddenly vanished from its spot. Disappeared. "No, it's too fast." Kagura-shin was already wearing the netherite armor set, so it wasn't a big problem, but it was different for Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori. Dense wounds appeared on Megumi Fushiguro almost instantly, while Yuji Itadori, to the surprise of both, sent the 3 Itachi, which were almost invisible to the naked eye, flying with a single punch. "Are you kidding me? Can he see them?" X2. Unfortunately, even if he could see them, Yuji Itadori's punch, which lacked cursed energy, couldn't cause any injury at all. If there were a status panel, it would probably show knockback, -0. #8 Chapter 8 The 3 Kamaitachi Brothers. Chapter 8, The 3 Kamaitachi Brothers. "Alright, Fushiguro, change of tactics. Protect that classmate over there. My name is Itadori Yuji." "Of course I know your name is Itadori Yuji. Straight face, I just have to pretend I don't. Protect Itadori Yuji. When the cursed spirit attacks again, Itadori, you're responsible for attacking it to force it to reveal its form. Fushiguro, prepare to attack with me." The 3 immediately stood back to back. Kagura-shin smashed a splash potion of regeneration at their feet, granting all 3 a minute and a half of regeneration effect. On a tall building not far away, a tall, silver-haired man wearing a black blindfold popped another small piece of cake into his mouth. Not bad, not bad. To come up with a viable tactic so quickly, truly worthy of being my student." In a small area covered by a barrier further away, a man in monk's robes with slit eyes and stitches on his forehead was watching the 3 struggling in the hands of the Itachi. This person was none other than Kenjaku, who had possessed the body of Geto Suguru. It was just here to see if there was an opportunity tonight to turn Itadori Yuji into a vessel. Even if not tonight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. They ran into people from Jujutsu High. A slight deviation from the plan, but it's not a big deal. It's just a pity that the Itachi will likely be exorcised. Having said that, it left the barrier and disappeared, destination unknown. Meanwhile, in the distance, Kagura-shin and the others were improving rapidly under the fierce attacks of the Itachi. The Itachi's attack speed was extremely fast. At first, only Itadori could barely see its afterimages, but after a few exchanges, Kagura-shin and Fushiguro Megumi noticed something. The wounds caused by the Itachi were all shallow, although they might be long, their severity was quite average. Not to mention Kagura Shin, who was wearing a full netherite armor set, and using cursed energy to coat his entire body for defense. The Kamatachi could barely even break through Fushiguro Megumi's simple cursed energy defense, only managing to scrape the skin. The most severely injured was probably Itadori Yuji, who couldn't use cursed energy for defense, but to be honest, the depth of the wounds was less than what one would get from accidentally cutting a finger while chopping vegetables. Moreover, Fushiguro Megumi was a talented fighter, and Kagura Shin's aptitude wasn't bad either. After just this short period of training, both were able to barely catch sight of the Kamatachi's form. However, being continuously worn down like this was something an average jujutsu sorcerer couldn't handle. But well, this was where the importance of a healer in the team became apparent. One potion of regeneration from Kagura Shin could heal the wounds caused by several attacks from the Kamatachi, and he could also apply various buffs to his teammates according to the situation. For instance, right now, Kagura Shin had applied the potion of the Turtle Master, and a speed potion to the three of them, maxing out their resistance. Although the combination of the two potions would still reduce movement speed, the three of them didn't need to move at all. They stood their ground, tanking the damage while taking the opportunity to land a few punches on the Kamatachi. Kagura Shin, although my attack speed is slow and I can't deal much damage, looking at our utility, is it still unclear who the carry is? After taking a few punches, the Kamatachi was visibly enraged. The three original Kamatachi suddenly looked at each other and began to devour themselves. Kagura Shin felt a chill down his spine watching this. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to wait for the enemy to finish preparing, so he immediately threw a series of ignited TNTs at them. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, a gust of wind blew through the smoke and dust, knocking Itadori and Fushiguro over. Kagura Shin, relying on his heavy equipment, stood firmly on the field. As the thick smoke cleared, a giant, three-headed weasel, 2 people tall, appeared before them. The leftmost head opened its mouth and blew a fierce gust of wind, making it impossible for Kagura Shin to open his eyes. Just as the wind passed and Kagura Shin opened his eyes, he saw the middle head blow out a series of small wind blades. Kagura Shin immediately took out his shield and blocked in front of Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori. He heard a pattering sound on the shield, but it held up. The power seems to have increased a bit, but it's still average. Then again, if it were any stronger, it might as well rename itself Three-Headed Sukuna. The effect of the potion of the Turtle Master had worn off. Kagura Shin replenished a speed potion and a regeneration potion at their feet, then told Fushiguro to take Itadori and create some distance from the cursed spirit. After changing forms, the Kamatachi's curse technique had indeed been strengthened, but its speed had become very slow. Kagura Shin ate an enchanted golden apple, raised his shield in one hand, gripped his netherite sword in the other, and charged forward. Fushiguro Megumi, from the rear, controlled the return Nu to conduct a diving attack on the Kamatachi to cover Kagura Shin. Taste this slowness potion combined with this poison potion. And instant damage. 3 splash potions were thrown. The already slow-moving Kamatachi was now unable to move, and its cursed energy was being constantly corroded every moment. Enraged, it spat out a series of wind blades from its middle mouth, slashing at Kagura Shin at its feet. Kagura Shin didn't dodge or evade. Relying on the damage absorption of the enchanted golden apple to tank all the damage, he charged over and slashed off one of the Kamatachi's legs with a fierce swing of his sword. Nu dived down from high altitude, flapped its wings, and gave it a full-body massage with the lightning on its wings. Jump boost, strength. Reinforcing himself with 2 more potions, Kagura Shin jumped 3 or 4 meters high with a light leap and fiercely slashed off its middle head. Whoosh! The rightmost head, which hadn't moved, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of purple-black slime, drenching Kagura Shin's entire body. Kagura Shin suddenly lost all sensation in his body, as if he couldn't feel anything. He subconsciously raised his hand, and his hand did move up, but he had no sensation of having raised his hand. This awkward feeling disrupted his attack rhythm. He was slammed hard onto the ground by a claw from the Kamatachi, followed by a storm-like barrage of claws and fists raining down on him. Am I being attacked? I feel no pain, and I can't sense my body. Kagura-shin wanted to drink the healing potion he had just taken out, but the arm holding the bottle just slammed into his face. He couldn't perform precise operations now, nor could he even control himself to stand up. The effect isn't total paralysis where I can't move, it's just a loss of sensation. How bad are my injuries now? Am I dying? Shin. Fushiguro Megumi summoned dozens of toads, stretching out their long tongues to hold the Kamatachi for a second or two, after which the tongues of this pile of small shikigami were all torn apart and destroyed. But in that second or two, Nu had already flown low and scooped Kagura-shin up. Kagura-shin struggled to control himself to take out a bucket of milk, then looked at Fushiguro. He couldn't control his mouth to speak, still because of the lack of sensation. Fushiguro immediately pinched his nose, and shoved his entire head into the bucket of milk. Gulp, gulp. Chapter 9, Awakening a New Technique. Drinking milk entirely on instinct was truly strange, quite a bit of it went down the wrong pipe, but there was no helping it. Cough, cough. I almost choked to death. As a bottle of instant health potion smashed onto the ground, Kagura-shin was revived to full status. The Kamatachi, however, was not in good shape. Although its legs had quickly regenerated, its severed head had not grown back. Furthermore, after spitting out that mouthful of venom, the entire cursed spirit began to wither. The poisoning and slowness effects on its body made it increasingly weak. It probably wouldn't last much longer. A trident suddenly appeared in Kagura-shin's hand. He aimed at the Kamatachi's head, and threw it with force. The trident tore a large hole directly through its chest. Is the trident that powerful? I remember its damage being the same as the netherite sword. Did I remember wrong? Fearing it wasn't completely dead, Kagura-shin threw a series of TNT over. After a deafening explosion, there was no trace of the Kamatachi left, only a huge crater on the playground. Ding! As the sound of experience points ringing in his ears faded, Kagura-shin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he had leveled up 35 times. However, since the blocks were all unlocked, leveling up didn't seem to be of much use anymore. Wait, what is this? He suddenly discovered a new icon at the very bottom left of his creative page, but when his consciousness sank into it, it was just a void. Before he could study it carefully, Satoru Gojo had arrived beside them at some point, holding his phone and snapping photos continuously. Oh my, have your injuries already healed? What a pity, I wanted to let the second-year students properly appreciate how pathetic you looked. Megumi Fushiguro glanced at Satoru Gojo sideways and asked, somewhat speechless, Gojo-sensei, you didn't arrive a long time ago, and were just waiting to watch us make fools of ourselves, did you? Satoru Gojo's smile stiffened, and he quickly waved his hands to explain, I just got here. I can only say it's fortunate you were strong enough, otherwise, I would have only come to collect your corpses. However, as he waved his hands, his phone accidentally fell to the ground, revealing the photo of Kagura-shin covered in blood when he was first slashed by the Kamatachi. Megumi Fushiguro. Kagura-shin, Gojo-sensei, didn't you arrive quite early? But where did you take such a clear photo? Satoru Gojo picked up his phone without any embarrassment and nonchalantly forced a change of topic. This student, I see you have remarkable bones. You look like you're cut out to be a jujutsu sorcerer. Are you interested in becoming one? Yuji Itadori looked at the tall, silver-haired man who had suddenly appeared with a confused expression. Just as he was about to say something, Kagura-shin interrupted him. Wait. Gojo-sensei, do you mean that Yuji has the corresponding cursed energy to become a jujutsu sorcerer? Satoru Gojo nodded and said, so his name is Yuji. I definitely saw the cursed energy within him, it just looks like he doesn't have an innate cursed technique. Kagura-shin lowered his head to hide his surprise. So Yuji didn't gain cursed energy only after eating Sukuna's finger. But that makes sense, Yuji's mother had cursed energy, so it's not impossible for Yuji to possess it as well. Megumi Fushiguro said to Yuji Itadori, Jujutsu sorcerer is a very dangerous profession. You could die at any moment. You can think about it carefully, you can also refuse. Yuji Itadori lowered his head. His grandfather's words before he passed away echoed in his ears. At the same time, he thought of his upperclassmen, Iguchi and Sasaki, who had been traumatized to the point of mental instability by the cursed spirit. If Megumi and Kagura hadn't come today, the three of us would surely have died without anyone knowing why. If I become a jujutsu sorcerer, and I can save even one person harmed by a cursed spirit, I am willing to become a jujutsu sorcerer. Even if I die, I will have died on the right path. Satoru Gojo happily patted Yuji Itadori on the back and said, "Welcome to Jujutsu High. When are you planning to enroll? Can you wait a few days? I need to take care of my grandfather's funeral arrangements." "Of course. I'll leave you my contact information, just give me a call when you're ready." The group returned to Jujutsu High. After washing up, Kagura-shin lay directly on his bed, playing dead. Today had nearly worked him to death, one thing after another. Now that he was finally free, he could take a look at the void he had just unlocked. His consciousness sank into the void and flew in one direction. Not long after, it stopped as if it had hit a wall. Is there a range limit? I wonder if I can put things in this void. As soon as he had this thought, a grass block immediately appeared under his feet. Kagura-shin began to lay down more grass blocks in one direction. A spherical space with a radius of 40. It's just like a domain. Kagura-shin could place any block anywhere in the space, though it would consume his own inventory. However, within this space, he felt truly free to do as he pleased. He could manipulate the trident to fly freely within the space, control the explosion time of TNT at will, and even precisely locate the usage position of potions. Although all items would directly consume his inventory, at the same time, his cursed energy consumption was extremely low. In other words, he could open this domain multiple times for long periods. Early the next morning, he found Satoru Gojo and proposed to speak with him privately. Satoru Gojo took him into a room and set up a curtain. "What's up, Shin? You're being all mysterious." Kagura-shin took out a shulker box and displayed it. "Gojo-sensei, look at this box. Items stored inside are sent into another dimension, and only I can take them out. And as long as I'm dead, no one else can open it. So I hope to keep the Sukuna finger that was recovered yesterday. Of course, it would be even better if Gojo-sensei is willing to give me the finger from Jujutsu High as well." After the introduction, Kagura-shin casually picked up a teacup from the table, placed it into the shulker box, and then broke the shulker box. Satoru Gojo turned his 6 eyes power to the maximum, but whether at the original location of the box or inside Kagura-shin's body, he found no trace of the teacup. He couldn't help but praise, "Oh, what an impressive box. If that's the case, the Sukuna finger can indeed be entrusted to your care. However, you must remember not to let others know about this method of yours, otherwise those higher UPS might destroy you along with a large batch of indestructible special-grade cursed objects." Satoru Gojo's tone became increasingly serious and grave, but the next moment, his tone returned to its usual lightness. "Don't worry, even if you accidentally reveal it, I will protect you. Here are 2 Sukuna fingers, you keep them for now." After putting away the Sukuna fingers, Kagura-shin said to Satoru Gojo, "There's one more thing. I need to trouble Gojo-sensei to practice the technique I just learned with me." #10 Chapter 10 Domain. Chapter 10, Domain. Gojo Satoru reached out and gently placed his hand on Kagura-shin's shoulder, and Kagura-shin only felt a moment of dizziness before the two of them arrived directly at the Jujutsu High playground. However, the turf on the playground now was a mix of new and old, looking like an old piece of clothing covered in patches. "Ah. I think Fushiguro and I caused this. I remember Principal Yaga was furious at the time." At this moment, Yuji Itadori was still doing physical training on the playground with Fushiguro Megumi, who was also teaching Yuji Itadori how to use his cursed energy. Gojo Satoru led Kagura Shin a bit further away from the two who were training. Hands in his pockets, Gojo Satoru stood casually to the side and said, "Make your move, Shin. Let me see how far you've grown." Although Gojo Satoru stood there looking casual, in reality, he had cranked up the power of his 6 eyes, watching the flow of cursed energy within Kagura Shin closely. Kagura Shin gently raised his hands. Looking very casual and relaxed, he slightly lifted his fingers and slowly brought them together. Gojo Satoru frowned slightly. He took his hands out of his warm pockets and assumed a stance, looking a bit more serious. "A domain? No, that's not right. His cursed energy flow is too gentle, such an output isn't nearly enough to build the framework of a domain." Just as Kagura Shin's index fingers were about to touch, an image was suddenly thrust into Gojo Satoru's mind, the image of God creating Adam, bestowing life and creation upon him. Domain expansion, Genesis. A flash of astonishment crossed Gojo Satoru's face, followed by joy. "I actually misjudged. Shin, you really are a pleasant surprise." The reason Kagura Shin's cursed energy didn't fluctuate much was that his domain was like a pre-made meal, prepared before the battle, and simply brought out to be used when fighting. Therefore, as long as the domain wasn't completely destroyed, Kagura Shin could release it multiple times a day without any difficulty. A massive sphere, with a shell composed of mixed gray and black bedrock blocks, suddenly generated on the spot. This sphere, known as a domain, was different from typical closed domains. It didn't have a smooth exterior, but rather looked rough, bumpy, and not very aesthetically pleasing. However, that didn't affect its hardness or invulnerability in the slightest. And Gojo Satoru, having just been pulled into the domain, was greeted by the first wave of baptism. An anvil carrying the guaranteed hit effect came crashing straight down toward his head. Gojo Satoru's infinity had already been neutralized within the domain, so he had no choice but to raise his hand and use a curse technique to counter it. Curse technique reversal, red. A small black-red orb was released from Gojo Satoru's fingertips, blasting the anvil into smithereens. "Oh Shin, your welcome gift is certainly unique. But is this your domain? The scenery looks not bad, actually." In Kagura Shin's domain, several withers were slowly flying in the air. The ground beneath their feet wasn't entirely solid, surrounded by water. The places where one could stand were more like small islands in the middle of a lake. Gojo Satoru landed slowly on the small island in the lake, only to be immediately locked onto by dozens of lasers. The color of the lasers was deepening, as if they were charging up. At the same time, the shadow of a large, spiky fish swaying appeared before Gojo Satoru's eyes. He felt his body sink for no apparent reason, and his speed seemed to slow down. As everyone knows, in the Java version, mining fatigue reduces attack speed. "Gojo-sensei, aren't you going to dodge?" "Oh wait, you can't dodge inside a domain." Before Kagura Shin could finish his sentence, countless wither skulls flew towards Gojo Satoru. However, there was no need to worry about destroying this small island, because Kagura Shin had already set his creations to be unable to destroy each other. Of course, he could change this condition whenever he wanted. Oh, getting hit by these things would be quite unpleasant. Gojo Satoru slowly took off his blindfold and said to Kagura Shin, "You're quite good, Shin. However, no matter how strong a domain's effect is, if the caster is defeated, the domain will naturally cease to have any effect." As he spoke, Gojo Satoru's figure moved so fast that it left afterimages. In almost an instant, he arrived in front of Kagura Shin and slammed a fist into his chest. Kagura Shin instantly donned a full netherite armor set, and the armor shimmered with an inexplicable purple glow, the special effect after being enchanted. Boom! Kagura Shin took the punch head-on without even budging. Assuming the damage of Gojo Satoru's punch was 100, after being mitigated by the full set of protection for netherite armor, only 7 points for damage was dealt to Kagura Shin. Moreover, the remaining 7 points for damage would then be partially mitigated by the cursed energy covering Kagura Shin's entire body, leaving almost nothing left. Not to mention that Gojo Satoru wasn't even using his full strength. Even if he were to throw a full power punch, Kagura-shin was confident that he could take it head-on without any major issues. The Elder Guardian's laser charge up and the Wither's skull attacks also engulfed the two of them simultaneously. As the caster, Kagura-shin was naturally unscathed, but Gojo Satoru also appeared fine after the barrage of attacks, something Kagura-shin hadn't expected. This isn't right, Gojo-sensei. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just an advanced application of a domain amplification, which negated a large portion of your cursed technique's effects. To be honest, I did take some damage, but I'm just better at using reverse curse technique. Kagura-shin still had many other attack methods he hadn't used, such as potion attacks and enchanted weapon attacks, but likewise, Gojo Satoru hadn't used domain expansion. Kagura-shin's attacks might not have much effect on Gojo Satoru, but Gojo Satoru's domain expansion would likely kill Kagura-shin instantly. Sigh, alright. To be honest, Gojo-sensei, I don't seem to have that much control over this domain yet. Many things that can't be used in the outside world can be used within the domain. For example, the purple glow on the armor earlier, I can't use that at all in the outside world, but inside the domain, I can even adjust its effects at will. Plus, I have another good thing called a command block, but I can't use it at all. I'm still a bit weak. Having said that, Kagura-shin dispelled the domain, and the two appeared back on the Jujutsu High playground. Gojo Satoru vigorously ruffled his hair and said, "You're already very strong, Shin. At your age, I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat you. You can be proud of yourself, after all, you truly have the strength for it." Chapter 11, Nobara Kujisaki and the Picnic. Fushiguro Megumi widened his eyes, looked at Kagura-shin in surprise, and asked, "When did you learn domain expansion?" "Right after taking out that Kama-itachi. If we hadn't been in such a rush to find Sukuna's fingers, I might have been able to wipe out the Kama-itachi with my domain." Meanwhile, Itadori Yuji looked completely clueless. "What is domain expansion? Is it that impressive?" Fushiguro Megumi patiently explained to him, domain expansion is a highly powerful and advanced jujitsu technique, where a jujitsu sorcerer consumes a massive amount of cursed energy to construct an innate domain in the surroundings, imbued with their cursed technique. It allows the jujitsu sorcerer to see the range of the technique with the naked eye. Moreover, a jujitsu sorcerer receives buffs in every aspect while within their own domain. Basically, if the opponent has no way to counter it, the jujitsu sorcerer is invincible inside their own domain. After hearing this, Itadori Yuji's eyes immediately turned into stars. "That's so cool. Can I learn that in the future too?" Itadori's words left the other three silent. Because Gojo Satoru had already checked with his 6 eyes, Itadori Yuji did not have any cursed technique engraved within him. He couldn't even meet the basic requirements for domain expansion, so it was impossible for him to expand a domain. Finally, Kagura-shin patted him on the shoulder and said, "You definitely can. Even though you don't have a curse technique now, who knows? Maybe you will in the future." Fushiguro Megumi rolled his eyes at Kagura-shin. A curse technique is called innate precisely because it's something one is born with. Some people are born with a curse technique, but lack certain cursed energy pathways, which can be developed later through various means, like Yoshino Junpei. However, someone who lacks a cursed technique, and only has cursed energy pathways can never possess a cursed technique, unless they lose their own consciousness, and become a cursed spirit vessel. Fushiguro Megumi assumed Kagura-shin was just trying to comfort Itadori Yuji, so he just sighed and said nothing. Gojo Satoru received a message at this moment. After reading it, he said to the 3 of them, "The last first-year student arrives today. Let's go meet her together." Soon, the 4 of them arrived outside the Tokyo station. As they stood on the roadside, the gazes of passers-by drifted toward them one after another. Here is the perspective of a passerby. A tall, silver-haired, handsome guy with a blindfold and a Chinibu vibe. A gloomy teenager with spiky hair giving off a stay-away aura. A pink-haired guy who looks dim-witted, like a thug for a crime syndicate. And another handsome boy who looks like a normal person in terms of hairstyle, hair color, and temperament, but he's wearing the same clothes as the other 3. He's probably a newbie who just joined the crime syndicate, not a good person either. Basically, all passers-by stayed far away from the four of them. Only some schoolgirls stopped to take pictures or ask for photos. At this moment, a mother passed by with her son, who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. The child innocently asked, "Mom, are they cosplaying characters from Jujutsu Kaisen?" It's so accurate. Kagura Shin, who was happily taking photos with the schoolgirls, immediately whipped his head around, but the direction the sound had just come from was empty. Did I hallucinate that? After the group messed around for a while, Gojo Satoru spotted a spirited girl with orange eyes and short orange hair dyed, arguing with a sleazy-looking middle-aged man. What do you mean? Am I not pretty enough? The man, who claimed to be a talent scout, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, No, that's not what I meant. I just feel like you aren't quite suitable. Nobara Kujisaki wanted to say more, but Gojo Satoru shouted to her from the side. Hey! Over here, over here! Hearing Gojo Satoru's call, Nobara Kujisaki let go of the man's collar, and looked toward the Jujutsu High group. Gojo Satoru introduced her. Her name is Nobara Kujisaki. She is the last student of this year's first-year class. Everyone, introduce yourselves. My name is Itadori Yuji. Nice to meet you. We'll be classmates from now on. Ugh, a country bumpkin. He looks so stupid. He must have eaten his own boogers when he was a kid. Fushiguro Megumi. Trying to act deep, just saying a name. He must be a super gloomy person. My name is Kagura Shin. I like all sorts of interesting things. If you have any fun ideas, feel free to call me along. What's with this guy? What kind of look is that? Acting like he can see through everything and knows it all. After silently judging the three from Jujutsu High, she introduced herself. Just like the white-haired guy said, my name is Nobara Kujisaki. Cheer up, boys, the Rose of Jujutsu High has arrived. Gojo Satoru, anyway, that's it. Originally, you were supposed to have an entrance assessment, Nobara, but since Shin was too bored a few days ago, he already exorcised that cursed spirit. So we just need to eat, drink, and have fun tonight. What do you guys want to eat? My treat. Kagura Shin, asterisk. After some debate, everyone decided to go back to Jujutsu High and have a picnic in Kagura Shin's innate domain, as Kagura Shin's innate domain could satisfy almost any picnic environment. Whether it was a forest, a snowy field, a vast grassland, the seaside, or even a magnificent underground cavern, it only took a little bit of time to create. In the end, the group chose an underground cavern as the picnic spot. Gojo Satoru bought a lot of things and invited Yaga Mazamichi and Yeri Shoko to join. The second-year students were still away on a business trip and couldn't make it. Kagura Shin dismantled the original island innate domain and used glowing berries, moss blocks, stalactites, and other items to rebuild a landscape that combined an underground cavern and a lush cave. After pulling everyone into the innate domain, Yeri Shoko couldn't help but praise, "Wow, I didn't expect Kagura's innate domain to have such a beautiful view. But is it really okay to keep the innate domain open all the time?" Yaga Mazamichi immediately started lecturing, "How unprofessional. Gojo, you need to set a good example yourself, otherwise, the students will learn bad habits from you." Although Itadori Yuji had already heard from Fushiguro that an innate domain was an advanced skill, he still didn't have much of a concept of it. He casually picked a glowing berry, popped it into his mouth, and said while chewing, "The innate domain doesn't look that dangerous, does it? Is Shin's innate domain not the offensive type? But then again, this berry is so sweet and delicious." Itadori Yuji reached out and picked a few more. Instantly, the light in the cavern visibly dimmed. Thump! Yaga Mazamichi gave Itadori a hard knock on the head, and dragged him aside to work as the labor for grilling meat. Kagura Shin spent a little cursed energy to restore a few glowing berries, and then took out a pile of watermelon slices, apples, sweet berries, and glowing berries. Everyone can feel free to explore the cavern. It's one large, open cave, so don't worry about getting lost. Hashtag 12 Chapter 12 Clepsydra. Chapter 12, Jogo. Inside the cave landscape, everyone built a fire and sat around it eating barbecue and fruit. Itadori Yuji took a bite of an apple and asked, Shin, why are your apples square? Also, all the various things inside the domain are square too. Although the scenery is indeed quite nice, it always feels a bit unreal. Kagura-shin shrugged helplessly. That's just how my curse technique is, there's no helping it. Although it's a bit lacking in visual effects, my curse technique is still very complete and comprehensive. As he spoke, Kagura-shin constructed a large puddle on the ground and tossed a few axolotls into it. See? I can even create life. However, in the outside world, if they move more than 64 meters away from me, they will disappear. Within the domain, there doesn't seem to be a distance limit. Do you have any favorite small animals? I can create some for us to play with. While they were having a happy picnic at Jujutsu High, Kenjaku arrived at a room in an old apartment building. A cursed spirit with a volcano head, one with its left arm wrapped and two branches growing on its face, a humanoid covered in stitches, and a man in monk's robes with stitches on his head were lying on beach chairs. In front of them was a vast expanse of azure sea, with a red octopus head bobbing up and down inside. It was the five of them, Jogo, Hanami, Mahito, Kenjaku, and Dagon. Jogo puffed fiercely on his pipe twice and asked, Hey, have you still not found the vessel of Ryaman Sukuna you mentioned? I can't wait to crush all these bugs on the surface, and let us new humans stand proudly on the earth. Oh my, don't be impatient, Jogo. The vessel has actually been found, it's just that he is inside Jujutsu High right now. You know, it's very difficult to snatch the vessel from right under Gojo Satoru's nose. The active volcano on Jogo's head bubbled a few times, and the surrounding temperature rose significantly. I know. Know what? What kind of strength does that so-called Gojo Satoru have? I think that's just an excuse because you're too cowardly to go and find him. Kenjaku didn't get angry after being mocked by Jogo. He just took out a square, cube-like object covered in talismans and toyed with it. If we want to force Gojo Satoru to exit the stage, we must use this, the strongest sealed cursed object in history, the prison realm, to seal Gojo Satoru. However, it is not yet time. Prison realm. This legendary cursed object is in your hands. I'm going to go kill Gojo Satoru right now. I want to add this cursed object to my collection. Jogo burned the beach chair beneath him to ashes, excitedly declaring he would kill Gojo Satoru, while Kenjaku beside him smiled without saying a word. And Mahito, covered in stitches, jumped up and clapped his hands, continuing to provoke Jogo. Why don't we discuss this again? Maybe Gojo Satoru is actually really strong. Jogo, you must not be impulsive. Maybe after you go, your head will be twisted off by Gojo Satoru and kicked around like a ball. Ha 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 ha. Mahito's words successfully provoked the volcano on Jogo's head to erupt immediately. He turned to ask Kenjaku. Where is Gojo Satoru now? Kenjaku could only sit up and advise. He must be at Jujutsu High right now. Even for you, it would be difficult to retreat unscathed if you rashly broke into Jujutsu High and were besieged by several Jujutsu sorcerers. If you really want to kill Gojo Satoru, let's find a good opportunity, and I will notify you then. At night, Gojo Satoru received a message from the higher UPS, asking him to take Kagura-shin to attend an emergency meeting. It was said that because they heard there was another Jujutsu sorcerer capable of domain expansion, they called for Kagura-shin to go to the meeting to decide whether to grant him the status of Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer by exception. To be honest, whether this status is granted by exception or not makes no difference. Although Kagura-shin doesn't have a Jujutsu sorcerer to recommend him for the time being, it's only a matter of time. One cannot recommend their own students or juniors from their own school. Ijichi Kiyotaka was driving, carrying Gojo Satoru and Kagura-shin to the meeting. The bumpy mountain road made Kagura-shin feel very uncomfortable. Gojo-sensei, Why do those higher UPS like to set the meeting place in these mountain nests? Wouldn't it be fine to just find a place in Tokyo? Ah, you're talking about that. It's just because those rotten oranges are very afraid of death. Every time they hold a meeting, they change the location, and they are all quite remote, just for fear that someone will plant a bomb where they are meeting. Ijichi Kiyotaka, who was driving in front, was already sweating profusely. Is this something he should be hearing? He was just a small wage slave. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru told Ijichi Kiyotaka to stop the car, and took the opportunity to forcibly drag Kagura Shin out of the car. Ah, Ijichi, you go ahead. Shin and I have some things to do. After hearing this, Ijichi Kiyotaka tried to negotiate with some difficulty. Actually, I think. Shut up or I'll slap you if you speak again. Ijichi's face looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, but he really had no choice. Southwest Eichi had to drive away alone. After being dragged out of the car by Gojo Satoru, Kagura Shin was still confused, but he always felt this mountain road was a bit familiar. It seemed like Jogo. Eehaw. Boom. The short Jogo with a volcano head let out a strange cry and descended from the sky, launching a pillar of magma at the two of them with a zero-frame attack. Gojo Satoru directly grabbed Kagura Shin and threw him backward, while he himself was directly swallowed by the magma. Seeing this, Jogo mocked disdainfully. Even at a time like this, you're thinking about saving others. Stupid. Just as he was preparing to follow up with another attack to finish off Kagura Shin, he discovered that Kagura Shin was already fully armed and gnawing on a golden apple emitting purple light. Chapter 13, The Strange Exchange Meeting at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Kagura Shin had already noticed that Gojo Satoru was nowhere to be found in the dust cloud kicked up by Jogo. Could he have been burned to the point where not even his ashes remained? No. Based on what Kagura Shin knew about him, he had likely teleported back to Tokyo Jujutsu High, and would probably drag a whole crowd of people back here in a moment to watch him beat up a cursed spirit. Kagura Shin couldn't help but think helplessly to himself. Gojo-sensei, are you not even a little worried about my safety? I'm still just a student. Before Kagura Shin could finish complaining, Jogo had already fired a magma cannon blast at him. Kagura Shin raised his netherite sword and charged straight through the magma blast, bringing the blade down onto Jogo's head. Jogo's eyes widened in shock. It couldn't understand how a student still in school could resist its curse technique and appear completely unharmed. But clearly, this wasn't the time to think about that. It instinctively concentrated a large amount of cursed energy into its arms and raised them to block Kagura Shin's overhead strike. Pfft. Even though Jogo had concentrated its cursed energy to defend, the sharp netherite sword still managed to carve a wound into its arm that was deep enough to expose the bone. It grabbed the blade of the netherite sword with its other hand and stomped its foot hard against the ground. Suddenly, a small volcano erupted beneath Kagura Shin's feet. Boom. A massive amount of magma shot upward, swallowing Kagura Shin whole. The crimson magma illuminated a large portion of the night sky. A strange smile appeared on Jogo's face as it laughed wantonly. Ha ha ha, as expected of a brat. Your combat experience is lacking. Even if you possess a powerful offensive curse technique, the bodies of jujitsu sorcerers are very fragile. Before it could finish laughing, a fist wrapped in powerful cursed energy smashed into its face from within the magma pillar. Pfft. Jogo was sent flying by the punch, spinning 2.5 times in the air before landing. The purple blood it spat out nearly splashed onto Kagura Shin. Hey, are you calling my body fragile? You're no different. For a cursed spirit specialized in attacks like you, your body's durability isn't much higher, is it? This was actually a fact. Even though Hanami took so many black flashes, and was hit in vital spots by special-grade curse tools in the original story without appearing too severely injured, that was because Hanami belonged to the defense-specialized type. If it had been Jogo taking all those attacks, it would have been exorcised long ago. The manga author said so himself. Of course, if the students from Tokyo Jujutsu High had been facing Jogo instead of Hanami back then, they would have been wiped out. Just then, Gojo Satoru arrived behind Kagura Shin, bringing Fushiguro Megumi, Itadori Yuji, and Nobara Kujisaki with him. Oh? Shin, are you having fun? You don't mind that I brought the students along to join this rare exchange meeting, do you? Kagura Shin rolled his eyes at him. He really didn't know where Gojo Satoru got the idea that he was playing. He was clearly in the middle of an intense and thrilling life-or-death battle with Jogo, okay. Although he could completely ignore Jogo's curse technique damage and stand his ground against Jogo after eating the enchanted golden apple, if Jogo realized this and stopped using its curse technique, opting to use physical combat and cursed energy strikes instead, he would get hurt. Kagura Shin took out a bottle of splash fire resistance potion and threw it on the ground, granting everyone from Tokyo Jujutsu High the fire resistance effect to prevent them from being accidentally injured later. The highly curious Itadori Yuji pointed at Jogo and asked, "Is that cursed spirit with the volcano head the exchange partner for this time?" "It looks really." Itadori didn't say anything insulting, but Nobara Kujisaki, who acted as the designated straight man for the Tokyo Jujutsu High group, immediately started roasting it. "It looks old, ugly and short. Most importantly, it looks pretty sleazy." The two volcanic rocks plugging Jogo's ears were blown away by a massive surge of magma. "You've got a big mouth, Jujutsu sorcerer. I'm going to burn you until not even your ashes remain." Ember insects. Dozens of ember insects flew out from the largest volcano on top of Jogo's head, shrieking as they charged toward the group from Tokyo Jujutsu High. Seeing that Gojo Satoru had no intention of making a move, Kagura Shin immediately raised his hand and summoned a bedrock wall. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the bedrock wall remained standing in front of the group completely unmoved. However, the wall also blocked their line of sight. Jogo quickly circled to the side, raised its hand, and launched a massive ball of scorching flames. At this moment, Gojo Satoru began explaining to the group, "If we encounter a cursed spirit with such strong offensive curse techniques, you must never think about meeting it head-on." Before he could finish his sentence, the fireball had already engulfed them. "You must dodge whenever you can." A normal jujutsu sorcerer hit by this move probably wouldn't need to pay for cremation. Even while shrouded in the high-temperature flames, Gojo Satoru continued his lecture unhurriedly. Jogo was already red with rage, bombarding the spot where the group was standing with various powerful curse techniques as if they were free. Yet, the students from Tokyo Jujutsu High were still chatting leisurely. Itadori Yuji asked, "Then why aren't we dodging right now?" Gojo Satoru replied, "Because this cursed spirit is being completely countered by Shin. Its curse technique has no effect at all. It can't deal any damage." Huff, huff. Having released a large number of cursed techniques in a short time, Jogo was becoming fatigued. It was already thinking about retreating. Taking advantage of the fact that the flames hadn't dissipated yet, it took a step backward, but Gojo Satoru instantly teleported right in front of its face. One hand instantly grabbed its arm, while the other hand delivered a palm strike that made it spit blood. Then, it was gently tossed into the air by Gojo Satoru, who followed up with a roundhouse kick that slammed it hard into the nearby mountainside. "That won't do, Mr. Curse Spirit. Our lesson isn't over yet. You know that, right?" The pinnacle of curse techniques, known as domain expansion. Jogo struggled to crawl up from the ground, staring fixedly at Gojo Satoru. Its heart was filled with regret. Although Gojo Satoru had only given it one punch and one kick, that immense power had already made Jogo realize the gap between them. Not to mention that there was also a somewhat strange boy nearby. It was absolutely certain that its curse technique failing was related to him. It had seen with its own eyes that Kagura Shin threw something into the middle of the group, and afterward, those people were all able to ignore its cursed technique. It was simply like a natural predator. Hashtag 14 Chapter 14 Domain Confrontation. Chapter 14, Domain Clash. However, Jogo still harbored a sliver of wishful thinking, Perhaps if his domain neutralized Kagura Shin's curse technique, he could win. Don't regret it when you're burned to ashes. Jujutsu Sorcerer. Domain Expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. The vision of those from Jujutsu High suddenly turned dark, followed by a violent sound like a volcanic eruption ringing in their ears. Bubbling lava surged from the ground, and the surrounding environment instantly transformed into a deep crimson. Rivers of magma flowed around them. Kagura Shin immediately checked his fire resistance status. The fire resistance effect, which should have lasted 15 minutes, was instantly reduced to a minute and a half. The other secondary and tertiary buff effects were instantly reduced to primary level, and their durations were significantly shortened as well. Jogo itself was greatly enhanced by its own domain. With a gentle lift of its hand, a massive amount of magma, carrying numerous unmelted rocks, rushed toward the Jujutsu High group at high speed. Although the fire resistance potion was still effective, the high-speed rocks posed a significant threat to the students other than Kagura Shin and Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo gently pulled down his blindfold, revealing his pale blue six eyes. With just a slow lift of his hand, the space in front of him seemed to freeze, and the magma and rocks were halted in midair. This was Satoru Gojo's curse technique, Limitless. Its principle involved interfering with space using immense cursed energy, allowing for repulsion, attraction, and even teleportation. Of course, stopping space was also possible. Alright, my dear students, the last section of today's lesson is how to counter a domain. As everyone knows, a domain comes with a guaranteed hit effect, making it impossible to dodge. So the first method is to block it directly with a curse technique like this, though the effect is quite poor. The second and most effective method is for our side to also expand a domain. In that case, the side with stronger cursed energy and more refined curse techniques will win. Even if you don't win the domain clash, you can significantly neutralize the opponent's domain effect. After speaking, Satoru Gojo signaled for Kagura Shin to use domain expansion to counter Jogo's domain. After all, his unlimited void would attack everyone inside indiscriminately unless they were in direct physical contact with him, and he didn't want to accidentally harm his students. Kagura Shin looked at Satoru Gojo with deadpan eyes, helplessly raised his hands, and declared, I can't guarantee that my domain can overpower this cursed spirit's domain. I can only say I'll try my best. Domain Expansion, Genesis. Blocks spread outward from under Kagura Shin's feet. The moment any lava splashed from the churning magma in Jogo's domain landed in the block world, it immediately vanished into nothingness. Kagura Shin's stored blocks were being consumed rapidly. Similarly, Jogo was sweating profusely, continuously increasing its cursed energy output, but it still couldn't stop the block world from expanding. Kagura Shin's heart bled as he watched his block reserves plummeting, but if you asked him to go toe-to-toe with Jogo based purely on cursed energy, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Jogo kept compressing the cursed energy within its body, maintaining a massive output to desperately support its domain, because it knew its domain was its final swan song. Once the domain was destroyed, the resulting curse technique burnout would be enough to cripple it. Trapped in curse technique burnout, it wouldn't even be able to defeat a normal grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Now, its heart was filled with despair. It already knew that it might not return home alive today. Crack. Densely packed cracks appeared on Jogo's domain barrier, and then, with a bang like glass, it shattered into fragments in midair. The figures of the group were revealed once again. Satoru Gojo put his blindfold back on and stepped on Jogo's head, though at least this time, Jogo's head wasn't ripped off to be kicked around like a ball. Hey, tell me, how did you know I was going to pass through here tonight? Otherwise, I'll kill you. As he spoke, the force of Satoru Gojo's foot gradually increased, distorting Jogo's entire head, but it still stubbornly said, "Humph, kill me then. We, the new humans, will absolutely never betray our companions like you old humans. A mere cursed spirit, you dare to speak so boldly." Satoru Gojo disdainfully applied more force, preparing to exorcise Jogo directly. Just then, clusters of flowers suddenly appeared on the ground. Although Kagura Shin had long known that someone would come to save Jogo, even so, he fell into a brief moment of distraction the first time he saw the flowers. Ah! Flowers *5. Almost simultaneously, Satoru Gojo and Kagura Shin slapped their own faces, but by then, Jogo was already being carried on Hanami's back, fleeing at high speed. Megumi Fushiguro, Yuji Itadori, and Nobara Kujisaki were all grabbed by their ankles by tree branches and thrown violently in 3 different directions. In the paths of their flight, clusters of sharp wooden spikes waited to pierce them. Kagura Shin immediately gave up on chasing the 2 cursed spirits, turned back to grab the nearest Nobara Kujisaki, and threw her forward, then immediately dashed toward the second closest, Megumi Fushiguro. Megumi Fushiguro was pulled back by Kagura Shin in the nick of time, just as he was about to hit the wooden spikes, while Satoru Gojo went to save Yuji Itadori. By the time they finished saving everyone, the cursed spirits had already vanished from Satoru Gojo's perception. This was entirely due to Hanami's special ability to merge with nature. In terms of perception, Hanami in its normal state was indistinguishable from plants. It was precisely this special ability that allowed Hanami to save Jogo right under Satoru Gojo's nose. Satoru Gojo didn't react much to Jogo being rescued, he just shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "All right, everyone go back to Jujutsu High. Shin and I still have a meeting to attend. It's been so long, I hope those rotten oranges don't have too many complaints." Chapter 15, Bilateral Meeting. Gojo Satoru brought Kagura Shin with him via teleportation to a luxurious mansion deep in the mountains. Gojo Satoru kicked the door open and walked in. As soon as they entered, Kagura Shin heard the voice of an elderly man. "Gojo, you're late." Kagura Shin looked around carefully and found that he couldn't see anyone, all he could see were pale paper doors, and the voices were coming from behind them. Gojo Satoru shrugged indifferently. "Sorry, I ran into a special grade cursed spirit on the way, which delayed me a bit. After all, I'm not like you lot who are so afraid of death that you only dare to hide behind these pathetic doors. I actually have work to do." There was silence in the room. After a while, the voice of an elderly male, who sounded like he didn't have long to live, broke the silence. "Kagura Shin, it is said that you can perform domain expansion and use it proficiently in battle, is that correct?" Kagura Shin nodded to indicate it was true. Then, another old man with an equally weak voice asked, "According to our investigation, your curse technique also has effects similar to reverse cursed technique, is that correct?" "That is correct." A flurry of whispering followed in the room. Kagura Shin couldn't understand how they were communicating, but regardless, after a long time, Gojo Satoru and Kagura Shin, who had grown impatient from waiting, were finally allowed to leave. After leaving, Kagura Shin asked Gojo Satoru, looking confused. "Gojo-sensei, we just came here to be asked a few questions." It ended without needing to prove it in actual combat. Gojo Satoru curled his lip and replied. "One of the higher UPS has a curse technique that can determine if the other party is lying, so once the questions were finished, the confirmation was done. Though the atmosphere inside is really disgusting. It feels like everything is lifeless and devoid of vitality." Gojo Satoru suddenly fell silent. He looked back at the pitch-black room, then turned to Kagura Shin, and said as they walked forward. "They are just a bunch of rotten oranges who can't let go of power. With them around, the entire jujitsu world is stagnant, incapable of change, and even rejects new curse techniques, while excessively elevating classical ones. You have a senior named Kinji Hikari who was expelled from Jujutsu High after resisting, because his curse technique was considered a new type. I once thought about just wiping out all the higher UPS, but what good would that do? If there's no fresh blood to replenish them, those who sit in the higher-up positions will just be more rotten oranges like this. That's why I became a teacher. As long as I have enough students who are talented enough, I will take action to wipe out all these rotten oranges, and let my students make the jujitsu world great again. Sorry, Shin, for letting you listen to me rant for so long. Let's go back to Jujutsu High, Fushiguro and the others are still waiting for us." Gojo Satoru teleported himself and Kagura Shin directly back to Jujutsu High, where they saw Fushiguro Megumi, and the other two, bathed in heavy moonlight, sprinting across the training field while reinforcing their bodies with cursed energy. I don't want to cause any more trouble for Gojo-sensei, Shin. I have to become stronger, at least, don't be a burden like today. Asterisk 3. Jogo had been thrown into Dagon's domain by Hanami. Kenjaku and Mahito were lying on beach chairs, gently lifting their eyelids. Mahito looked at Jogo's disheveled state and couldn't help but mock him. Jogo, didn't you say you were going to twist off Gojo Satoru's head and use it as a ball to kick around? How did you get beaten like this by Gojo Satoru? Ha 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 ha. Jogo remained silent. Was he supposed to say that he couldn't even figure out what Gojo Satoru's cursed technique was before being beaten into submission by Kagura Shin without any ability to fight back? Although he didn't want to say it, there was always someone to help him say it. Kenjaku sat up and said, "You misunderstood, Mahito. Jogo wasn't injured by Gojo Satoru, he only took one punch and one kick from Gojo Satoru. The injuries on Jogo's body were basically caused by that person named Kagura Shin. Oh, by the way, Kagura Shin is still just a student at Jujutsu High, and it seems he's only a grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer right now." After he finished speaking, Kenjaku and Mahito laughed out loud wantonly. Jogo gnashed his teeth so hard they creaked. If he weren't currently unable to even use his curse technique, he probably would have exploded. "Stop laughing. Geto, do you know what's going on with that kid named Kagura Shin? My curse technique had absolutely no effect on him." "Ah. I don't know much either. I only know that he can use cursed energy to create items from the real world to use for attacks, similar to a construction curse technique, but his curse technique creations disappear once they are a certain distance away from him. So the cursed energy consumption is far lower than a construction curse technique. Also, he can use some strange strengthening potions and weakening potions. How should I put it? It's just like the buffs when playing a game. I don't know anything else. I don't even know the name of his cursed technique. However, I do recognize the hand gesture he used when performing domain expansion. That is the posture of God creating Adam in Genesis, representing the creation of life and the world. Perhaps it means he considers himself both God and Adam, both the creator and the beneficiary. Why aren't you guys saying anything? Oh. You must not know about Genesis. My mistake, I didn't think you guys were illiterate. The few cursed spirits all fell into a long silence. Finally, Mahito broke the silence. Speaking of which, wasn't our original plan to resurrect Ryaman Sukuna? Now that Jujutsu High has 2 people with this kind of strength, how are we supposed to capture that guy named Itadori Yuji? Kenjaku smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I've already thought of a plan. When the time comes, you just need to execute it." Time flew by, and the second-year seniors at Jujutsu High had returned from their business trips. Now, the physical training of the first-year students had been handed over to the second years by Gojo Satoru, while he himself went out on missions with Kagura Shin. During this time, Kagura Shin took the opportunity to recover all the Sukuna's fingers from Yasuhachi Bridge and the Juvenile Detention Center and threw them into an ender chest. "Go ahead and resurrect Sukuna. I'd like to see what you can do once I've recovered the 5 fingers inside Jujutsu High, even if you collect all the remaining 11. Hashtag 16 Chapter 16 Collective Mission. Chapter 16, Group Mission. Shin, I've been out on missions lately. Could you please take the first years along on missions? That's all, hanging up." After Kagura Shin hung up the phone, he discovered that Gojo Satoru had already sent over 2 mission lists. The first list consisted mainly of missions observed as grade 2, which were perfect for the first-year students to practice with. However, the second list that Gojo Satoru sent consisted entirely of missions observed as grade 1 or suspected to be special grade. It was obvious that these were Gojo Satoru's own missions, which he had dumped on the first years to be lazy, or more accurately, dumped on Kagura Shin. Ever since the first exchange meeting between Jujutsu High and the cursed spirits a few days ago, the first years seemed to have been stimulated and had been training constantly. But Cursed energy is one of those things where progress through training is just a little bit slow. They were mainly focused on continuously refining their control over their cursed energy, because their recent research topic was the principle and release of Black Flash. Both Nobara Kojisaki and Fushiguro Megumi had made very obvious progress. However, because the gap between Itadori Yuji's physical strength and his cursed energy strength was too large, he had been unable to fully synchronize his cursed energy strikes with his physical strikes, so his attacks were still split into two stages. Yuji, although it's said that a jujutsu sorcerer's core of cursed energy is in the abdomen and must flow from there when used, high-level jujutsu sorcerers treat their entire body as the core of cursed energy, keeping it flowing constantly. There are many benefits to doing this. For example, your opponent cannot judge your movements by sensing the flow of cursed energy in your body, and it also makes your punches much more powerful. Itadori Yuji still looked like he didn't understand at all, and Kagura-shin couldn't help but sigh while covering his forehead. I originally didn't want to explain it this way, but it seems I have no other choice now. Simply put, the flow of cursed energy is like the casting animation in a game. If we were to quantify a punch carrying cursed energy, let's assume my punch damage is 8. Since your physical strength is far higher than mine, even though your first stage of attack doesn't contain much cursed energy, its damage can still reach 4, and the second stage of cursed energy attack damage is 6. Although it looks like your total value is higher than mine, our attacks must first penetrate the cursed spirit's own defense before the remaining amount becomes effective damage. Assuming the cursed spirit has a fixed block value of 2, then the effective damage we both cause would be the same. If the cursed energy gets a bit stronger and the block value reaches 4, I would be able to cause 4 points of damage, while you would only have 2. Simply put, your current attack method is naturally fine for dealing with low-level cursed spirits, but when dealing with powerful cursed spirits, you can't even penetrate their defense. Understand now? Itadori Yuji finally revealed an expression of sudden realization, clenching one fist and smashing it into the palm of his other hand. I get it. So you mean our goal now is to shorten the casting animation to increase instant damage, right? That's exactly it. And when your cursed energy strike and physical strike hit the opponent almost simultaneously, space will distort, and the cursed energy will emit a black light. This is Black Flash, just like landing a critical hit in a game. Kagura-shin finally managed to explain the principle to Itadori Yuji, and Itadori Yuji was also deliberately speeding up his cursed energy flow, but this was not something that could be trained overnight. As expected, training is far inferior to life and death combat. It looks like I'll have to drag them out on missions. Above an abandoned hospital in Tokyo, a pitch-black curtain covered the entire building, and the first-year students of Jujutsu High were inside, exorcising cursed spirits. It was a pure white grade 1 cursed spirit. Its entire head was covered in eyes, and the several fingers on its 2 arms exuded a cold light, just like scalpels. Hurry up and take your medicine, take your medicine. Kagura-shin stopped Fushiguro Megumi, only allowing Nobara Kojisaki and Itadori Yuji to go exorcise it. After all, if all 3 of them went, it would be a bit too easy. Kagura-shin planned to wait a few days to find a special grade cursed spirit for the 3 of them to practice on. But not now, their strength was not yet enough to fight a special grade. Below, the cursed spirit screamed and rushed toward Itadori Yuji. Its claws were emitting a greenish light, which clearly seemed to be its cursed technique. Itadori Yuji naturally knew that getting scratched by this thing would definitely be bad, so he quickly jumped aside. But unfortunately, this cursed spirit's head was covered in eyes, and it instantly changed its move, grabbing at Itadori again. Bang! Not far away, a nail imbued with cursed energy flew over at high speed, sinking deeply into the cursed spirit's arm. The powerful force caused its arm to involuntarily deflect. Itadori naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He smashed a fist hard into the cursed spirit's face, causing it to stagger, and the second stage of cursed energy followed immediately, knocking it directly to the ground. However, the cursed spirit immediately flipped over and stood up quickly, reaching out to pull out the nail. The wound was also quickly replenished by cursed energy, and it looked almost uninjured, grinning with its mouth full of sharp teeth, as if mocking the two of them. Fushiguro Megumi, standing to the side, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Shin, the two of them can't exorcise this grade 1 cursed spirit right now. Why don't I go too? Is that what you think? Fushiguro, I actually think the two of them are fine. Yuji is a genuine genius, and Nobara is not bad either. I firmly believe that the two of them will rapidly improve their strength in battle and give us a surprise. Don't worry like an old mother. After all, so-called cursed energy is power extracted from negative emotions, and during life and death combat, emotions like fear, anger, and tension will break through their upper limits and reach new heights. Their cursed energy will also increase at these times, but negative emotions will also lead to distorted movements during combat and errors in judgment of the situation. It can only be said that there are pros and cons. While Kagura Shin and Fushiguro Megumi were chatting, Nobara Kujisaki and Itadori Yuji fell into a disadvantage. The cursed spirit's speed was far higher than the two of them, and even though it was 2-on-1, they were struggling immensely. Boom! Itadori Yuji smashed another full-power punch into the cursed spirit's chest, while he himself retreated a few steps, panting. Nobara Kujisaki instantly shot out for nails. The cursed spirit raised its claw and just waved it, knocking away 3 nails, while only one grazed the cursed spirit's arm, causing a slight scratch. When Nobara reached into her bag again to try and pull out a few more nails, she discovered there were only 2 left in the bag. A fine layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on her smooth forehead. Although she knew Kagura Shin was right behind them, and that she wouldn't be in any real danger, she couldn't shake the panic of running out of weapons. A sense of frustration welled up in the hearts of both Itadori Yuji and Nobara. Kagura Shin had left them too far behind, and even Fushiguro Megumi could barely exorcise a grade 1 cursed spirit on his own, but they were so weak. In battle, they would only be the ones holding everyone back. I refuse to accept this. Asterisk 2. The cursed energy within the two of them suddenly surged. Itadori Yuji and Nobara exchanged a glance, and after communicating with their eyes, they both ran in opposite directions. Chapter 17, Eve of the Exchange Event. Yuji Itadori quickly closed in on the cursed spirit and kicked it. The cursed spirit tried to block it with its arm, as it had just done, but it heard a sound of bone cracking. The arm it used to block Yuji Itadori's kick was twisted, a stark contrast to how easily it had blocked before. With the cursed spirit's small and deformed brain, it couldn't understand what had happened. The sound of something breaking through the air behind it brought it back from its daze, and it dodged awkwardly to the side. However, the speed of the nail had increased significantly, and the nail, imbued with cursed energy, pierced its shoulder blade and embedded itself deeply. Straw doll technique, hairpin. Bang! The long nail, imbued with cursed energy, instantly pierced through the cursed spirit's shoulder blade, tearing off a large chunk of flesh and nearly ripping off its left arm along with it. Before it could finish regenerating its arm with cursed energy, Yuji Itadori, who was standing in front of it, had already assumed a stance with a vacant gaze, a drop of saliva slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth, and then he threw a punch. Black flash. Yuji Itadori's fist, carrying black light, hit the cursed spirit's head hard. Without a doubt, the punch smashed the cursed spirit's head like a watermelon dropped from a high place, except its blood was purple. Kagura Shin patted Fushiguro Megumi on the shoulder and said, "See? They can do it, right? Now the two of them can even trade blows with an average special grade." The one who improved the most in this battle was Yuji Itadori. Not only did his cursed energy level increase by a tier, but because he landed a black flash, he entered a zone state, where he could control his cursed energy as easily as his own limbs, and the previous issue of split damage would never happen again. Although Nobara Kujisaki's cursed energy and control had also improved significantly, it was a pity she didn't land a black flash. Fortunately, she was originally stronger than Yuji Itadori, so she was just being caught up to by him. Fushiguro Megumi stared blankly at the two people in the distance, who were excitedly clapping and celebrating after exorcising the cursed spirit. He clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind to work harder, and not be left behind by them. In fact, the 3 students at Jujutsu High were all geniuses. In the original plot, they were all grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers while still in their first year, equivalent to the backbone of the Jujutsu world. They just hadn't fully developed yet. Once they dealt with all the grade 1 and special grade cursed spirits on the list sent by Gojo Satoru, their strength would easily reach grade 1. Kagura Shin walked up and gave each of them a stake to help them recover their energy, asking, "How do you feel, Nobara, Yuji? Did you realize that grade 1 cursed spirits are just SOSO? Yuji Itadori nodded vigorously and replied proudly. Indeed, that final black flash of mine killed it instantly. It really isn't that strong. Nobara Kujisaki recalled the battle just now, nodded and summarized. Cursed spirits have low intelligence. Although grade 1 cursed spirits have extremely strong cursed energy output, they just use their cursed techniques and cursed energy blasts mindlessly. Dodging them wasn't very difficult. Honestly, even if Yuji Itadori and I hadn't suddenly increased our cursed energy, the final result would still have been a victory, just taking a bit longer and sustaining some injuries. This was indeed true, and it was also the main reason why Jujutsu sorcerers below special grade were half a grade higher than cursed spirits of the same level. After the 2 finished their stakes and recovered, the 4 of them returned to Jujutsu High to rest. By the time Gojo Satoru returned from his business trip, about a week had passed. When he saw Kagura Shin and his group training with the second years on the Jujutsu High playground, he couldn't help but pull down half of his blindfold and raise his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, this is truly remarkable progress. Then, the upcoming exchange event will definitely be won by our Tokyo school. The first and second year students gathered around and Maki Zenin asked. Has the time been set? I know it's coming up, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Salmon. Panda scratched his head and counted the number of people. Gojo-sensei, who is participating this year? It seems like only the first and second years can participate on our side. Nobara Kujisaki and Yuji Itadori, who didn't know the situation, pulled Kagura Shin aside to ask, and Kagura Shin had to explain. The Kyoto Sister School Exchange event is a jujitsu competition where the Tokyo School and Kyoto Jujutsu High each send a few people. It's divided into individual matches and team matches. Generally, people are chosen from the second and third years because they have a better grasp of their cursed techniques, and it's more entertaining. However, our Tokyo School's third years dropped out due to some special reasons. And our second-year senior Yuta Okatsu is currently abroad, so we're very short on people. That's why the first years have to step up first. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. The third years Kinji Hikari and Hoshi Kirara had some conflict with the people from Kyoto Jujutsu High last year. They beat them up and were suspended. There's nothing that can't be said, I personally feel they did nothing wrong. This time, all of our first and second year students will participate in the exchange event, but domain expansion is prohibited. I'm talking about you, Shin. This is the best solution I managed to get after arguing with that group for a long time. Kagura Shin nodded in agreement. Now, after exorcising a bunch of grade 1 and even special grade cursed spirits with Fushiguro Megumi and the others, he had improved quite a bit. His domain range had increased to a sphere with a radius of 218 meters, and enchanted items could be used outside the domain, though he couldn't switch enchantments on the same item at will. Isn't the radius of an open domain like Malevolent Shrine 200 meters? It doesn't seem very open either. A closed domain is larger than an open domain. It's really hard to tell which one is actually open. It's just that the number of blocks required to build the domain is insane. Kagura Shin needs to save up for 2 or 3 days to gather enough. Hashtag 18 Chapter 18 Real Person. Chapter 18, Mahito. Inside Dagon's domain, Kenjaku was busy making intense preparations to cause trouble at the upcoming school exchange event in 3 days. Mahito lay on a beach chair, bored, toying with a human he had twisted in his hands. Hey Geto, I'm really bored right now, and the materials I captured a few days ago are running out. Can I go out and have some fun? Kenjaku said helplessly, the plan is about to start. If you run into some powerful jujitsu sorcerers outside and something happens, it will seriously affect the plan. Mahito, however, looked indifferent. After all, it knew that most jujitsu sorcerers couldn't do anything against its cursed technique. It was basically invincible from the start, so it didn't take Kenjaku's words to heart at all. Seeing this, Kenjaku had no choice but to let it go out. After leaving, Mahito wandered around looking for places with strong negative emotions. Cursed spirits loved such places. Eventually, it found a dilapidated cinema and walked inside. As soon as it entered, it noticed there were only 5 people in the theater. One small group of 3 was laughing wantonly and talking loudly. There was also a thin boy with shoulder-length black hair. Even from a distance, Mahito could feel the thick negative emotions he held toward the 3 loud people, and it could also sense that he possessed significantly more cursed energy than an ordinary person. Oh, a human with the talent of a jujitsu sorcerer, but who doesn't know it? Interesting. Perhaps he'll be a good material. As for the last person, he was an ordinary boy wearing a white shirt with short black hair. He had no negative emotional fluctuations, and was just sitting quietly in the corner. Mahito quickly lost interest in him, and walked toward the group of 3. Yoshino Junpei also noticed this strange man with a face full of stitches. He watched as Mahito slowly walked toward the 3, opened its arms to hug them from behind, and said softly, "Hey, talking loudly in the cinema is very rude." But the 3 didn't react at all and continued to laugh wantonly. With a surge of cursed energy, the laughter stopped abruptly. When Mahito left again, only 3 strange, inhuman corpses were left in the seats. Afterward, under Yoshino Junpei's terrified and curious gaze, Mahito sat down beside him. Kagura Shin, who had been sitting in the corner eating popcorn, also brushed the crumbs off himself, stood up, and sat on the other side of Yoshino Junpei. This move by Kagura Shin completely confused both Yoshino Junpei and Mahito. Yoshino Junpei looked left and right, not knowing what was happening. Kagura Shin spoke directly, "What's wrong? There's no one on your other side. What are you looking at?" Mahito's expression remained unchanged, and it continued to sit there without moving. After all, wasn't it normal for ordinary people not to be able to detect it? But Yoshino Junpei's eyes widened. He looked sharply at Mahito, recalling its inhuman appearance, and what had just happened. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his skull, making him shiver involuntarily. Trembling, he asked, "Then, do you need something?" The veins on Kagura Shin's forehead suddenly bulged as he released all the pent-up frustration of the past few days. "Need something? Do you know that for the past 3 or 4 days, aside from training, I've been following you? It sounds like a pervert's behavior, but I really have been tailing you. I can understand that you like watching movies, but can you please stop watching horror movies? If I hadn't finally waited until today, I wouldn't have been able to take it anymore." Before he finished speaking, Kagura Shin suddenly threw a punch. Mahito, who had been leaning in to eavesdrop on the gossip, had its face caved in by the punch, and was sent flying several meters, slamming hard into the wall. "Ugh. So you are a jujitsu sorcerer. I didn't even sense your cursed energy. That goes without saying. Powerful jujitsu sorcerers can control their own cursed energy, it's common knowledge. But then again, you are just a mere cursed spirit, so it's normal that you wouldn't know." After saying this, Kagura Shin quickly lowered a curtain to shroud the entire cinema. "Yoshino Junpei, right. Please run away now. Once you get out of the cinema, call this person." As he spoke, Kagura Shin tossed his phone to him, and charged straight toward Mahito. After fully restoring its face, Mahito turned its hands into 2 long blades and charged at Kagura Shin. "It just so happens I don't have any jujitsu sorcerer materials yet. Although you look like just a student, you'll suffice." Instantly donning a full enchanted netherite armor set, Kagura Shin swung the trident in his hand, which was emitting waves of purple light, and smashed it down onto Mahito's head. Bang! The trident and the dual blades collided. The blades that Mahito had turned its hands into were smashed instantly, but Mahito immediately turned its hands into tentacles to entangle the trident, and the tips of the tentacles pierced toward Kagura-shin like arrows. Kagura-shin kicked hard at Mahito's chest, let go of the trident with both hands, and jumped back. Mahito flung the trident away, and morphed its hands into chainsaws that glinted with a cold light, swinging them at Kagura-shin. All the chairs in the way were sliced through like tofu, showing their sharpness. Mahito's attack methods were still quite monotonous, limited to transforming its body for attacks, and using its hands to alter others' souls to cause death. The latter method required using an untransformed hand to make direct contact with the opponent's body, which was quite restrictive. Kagura-shin placed a bedrock wall directly in front of him. Mahito's chainsaws struck it, only making clanging sounds and sparking a few flashes of fire, but they couldn't even scratch the surface of the bedrock. Mahito turned its hands back to their original form, and stared solemnly at the bedrock wall in front of it. It might have already known who the student in front of it was, Kagura-shin. The student who could defeat Jogo head-on and could use domain expansion. It couldn't win against him. Sizzle. Before it knew it, several glowing TNT blocks suddenly appeared at Mahito's side, forcing it to jump in the other direction. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions kicked up a cloud of dust, incidentally masking the sound of something cutting through the air. Bang! A collision sound and the dripping of blood were heard from within the dust. When the smoke cleared, Kagura-shin was holding the trident from earlier, and a large hole had been gouged into Mahito's chest by the loyalty-enchanted trident. A normal cursed spirit would certainly have been exorcised after sustaining such a fatal injury, but Mahito's special curse technique ensured that all attacks other than soul attacks only consumed its cursed energy. Even if it were blown into smithereens by non-soul attacks, it could reassemble based on its soul. Meanwhile, outside the cinema, Yoshino Junpei dialed the number Kagura-shin had given him. Moshi Moshi, I'm in a meeting. What's up, Shin? Chapter 19, Soul Splitting. Hello, my name is Yoshino Junpei. The owner of this phone asked me to call you. Right now, it's... Yoshino Junpei quickly explained the situation on the scene. On the other end of the phone, Gojo Satoru said indifferently. All right, I understand. If it's just the kind of cursed spirit you described, one that can't even detect the cursed energy Shin is hiding, he can handle it himself. Someone will be there shortly to ensure your safety, so don't worry. Having said that, Gojo Satoru hung up the phone, and continued sitting in the cafe eating dessert. What? You say he's in a meeting? You believe that lie? Inside the movie theater, Kagura-shin was beating Mahito so badly that he couldn't even lift his head. The gap in information between the two sides was massive, and at this moment, Mahito was nowhere near his peak state. He was ridiculously weak. Ugh. Facing such a huge gap in combat power, Mahito already had the intention to flee. It spat out for transfigured humans from its mouth, hoping to buy some time to gather cursed energy to escape, but Kagura-shin, wielding his trident, swept horizontally and cut all four transfigured humans in half at the waist. Mahito's chest was also slashed open by this sweep. It leaned against the wall, using cursed energy to repair its body, a strange smile appearing on its face. Ha 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 ha. This is so interesting. You clearly know those were humans, right? You strike so decisively, just like a cursed spirit. Kagura-shin retracted his trident and raised his fist, responding. Not all of them. I can only say they were once human. But the joke ends here. If you want to rely on your peculiar cursed technique related to the soul to fight a war of attrition with me, then I can only show you what a natural enemy is. Kagura-shin's thoughts drifted back to that day during summer break, when he was unilaterally beaten up by Gojo Satoru. Gojo-sensei, what should we do if a cursed spirit has a strange curse technique where it can recover from any injury, no matter how severe, as long as its soul isn't damaged? Well, obviously you just attack its soul. But that's not something an average Jujutsu sorcerer can do. Most grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers can perceive the soul, and when facing a soul-based attack, they can subconsciously use cursed energy to protect their own soul. But that's not enough. If you want to hit the opponent, you at least need to be able to see them, that is, be able to perceive the outline of the soul. The difference between that and the soul protection mentioned above is like one being a rock of unknown shape that you can just splash water on and eventually hit, while the other is seeing the shape of the rock and slowly brushing the water onto it. For those without a special curse technique, this is extremely difficult, unless you have actually seen what your own soul looks like. There's also a simple method, just use domain expansion. The opponent's curse technique will be directly neutralized by the domain's effect and rendered ineffective. If Kagura-shin used domain expansion now, his massive domain would directly burst through the barrier and be clearly visible to the ordinary people nearby, so it wasn't very convenient. However, once he learned how to perform a partial expansion, it would be much easier. Sorry, but I have actually seen the shape of my soul. Kagura-shin directly coated his soul with cursed energy and punched Mahito in the face. Bam! Mahito's face was sunken in once again. This time, Mahito had truly taken damage, rather than just consuming some cursed energy like in the previous combat. Drip! Unlike other cursed spirits, Mahito's bright red blood dripped from its face. It finally felt fear, because the Jujutsu sorcerer in front of it could truly kill it. I'll die. I'll die. There's no doubt I'll die, but I don't want to die. Mahito took out the remaining 6 transfigured humans and fused them all together at once. Multi-soul, body extraction. The originally small transfigured humans suddenly grew exponentially, almost filling up most of the movie theater, surging toward Kagura-shin like a wall of flesh. Forced to retreat by this wall of flesh, Kagura-shin kept throwing TNT in front of him. Violent explosions rang out endlessly. Even amidst the smoke and dust of the explosions, Kagura-shin kept his lock on Mahito's soul fluctuation. After all, cursed energy fluctuations could be faked at will by Mahito, but the soul could not be faked. In desperation, Mahito forcibly tore its own soul apart, splitting it into 10 pieces, and twisted its body into tiny rats to scatter and escape. What is this? I don't remember Mahito having this move. Although his mind was occupied with extraneous thoughts, Kagura-shin's body was already moving. He smashed a bottle of speed potion on the ground, focused his mind to the limit, locked onto the 10 targets, and quickly darted around the movie theater, gripping his trident. Every time the trident swung, one of Mahito's soul fragments would be directly dispersed. But there were simply too many targets. By the time Kagura-shin killed the 8th soul fragment, 2 had already escaped outside the theater. Don't think about escaping. Boom! Kagura-shin pushed off with his legs, and black light erupted from them. Black flash. The powerful recoil increased Kagura-shin's speed by another notch. With another strike, he exorcised the 9th soul fragment, and then, with another black flash, he quickly leaped toward the 10th soul fragment. At this moment, the 10th soul fragment was burrowing into the sewer. Boom! The trident, shining with black light, slammed hard onto the sewer entrance, directly blowing it open. Mahito gritted its teeth to resist the powerful force coming from behind, fleeing for its life, and finally landed in the filth of the sewer. Above, Kagura-shin looked at the filthy sewer below and gritted his teeth, preparing to jump down after it, but suddenly, the voice of Gojo Satoru came from behind his collar. Nice black flash, Shin. Looks like you've successfully taken care of it. Hashtag 20 Chapter 20 Yoshino Nagi. Chapter 20, Yoshino Nagi. Kagura-shin turned around, rolled his eyes at Satoru Gojo, and said speechlessly, Gojo-sensei, why are you so slow? If you had arrived a few minutes earlier, that cursed spirit wouldn't have escaped. Oh my, just as I told student Yoshino Junpei, I was in a meeting. As soon as it finished, I rushed over here. Who would have thought you'd let the cursed spirit get away? Remember to do extra training when we get back. Kagura-shin glanced at the bag of sweets Satoru Gojo was holding. The resentment radiating from him was almost enough to catalyze a grade 3 cursed spirit, but what could he do to Satoru Gojo? So he decided it was best to look away. Where did Yoshino Junpei go? My phone is still with him. Satoru Gojo stepped aside, revealing Yoshino Junpei standing not far behind. He leaned over and whispered into Kagura-shin's ear, "This boy also has the talent to become a jujutsu sorcerer. He possesses cursed energy and a cursed technique, but unfortunately, he lacks the necessary neural pathways to manifest it. You can ask him if he has any intention of becoming a jujutsu sorcerer, and bring another person into our first-year class. Gojo-sensei, even if he agrees, his family might not necessarily approve. I'll give it a try." Kagura-shin walked up, took the phone Yoshino Junpei handed to him, and said, "Thanks." Yoshino Junpei hurriedly waved his hands and said, "It's nothing, really. I didn't do anything. But you, facing that kind of murderous monster must be dangerous." "No, it's actually fine. It isn't very strong right now. By the way, Junpei, may I call you that? Would you be willing to become a jujutsu sorcerer?" Yoshino Junpei widened his eyes, not understanding what Kagura-shin meant. He tentatively asked, "Can I really do it too?" Boys of this age often fantasize about having abilities beyond the ordinary. For Yoshino Junpei, who was bullied at school, this desire was even stronger. Now that Kagura-shin had come to tell him that he was indeed different from others, a sense of joy couldn't help but well up in Yoshino Junpei's heart. Kagura-shin reached out and lifted the hair covering the forehead injury caused by a cigarette butt. Yoshino Junpei subconsciously wanted to pull away, but Kagura-shin immediately retracted his hand and said, "Sorry. Let's treat your wound first, then I'll explain the dangers of being a jujutsu sorcerer. The treatment process might be a bit painful." Hearing this, Yoshino Junpei's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He choked out, "Can it be healed, these scars?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall the scene where those people pinned him to the ground, fed him cockroaches, and burned his forehead with cigarette butts. He crouched down and covered his face, sobbing bitterly. Satoru Gojo walked closer, nudged Kagura-shin with his shoulder, and asked, "What are you going to do? If I'm not mistaken, this is school bullying, right?" Kagura-shin said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "If he joins Tokyo Jujutsu High, we'll handle it using Tokyo Jujutsu High's methods. If he doesn't join, then it'll be a bother for Gojo-sensei to use the Gojo family's connections to send those scum to a juvenile detention center. It would be best if they never came out once they're in." "Oh my Shin, you sound a bit like a curse user now. But I like it." After Yoshino Junpei finished crying, Kagura-shin explained the treatment plan: cut away the damaged skin, and use a medicinal potion to regrow new skin. Yoshino Junpei instinctively felt distrust, because deep down he still believed that human nature was inherently evil. He was afraid that Kagura-shin was just playing a trick on him. However, this doubt vanished without a trace after Kagura-shin expressionlessly cut off his own palm, and then drank a bottle of potion to rapidly regrow it. He lifted the hair covering the scar. Satoru Gojo assisted from the side, using cursed energy to form a blade as sharp as a razor, and directly cut away that patch of skin. The intense pain from having his skin cut away made Yoshino Junpei want to scream, but before he could, a bottle of potion was poured onto the wound, and the pain vanished almost instantly. Yoshino Junpei tremblingly touched his forehead. The previous indentations had now become smooth and flawless. "Why did you treat me?" "There was no reason to." Kagura-shin shrugged and said, "Because I'm just that kind of meddlesome person. The other business is done, so now let's talk about the matter of becoming a jujutsu sorcerer." "So you're saying that being a jujutsu sorcerer is a very dangerous profession?" Yoshino Junpei's mother's gentle smiling face instantly appeared in his mind. "If I die, Mom will surely be very sad. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. We have professionals who will wipe away your extra memories." As the three of them stood by the roadside talking, a tall woman with shoulder-length black hair, who looked somewhat similar to Junpei, called out to Junpei from not far away. "Mom?" Yoshino Nagi approached the three of them, glanced at Satoru Gojo and Kagura-shin, and asked, "Are you friends of Junpei? This child usually doesn't like to talk, and I originally thought he didn't have many friends." Now it seems I was wrong. If you two don't mind, would you like to come over for a meal? Yoshino Junpei pulled Yoshino Nagi aside and asked, Mom, why did you come here? Because I saw what time it was and you weren't home yet, so I thought I'd come to the movie theater you often visit to look for you. I didn't expect you to really be here. By the way, is your white-haired friend visually impaired? Why is he wearing a blindfold? Yoshino Junpei blinked and glanced at Satoru Gojo, then bit the bullet and said, It's not that. He just likes doing it, ah ha ha ha. Yoshino Junpei laughed very awkwardly, leaving Yoshino Nagi feeling a bit confused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mahito dragged his battered body back to that dilapidated apartment. He used all his remaining strength to knock on the door before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. When Mahito woke up again, it had already been moved into Dagon's domain and placed on a beach chair. Hanami and Jogo were both beside it, looking at it anxiously. Mahito's soul was so weak that it couldn't even maintain its complete humanoid form. Currently, it only had one arm and half a face. The rest of its body consisted entirely of clumps of cursed energy and hideous scars. Kenjaku's face was already dark with anger. Mahito was an important part of its plan to attack Tokyo Jujutsu High. With Mahito in this state, let alone attacking Tokyo Jujutsu High, it couldn't even take care of itself. If it weren't for the fact that Mahito's curse technique was still too immature, it would even have wanted to absorb it using cursed spirit manipulation right then and there. Furthermore, Jogo hadn't fully recovered either, and it was already considering abandoning this plan. Chapter 21, People are always bullied. At Yoshino Nagi's warm invitation, Gojo Satoru and Kagura Shin went to Yoshino Junpei's home. Yoshino Nagi prepared a table full of dishes to host the two. Gojo Satoru ate happily without a care in the world, but Yoshino Junpei lacked interest and didn't eat much. Yoshino Nagi naturally noticed Junpei's unusual behavior and asked with concern, What's wrong, Junpei? Are you not feeling well? Yoshino Junpei suddenly raised his head, looked at Yoshino Nagi, and asked earnestly and loudly, Mom, if I were to take on a very dangerous job in the future, would you support me? Yoshino Nagi was clearly taken aback. In her understanding, jobs labeled as very dangerous just had slightly higher mortality rates than ordinary professions, but she still asked, Is it more dangerous than being a mercenary? Yoshino Junpei was stumped by the question and turned to look at Kagura Shin, who had to take over the conversation. If we only calculate the mortality rate, then mercenaries are indeed more dangerous. After all, their mortality rate is over 40%. Only calculating the mortality rate. That means getting injured is the norm, right? I want to know what this profession is. At this moment, Gojo Satoru suddenly jumped in to explain about jujutsu sorcerers and curses, and incidentally mentioned what happened at the movie theater today. Afterward, the entire room fell into silence. After a long while, Yoshino Nagi sighed and said, I will support you, Junpei. If that is what you want to do, then do it. When she said this, Yoshino Nagi still felt some reluctance in her heart. After all, what parent would be willing to let their child do such a dangerous job? It was just that Yoshino Nagi chose to hide her feelings and support her son. Yoshino Junpei's eyes were also filled with tears. He looked earnestly at Gojo Satoru and said, I am willing to become a jujutsu sorcerer. Before meeting you two, I believed that human nature was inherently evil. But Shin, you made me feel that people are different from one another. I want to become someone like you. Gojo Satoru and Kagura Shin both revealed genuine smiles. Gojo Satoru glanced at the sky. It was evening, and he estimated that high school was already out. He couldn't take the Jujutsu High students to deal with that group of high schoolers now, so it would have to be delayed until tomorrow. The next day, Yoshino Junpei also put on the black Jujutsu High uniform. All the first-year students and two of the second-year students, excluding Panda, gathered downstairs at Yoshino Junpei's home. Panda, I am a panda, I am truly sorry, Carrot. The more hot-tempered Nobara and Maki Zenin grabbed Kagura Shin directly and asked, which school are those bullying bastards from? Do you have photos? I'll go and smash their skulls right now. Salmon. Itadori Yuji also rubbed his hands together, seemingly ready to act at any moment, and Fushiguro Megumi also became unusually serious, wanting to regain the feeling from his junior high days. Yoshino Junpei was completely stunned by everyone's enthusiasm. Kagura Shin patted him on the shoulder and said, "What's wrong? Do you feel that what we are doing to them is also bullying?" "It's not that. It's okay, Junpei. A jujitsu sorcerer must openly face their own desires. We are just correcting their characters, don't you want that?" Yoshino Junpei looked at the jujitsu high group around him, who were willing to stand up for him despite only meeting for the first time, and then thought about how he had hypocritically wanted to stop them just now. Your heart is also dark, isn't it? Should you face your own desires? Thank you everyone, truly thank you. The group soon arrived at the high school where Junpei used to study, though he had already suspended his schooling due to campus bullying. Gojo Satoru gave the group one last talk. Just like I said before, first, make them deeply realize their mistakes, second, don't kill anyone, finally, do not use cursed energy or curse techniques. Everyone understand? Dismissed. After looking at the photos of the bullies, the group waited at the school gate. Soon, the short-haired man named Ito Shota appeared before them, followed by two lackeys. Likewise, they also saw Yoshino Junpei at the school gate. Just as planned, they exchanged looks and walked toward Yoshino Junpei with sinister grins. Yo, isn't this student Yoshino? I heard you suspended school, so why are you back now? Did the three of us not leave a deep enough impression on you? Yoshino Junpei instinctively wanted to leave, but Kagura Shin reached out and held him in place. What a pity, Junpei. They didn't choose the right path. Yoshino Junpei watched blankly as the Jujutsu High group walked past him one by one, while he could only see their backs. He couldn't help but clench his fists and follow. Kagura Shin, Itadori Yuji, and Fushiguro Megumi each grabbed one of them, forcibly wrapping their arms around their shoulders, and dragged them into an alleyway while surrounded by the others. By the time Yoshino Junpei arrived, the three of them, Ito Shota and his friends, had already taken 2 or 3 punches each and were slumped on the ground. Everyone at Jujutsu High engaged in physical training, even without using cursed energy, their raw physical fitness was excellent. Especially with monsters like Maki Zenin and Itadori Yuji, the three of them initially thought about fighting back, but were knocked down by a few of Itadori's punches. Fushiguro Megumi stepped on one of them and began a character education session, seemingly recovering his old style. Why do evil people like you always come to affect the lives of kind people? Kind people should live happily. People like you. 1,000 words omitted here. Nobara got impatient, pushed Fushiguro Megumi aside, and started scolding them. You *% hashtag and hashtag at I % hashtag and %. In the end, Kagura Shin stopped Nobara, who was in the middle of her rant, and gave the spot to Yoshino Junpei. Yoshino Junpei stood in front of the three, who were beaten black and blue and unconscious, in long silence. I just want to ask one thing, you should know how I felt back then now, right? I don't want to know your answer, after all, your answer isn't important. I just want to tell you to reform yourselves properly. After saying this, the group left. Ito Shota and his two friends struggled to stand up, their eyes full of resentment, and were preparing to leave while supporting each other, but the sound of sirens approaching interrupted their thoughts. Ito Shota, Nijishima Noboru, Ishizaka Mori, you are accused of campus bullying causing severe psychological trauma. Come with us. Hashtag 22 The exchange meeting that begins in Chapter 22. Chapter 22, the exchange event begins. After Yoshino Junpei was brought back to Jujutsu High, he followed regulations, and went to Mazumichi Yaga to be beaten up by a doll, after which Satoru Gojo arranged his dormitory and training plan. The others were preparing for the exchange event. Soon, the day of the event arrived, and the students from Kyoto Jujutsu High came to the Tokyo school. Yuji Itadori and Kagura Shin were leisurely soaking up the sun, when they suddenly heard a commotion not far away. It turned out that the sisters, Mai and Maki, were bickering again. Nobara Kujisaki was standing beside Maki, angrily retorting at Mai, while Megumi Fushiguro was confronting Aoi to do. The rest of the Kyoto Jujutsu High students were standing on the sidelines, watching the show. Yoshino Junpei stood nearby, at a loss, not knowing what to say, so Kagura Shin had no choice but to take Yuji over to check things out. What's going on? The exchange event is about to start. Is it really necessary to bicker right now? Nobara Kujisaki pointed at Mai and said, Shin. This woman came over to provoke us first. We can't just stand by and watch Maki-san get bullied. Mai frivolously denied it. I didn't provoke anyone. I'm just stating facts. As I said, why would someone who can't even see cursed spirits want to be a jujitsu sorcerer? Kagura Shin's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that being at Sundara was out of fashion, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Now that he was standing on the side of the Tokyo school, he really ought to make a statement. If you want to warm up before the match starts, then I'll accompany you to the end. Domain expansion, Genesis. Kagura Shin simply brought his index fingers together lightly, and everyone from the Tokyo school and Kyoto Jujutsu High was pulled into the domain. Kagura Shin had spent a whole day finally learning a partial domain expansion. By using a binding vow to shrink the domain's range, the guaranteed hit effect within the domain was enhanced. Ordinary simple domains could not neutralize the guaranteed hit effect of Genesis. The students from Kyoto Jujutsu High clearly got serious, their cursed energy rising all at once. Megumi Fushiguro asked at this moment, Shin, didn't Gojo-sensei say you couldn't use domain expansion? That's for after the exchange event begins. It's not time yet. Noritoshi Kamo on the other side said, the rules are indeed that way, but if you use domain expansion now, you should still be in the curse technique burnout period during the exchange event shortly. How will you fight then? That's none of your concern. Eat my poisonous potion first. Kasumi Miwa immediately unleashed new shadow style, simple domain, instantly shattering the flying bottle of splash-type poisonous potion, successfully causing all her teammates nearby to be afflicted with the poison effect. Kagura Shin had used a weaker version, ensuring that they would at least stay alive. After the domain was dispelled, everyone from Kyoto Jujutsu High lay on the ground with purple-black faces, coughing up blood incessantly. Even Aoi Tadu was not spared. First, because of his trust in his teammates, he believed that Kasumi Miwa's simple domain was enough to deal with the domain Kagura Shin hadn't prepared seriously for. Second, his curse technique was truly ill-suited for fighting inside a domain. Boogie Woogie was neutralized too severely within someone else's domain. Both the cursed energy consumption and the time required to activate it increased significantly. Also standing nearby were Satoru Gojo, Yoshinobu Gakuganji, Masamichi Yaga, Mei Mei, Yutahime Iori, and others who had sensed someone using a domain expansion here. Yoshinobu Gakuganji's expression was not very pleasant. After all, having his school's students beaten up like this would make anyone's expression sour. Satoru Gojo looked a bit embarrassed, but he still patted Kagura Shin on the shoulder as if nothing happened and said to Gakuganji, I retract what I said earlier. This kid actually quite likes using domain expansion. Ha 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 ha. Masamichi Yaga explained, just now, this guy Gojo said that even if there were no rules forbidding the use of domains, you wouldn't use them because he said you didn't like to. In the end, under the glare of Masamichi Yaga and Yoshinobu Gakuganji, Kagura Shin threw a bottle of restoration potion and a bottle of instant healing potion to restore the Kyoto Jujutsu High students to their peak, so as not to affect the upcoming exchange event. In an open space resembling a movie theater, Satoru Gojo held a microphone and loudly announced the rules. The cursed spirits in the field all have paper talismans. Points will be calculated based on the different cursed energy used to exorcise them. Since Tokyo School has Maki, kills without cursed energy and kills with unrecorded cursed energy will all count for the Tokyo School. The rules have been announced. Now, let's have our teacher, Yutahime Iori, give the pre-match declaration. Sigma, that, Everyone. Alright, thank you to our teacher Yutahime Iori for her wonderful speech. Yutaheim Iori. Since Yuji Itadori did not eat Sukuna's finger this time, the students from Kyoto Jujutsu High did not receive orders to eliminate him, so this time both sides were very seriously exorcising cursed spirits to earn points. Chapter 23, Inter-School Conflict. Tokyo School had Fushiguro Megumi, who could summon divine dogs to track cursed spirits by scent, giving them an inherent advantage over Kyoto Jujutsu High. Therefore, if Kyoto Jujutsu High wanted to win the exchange event, they had to either find the semi-grade 1 cursed spirit first or locate the Tokyo School team to disrupt their scoring. Relying on her tool manipulation, Momo Nishimiya flew through the air on a broomstick, searching for the Tokyo School team, while the others from Kyoto Jujutsu High followed below. Aside from the individuals who appeared in the original plot, Kyoto Jujutsu High had added 1 extra Jujutsu sorcerer to offset the difference in numbers caused by Kagura Shin. He looked somewhat similar to Kamo Noritoshi, though he was thinner and carried a giant sack on his back, the contents of which were unknown. Suddenly, Momo Nishimiya called out from the air, "Found them. Everyone, hurry and follow me." The Kyoto Jujutsu High team immediately entered combat mode and accelerated toward the Tokyo School's position. Fushiguro Megumi had the white divine dog track the scent of cursed spirits, while the black divine dog kept watch. Suddenly, the black divine dog's fur stood on end, and it began to bark loudly. The Tokyo School team immediately entered combat mode, staring vigilantly at the surrounding forest. Whoosh! Everyone heard a sound piercing the air. A blood-stained arrow flew out of the forest, turning at a right angle at high speed toward Kagura Shin. Maki immediately swung her naginata, splitting the arrow in two. The Kyoto Jujutsu High team surrounded the Tokyo School group from all sides. Clap, clap, clap. Following the sound of Aoi to do clapping his hands, the scenery before the Tokyo School students instantly changed. They had swapped positions with some of the Kyoto Jujutsu High students, and their original defensive formation was shattered. The Kyoto Jujutsu High side had clearly coordinated their tactics in advance. Before the Tokyo School students could even steady themselves, the attacks from Kyoto Jujutsu High rained down upon them. In the monitoring room, Satoru Gojo clapped his hands in admiration, saying, "They arranged their positions in advance and launched attacks in the discussed directions before Tadu even clapped. Oh my, they've seized the initiative." Fortunately, the Tokyo School students were quite strong. Aside from Itadori Yuji, who was matched against Aoi Tadu, everyone else easily parried the attacks. Itadori Yuji was sent stumbling by a punch from Aoi Tadu, sliding 2 or 3 meters across the ground before stopping. He asked in confusion, "Shouldn't opponents be matched by strength? Why is it me and not Shin facing this big guy?" Kagura Shin explained, "Because they see you as a soft target. Their plan is likely to start with one-on-one matchups, then have Aoi Tadu quickly eliminate the weakest among us to create a numerical advantage. So they think I'm the weakest. I've really been underestimated." The opponent's plan was quite good, but their intelligence was wrong. Itadori was not that weak, so their initial advantage was completely squandered. Kagura Shin looked at the unfamiliar face closest to him, who was carrying a giant sack. "You look a bit like Kamo Noritoshi. Are you from the Kamo family?" "Kamo Rin, an illegitimate child of the Kamo family." He spat out the words, "illegitimate child," through gritted teeth. Kagura Shin understood the situation. He was likely the son who hadn't inherited the family's curse technique. But since Kamo Noritoshi was publicly declared the heir, he could only refer to himself as an illegitimate child. Whoosh! Several sheets of pristine white paper flew out from the sack behind him and floated in the air, instantly folding into the shape of shuriken, which spun at high speed as they flew toward Kagura Shin. Origami manipulation, lesser cleave. Kagura Shin flipped lightly to dodge. The paper shuriken embedded themselves directly into the trees behind him. They seemed quite powerful. Origami manipulation, white bind. The shuriken stuck in the trees instantly scattered into paper scraps, which quickly rushed to stick onto Kagura Shin. Kagura Shin immediately pulled out a fire charge and threw it at them. Boom! The paper scraps were instantly ignited, turning into ash that scattered in the air, rendering them useless. Kagura-shin raised his hand and launched a series of ignited TNT blocks toward Kamo-rin. Origami manipulation, white shield. A large amount of curse paper formed a hemispherical object, encasing him inside. After the roar of the TNT explosion, the outer layers of the curse paper hemisphere were blasted into dust, but the interior remained intact. Ha! This curse technique seems quite strong. What a pity, though, to be born into the Kamo family. And even more unfortunate that this generation has Kamo Noritoshi, who inherited the family's curse technique. That's just how the big three families are. They value family curse techniques and heritage above all else. If no one in a generation inherits the family technique, it's one thing, but as long as there is one successor, everyone else of the same generation becomes mere background decoration. Even if someone in the family awakens a curse technique that surpasses the family's, they still cannot compare to that so-called heritage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The curse paper sphere suddenly fired dozens of sheets of curse paper in all directions, each imbued with an excessive amount of cursed energy. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. Kagura-shin had to retreat a few steps to avoid the brunt of the attack. Kamo-rin's move was merely to prevent Kagura-shin from camping and ambushing him the moment he left his defensive position. To be honest, Kagura-shin didn't want to fight Kamo-rin seriously at first. After all, every one of his blocks was something he had painstakingly accumulated using his own cursed energy. It felt like a waste to use them against his own people, but Kamo-rin seemed quite serious, which forced Kagura-shin to show him some respect. With a mere thought, he donned his fully enchanted netherite armor set, and an enchanted trident and shield appeared in his hands. He also consumed strength and speed potions. Let's finish this quickly. #20 for Chapter 24, Legitimate and Illegitimate Sons. Chapter 24, Legitimate and Illegitimate Sons. Kagura-shin stamped his foot hard against the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Kamo-rin at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, the trident in his hand smashing straight towards his chest. However, Kagura-shin still held back his strength, because one of the rules was that killing was forbidden. If he had swung the trident with full force and actually hit Kamo-rin, Kamo-rin would likely have been torn to pieces. Bang! The scene of Kamo-rin flying backward, vomiting blood incessantly, and losing the ability to fight did not happen. Kamo-rin only took a few steps back, his face instantly flushing red, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. However, he swallowed the blood in his mouth directly and quickly manipulated his curse paper to counterattack. Kagura-shin did not dodge or evade. Braving the attacks of the cursed paper, he punched Kamo-rin in the face. The immense force sent Kamo-rin flying backward, breaking a large tree before he lay on the ground, struggling to get up. Kagura-shin realized why the trident attack hadn't been very effective earlier. Beneath Kamo-rin's tattered clothes, he saw layers of white scales folded from curse paper filled with cursed energy. They had significantly cushioned Kagura-shin's attack, so Kagura-shin had no choice but to attack the face, which was not protected by these things. Kamo-rin manipulated the paper to prop himself up, taking the opportunity to forcibly snap his crooked face back into place with the cursed paper, then spat out 3 broken teeth, and leaned with difficulty against the tree behind him. Kagura-shin stood not far away, leaning against his trident, and said softly, "It's over. To be honest, you're quite strong. You must be a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, right?" "Strong? Perhaps. But what's the point of being strong? Without inheriting the family curse technique, no matter how strong one is, they are just a foil. However, regarding what you just said about it being over, I'm afraid I cannot accept that. Our battle is not over yet." Origami technique, dance of the white scales. Clatter. All the cursed paper scattered on the ground seemed like soldiers having heard an order, floating in midair, and rapidly folding as they flew toward Kamo-rin, forming layers of white armor on his body. The white paper scales on the surface of the armor seemed to express its sturdiness, and the claws rolled from paper were also extremely sharp, arming Kamo-rin into a sharp-clawed warrior wearing heavy armor. Boom. Kamo-rin's speed increased by more than just a little as he rushed toward Kagura-shin at high speed and swung a punch down. Kagura-shin quickly raised his trident to block, but the scales in front of Kamo-rin shot toward Kagura-shin like bullets. Clang, clang, clang. Although the power of Kamo-rin's curse paper scales was quite decent, it was clearly not enough in front of the fully enchanted netherite armor set. A pair of huge paper wings suddenly unfolded from behind Kamo-rin's paper armor, and he abruptly pulled away from Kagura-shin, flying into the air. Kagura-shin narrowed his eyes, seemingly having discovered the reason for Kamo-rin's significant increase in speed and strength. He had wrapped the curse paper all over his body. When attacking, his body didn't even use any force, relying entirely on manipulating the curse paper to move his body. His body was like a marionette, moving by relying on the thread of the cursed paper. He had originally thought it was a person wearing armor, but now it seemed the person's role might just be to fill the excess space inside the paper. It was not hard to imagine how intense the cursed energy consumption of this move would be. It was unclear how long Kamo-rin could hold on. Swish, 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 countless paper darts shot from the air toward Kagura-shin, but they were all blocked by the netherite armor set. Kagura-shin juggled his trident and threw it toward Kamo-rin in the air. Kamo-rin flapped his wings and abruptly increased his altitude to dodge the trident, then swooped toward Kagura-shin with a whistle. Kagura-shin casually threw a bottle of lingering slowness potion at his own feet, waiting for Kamo-rin's attack. The thing he threw at his own feet shouldn't be anything bad, right? This thought drove Kamo-rin to descend even faster, and the moment he touched the lingering slowness potion, he felt that something was wrong. Oh no. Kagura-shin grinned viciously and grabbed Kamo-rin's head, slamming it into the ground with a boom, creating a large crater in the ground. The immense force stunned Kamo-rin's brain instantly, and the armor on his body instantly scattered, falling all over the ground. Kamo-rin lay on the ground and tried to struggle for a moment but eventually gave up. The dance of the white scales he had just used put a bit of a burden on his brain circuits, although it wasn't as serious as curse technique burnout. After a domain expansion, it was now impossible to output cursed energy at high intensity. If this were a real battle, the current Kamo-rin would only be able to fold a small white flag with that tiny bit of cursed energy output to surrender. Kagura-shin also put all his items away, and sat on the side to chat with Kamo-rin. Although your curse technique has quite a lot of variations, it seems to always have the shadow of blood manipulation, whether it's the darts imitating cleave, the white binding imitating crimson bind, or that dance of the white scales which looks a bit like leap of the red scale in its performance. Of course, I feel that the dance of the white scales is much stronger than leap of the red scale. After all, the trashy leap of the red scale can only strengthen the body, it's too monotonous. But you really are still living in the shadow of blood manipulation. Kagura-shin took out an apple and took a bite, then threw one to Kamo-rin. Kamo-rin slowly climbed up, grabbed the apple, took a bite and said slowly, "I have indeed always been imitating blood manipulation. I don't want to fight for the position of family head. I just hope that father and mother won't be so indifferent to me anymore. Right now, I'm just like an ordinary person in the family. No matter how strong my strength is, it cannot make father and mother show a smile to me. I really envy Noritoshi, envy the love and trust the parents have for him, but how should I put it? It's still because I'm not good enough, and I didn't inherit the family curse technique. If there is a next life, I want to be born into an ordinary family. Why are you making it sound like I'm about to kill you? The atmosphere is so sentimental. You're hurt pretty badly now, you can exit the stage. I expect someone will come to pick you up in a while. I'll be taking my leave first. Goodbye." Chapter 25, Group Battle Ends. Kagura-shin returned to the main battlefield and found that everyone had scattered during the fighting. The person closest to him was Yuji Itadori, who was being drilled by Aoi to-do. Seeing Aoi to-do's intoxicated expression, Kagura-shin knew that Yuji Itadori had activated his non-existent memories again, turning Aoi to-do into a best friend he had known since childhood. Yuji can handle things on his side himself. It's a good opportunity to let Aoi to-do teach him properly. I'd better go help the others. The person who might need help the most right now is Panda, who is facing Mekamaru. After all, Even with the power of his older brother Gorilla awakened, Panda is still slightly inferior to Mechamaru, while the others are having a relatively easy time dealing with their opponents. After sensing Panda's location, Kagura-shin quickly rushed over. Here Panda was struggling to block a shot of Mechamaru's great exorcism cannon. Blade Source Release. Several long blades on Ultimate Mechamaru's arms instantly popped out, crossing as they slashed toward Panda, but a feather arrow flew in rapidly from not far away. Ultimate Mechamaru had no choice but to abandon the attack and switch the dual blades to defense. Clang! Although Ultimate Mechamaru could feel that the arrow's power wasn't very great, he couldn't help but be pushed back several meters, and his entire body ignited with raging flames. SSS. Suddenly, several streams of white smoke sprayed from Ultimate Mechamaru's body, and the flames were extinguished instantly. Kokichi Muta had obviously considered the situation of dealing with cursed spirits that possessed fire-based curse techniques, and had added cooling and flame-retardant measures inside Ultimate Mechamaru. Panda looked back and saw that it was Kagura-shin, who had finished off his own enemy and come to help. Shin, be careful. Although he's just a cursed corpse, he's actually quite strong. Ultimate Mechamaru scanned Kagura-shin, and the aura on his body clearly became more concentrated and solid. Kagura-shin, curse technique is Steve, a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer who can use domain expansion, huh? You are indeed an enemy that Ultimate Mechamaru cannot defeat alone, but no matter what, this battle is unavoidable. Triple Great Exorcism Cannon. Boom. A massive cursed energy cannon blast erupted from Mechamaru's mouth and hands, rushing toward Kagura-shin and Panda, but it was easily blocked by a bedrock wall built by Kagura-shin. Taking advantage of the cover from the cursed energy cannon, Mechamaru quickly moved to the right side of the two, released the blade source on his arms, and charged at them. Kagura-shin drew an enchanted trident and smashed it toward him. Boom! Mechamaru's two arms were shattered into a pile of parts in almost an instant. Far away, Kokichi Muta, who was operating Mechamaru, had his brain completely crash. How could he not know the hardness of his own cursed corpse? And yet it was so easily shattered by Kagura-shin. Kagura-shin could be a bit more reckless when fighting Mechamaru. After all, the rules didn't say he couldn't destroy a cursed corpse. Kokichi Muta quickly reacted and manipulated Mechamaru to spit out a great exorcism cannon from its mouth while trying to distance himself. Kagura-shin covered his entire body with a netherite armor set and countered the cannon blast with a punch. With one punch, Kagura-shin shattered the cursed energy cannon, causing it to explode and create several small pits in the surroundings. Having lost his arms, Mechamaru had lost about 40% of his combat power. He knew that the battle was effectively over, but Kokichi Muta thought of that blue-haired figure. I should hold on a bit longer. At least I can't let her face this person. Boom. Great exorcism cannon shots bombarded the two, but they couldn't cause any damage at all. Repeatedly firing the great exorcism cannon caused damage to Ultimate Mechamaru's circuits, and Kokichi Muta had to release the blade source on the legs to move at high speed on the side, looking for an opportunity. Kagura-shin was getting dizzy from his movements, so he threw out an unknown amount of burning TNT, as if scattering seeds in all directions. The sound of explosions lasted for nearly half a minute. When the smoke cleared, apart from the 1 or 2 square meters of land where Kagura-shin and Panda were standing, the entire surrounding area had been blasted into deep trenches. Mechamaru stood outside the trench, covered in dust, and slowly withdrew the cursed energy defense on his body. I surrender. I still need to keep some cursed energy to maintain basic operations. I can't fight anymore. The other battles were also coming to an end. Mai was almost being toyed with by Maki. Kasumi Miwa was very unlucky, and was put to sleep instantly by a sleeping curse speech from Toji Inumaki. Momo Nishimiya also couldn't defeat Nobara Kojisaki. Megumi Fushiguro was evenly matched with Kamo Noritoshi at first, but Toji Inumaki, who had taken out Kasumi Miwa in seconds, joined the battle, and Kamo Noritoshi ultimately had to accept defeat with tears in his eyes. The one who got beaten up the worst might have been Yuji Itadori, but in the end, he was holding hands with his opponent, Aoi Tadu, as if they were beloved friends and brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. In the monitoring room, Yurahime Iori and Yoshinobu Gakkiganji also felt a bit embarrassed. Although the battles of Aoi Tadu, Mekamaru, Kamo Rin, and Kamo Noritoshi were indeed commendable, overall, the average level of the Tokyo school was significantly higher. Although not many cursed spirits released in the forest had been exorcised yet, most of the people from Kyoto Jujutsu High had lost their combat ability, so there was no point in continuing the competition. Yurahime Iori couldn't help but complain. Isn't this first round a team battle? Why does it seem like it went straight into individual combat? Satoru Gojo then said. Kyoto Jujutsu High's approach was actually quite perfect. They don't have the technology to search for cursed spirits, so they definitely couldn't beat Tokyo School in finding them. The biggest mistake might have been misjudging the combat power of both sides, because the Jujutsu Sorcerer ratings of Yuji, Nobara, Panda, and Maki were all particularly low. In any case, it was still an exciting match. Hashtag 26 Chapter 26 Victory and Vacation. Chapter 26, Victory and Vacation. In the end, the individual battles didn't even start, because everyone in the monitoring room felt there was no need to continue the competition. Kagura Shin's initially tense mood gradually stabilized, although he had crippled Mahito, and prevented him from placing the marked Sukuna's finger into the Jujutsu High treasury. Kagura Shin was still a little worried that Kenjaku might pull something big. Fortunately, it seemed that without Mahito's help, Kenjaku really couldn't locate the Jujutsu High treasury. This was truly Tengen's most useful moment. After the students from both schools regrouped, Gojo Satoru gave them a speech. Everyone did a great job in this goodwill event, but due to the organizers' antiquated competition methods, the results aren't rigorous. So this year we've chosen a new system, a grading system. The maximum score is 10 points. First, Kagura Shin, strong, cares for his classmates, and respects his opponents. 10 points. Inumaki Toge, strong, but ignored his classmates after taking them down. 8 points. Maki Zenin, Panda, Megumi Fushiguro, and Yuji Itadori, performances were standard. 8 points. Nobara Kujisaki, decent strength but unfriendly and impolite to classmates. 6 points. Total score, 56 points. Aoi Tadu, same evaluation as above. 10 points. Kamo Noritoshi, Kamo Rin, strong but their conviction is slightly lacking. 8 points. Mekamaru, quite strong, iron-willed. 8 points. Zenin Mai, although lacking in strength, her will is firm. 7 points. Momo Nishimiya, average strength but commendable spirit. 7 points. Kasumi Miwa. 6 points. Total, 54 points. If anyone has any objections to the scores, you can bring them up now. We can continue the discussion. Nobara Kujisaki immediately jumped out to protest. Why only 6 points for me? I don't accept this, why? Iori Yurahime came out to explain. Because we usually don't deduct many points for pre-battle trash talk, but Nobara Kujisaki, your remarks were really a bit uncivilized, so more points were deducted. Of course, this isn't just my personal opinion, it's the result of everyone's discussion. Gojo Satoru nodded at the right moment from the side and said, indeed. Thinking back on what she had said to Momo Nishimiya, Nobara Kujisaki's face flushed slightly. She said nothing and quickly retreated back into the group. Except for Nobara Kujisaki, no one else had any objections to their scores, and everyone acknowledged that this goodwill event was another victory for Tokyo School. Gojo Satoru, yay! We won again. Let's all go celebrate inside Shin's domain, Kyoto Jujutsu High, you guys come too. Kagura Shin tried to protest, can we not use my domain? I've already set it up for combat, it's a bit of a hassle to change it. Gojo Satoru signaled Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki with his eyes. The two immediately grabbed Kagura Shin from both sides and begged, please, Shin, I just finished fighting and really need a resort to wash away my fatigue. Please, please. Kagura Shin helplessly spread his hands, and had no choice but to section off an area inside the domain, cover it with glass, clear out the blocks inside, fill it with sand and water, and plant mangroves. He also built a few simple rooms and basic sunshades while he was at it. The domain, the resort I've prepared this time is by the seaside. I've prepared some fruit and fishing rods. Remember to bring your own things like swimsuits. After Gojo Satoru and Nobara Kojisaki high-fived to celebrate, they immediately notified everyone. Those who didn't understand Kagura Shin's domain looked at him with strange expressions, as if saying, "So that's how you use your domain." Everyone prepared plenty of drinks and snacks, changed into swimwear, and gathered at the Jujutsu High training grounds. Kagura Shin directly used an advanced technique of domain expansion, partial expansion. Everyone was pulled directly into Kagura Shin's domain. The students from Kyoto Jujutsu High looked in astonishment at the golden beach inside the domain, the azure ocean, the seabed covered with various colorful corals, and even the shadow of a shipwreck. On the beach was a table made of wooden planks, topped with watermelon, apples, milk, sugar, cookies, cake, and a large block of ice for everyone to enjoy. Kasumi Miwa couldn't help but open her mouth wide and say involuntarily, "Could it be that the rules don't allow his domain expansion because they're worried we'd get lost in here?" Mei, wearing a daring swimsuit, immediately found a beach chair, placed the large bag of items she had brought aside, and lay down. The sun is just right too. Although it looks a bit strange being square, this is truly a practical domain. The boys went fishing or swimming. To stir up everyone's interest, Kagura Shin even reminded them, "There are good things in the chest of the shipwreck below. The first person to get it can use it to breathe freely underwater, and watch the scenery under the sea up close. There are dozens of types of tropical fish and various corals in the sea, as well as dolphins, squids, and so on. It's really super beautiful." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the beach immediately looked at the shipwreck on the seabed. In fact, some of them didn't care about the underwater scenery, but competing for treasure. That sounded interesting, didn't it? Chapter 27, Tide Core. Aside from Satoru Gojo, none of the teachers were interested in the shipwreck. As for Satoru Gojo, who was interested, he was flat out refused entry to the competition. Kagura Shin spoke up to provide a hint. "Aside from all the participants, I'll be adding a few little surprises. Make sure to keep an eye on your surroundings. Also, as soon as anyone chokes on water, I will immediately transport them back to the shore to start over." That's about it. The others exchanged glances and immediately jumped into the water. Kagura Shin sensed the location. The box was 40 meters deep on the seabed. It was quite deep, and getting hold of it wouldn't be easy. Yuji Itadori and Maki Zenin, having the best physical stamina, took the lead and charged ahead. Behind them were Fushiguro Megumi, Kamo Noritoshi with Leap of the Red Scale activated, and Kamo Rin, who was using paper to create propellers. Further back was Panda, whose physical size severely hindered his speed, while Aoi to-do followed slowly behind. Kasumi Miwa, Zenin Mai, and Momo Nishimiya knew they lacked the strength, and just watched from the shore. Mekamaru was unable to help due to his damaged arms, and Inumaki Toge's strength was greatly diminished since he couldn't speak underwater, so he didn't enter the water either. Nobara Kojisaki knew there was no point in such a competition. If she just asked Kagura Shin, she could see the seabed scenery whenever she wanted. Yuji Itadori was just about to touch the shipwreck when two drowned-wielding tridents suddenly lunged from the side. However, their attack intensity had been modified by Kagura Shin. They would only cause pain, not bleeding, and certainly not serious injury. Caught off guard, Yuji Itadori was struck directly by a trident. He couldn't help but open his mouth in pain, and was immediately transported back to the shore. Damn it. Again. Yuji Itadori splashed back into the water, but at this moment, Aoi to-do began to show everyone how it was done. He clapped his hands underwater and swapped positions with one of the drowned. Yuji Itadori, who had just swum near Aoi to-do. However, having gained experience from last time, Itadori punched the drowned right in the face, and used the recoil to quickly dive deeper. The drowned let out a strange cry and quickly followed. In fact, the person with the greatest innate advantage was Panda, because as a cursed corpse, he didn't need to breathe at all. He didn't need to worry about choking on water and having to restart, he just had to charge downward with all his might. However, there was a fatal disadvantage: his whole body was made of cotton. He had to cover his entire body tightly with cursed energy to prevent it from absorbing water, otherwise, his body weight would rapidly increase, affecting his movement. As for Aoi to do, who had swapped positions with the drowned, he quickly bypassed Maki and tried to dive straight into the shipwreck. While resisting an attack from the other drowned, Maki grabbed Aoi to do's ankle, trying to pull him out. Since Aoi to do was halfway inside the shipwreck, he couldn't exert force, and was temporarily held back. As the two were fighting, the three people behind them, including Kamo Noritoshi, also arrived near the shipwreck. Blood manipulation, cleave. Origami technique, cleave. The two from the Kamo family activated their cursed techniques simultaneously. A red and a white giant shuriken rushed straight toward the shipwreck. It seemed the two wanted to break open the shipwreck to find the location of the box. The idea was sound, but they overlooked that attack power is greatly reduced underwater. Not to mention blood, which dissolves in water, or curse paper, which softens in water, both were weakened even more severely. The two seemingly intimidating cleaves actually didn't cause enough damage, merely leaving 2 deep marks on the ship's hull. Because Maki and Aoi to do were moving so violently underwater, their oxygen consumption skyrocketed, and both of them soon choked on water, and were transported back to the shore. The two caught their breath, exchanged glances, and jumped back into the water. Aoi to do quickly activated Boogie Woogie to swap his position with Kamo Rin. After reacting, Kamo Rin's first priority wasn't to dive deeper but to poke his head above the water to breathe, while also replenishing some curse paper he had left on the shore, before diving back down. Fushiguro Megumi, having stayed underwater for too long, was also running low on oxygen. Meanwhile, Kamo Noritoshi's blood manipulation allowed him to change the concentration of various substances in his blood, so he could provide oxygen to himself, and didn't have this concern. Fushiguro Megumi weighed the pros and cons, then voluntarily choked on a mouthful of water to return to the shore, recovered his condition, and rejoined the scramble. By this time, the shipwreck was battered and broken from everyone's continuous attacks, revealing the wooden box inside. Fushiguro Megumi immediately summoned new underwater for 3 seconds, ensuring damage while also keeping the Shikigami from being damaged. The powerful electric current immediately caused those nearby to feel pain, and hindered their movements. Fushiguro Megumi seized the moment and charged toward the box, but was immediately swapped out of his position by Aoi to do. For a time, various curse techniques flew wildly underwater, and people were constantly being transported back to the shore only to rejoin the battle. The wooden box sustained cracks during the fighting, and before long, it was shattered, and the tide core stored inside. After leaving the wooden box, the tide core floated directly upward and soon reached the water's surface, with a string of jujutsu sorcerers chasing after it. #28 Chapter 28 Several items. Chapter 28 Several items. At this moment, Momo Nishimiya, who was floating on the water with a swim ring, noticed a small, spinning cube suddenly float up beside her. Out of curiosity, she reached out and grabbed it. Everyone underwater widened their eyes. Almost instantly, everyone, including Momo Nishimiya, was teleported back to the beach. Alright, it seems the outcome of this competition has been decided. Everyone who had been competing underwater sighed helplessly, while Momo Nishimiya, who knew nothing but had ended up the winner, looked completely bewildered. Kagura Shin retrieved the tide core and placed it into the pre-prepared sea crystal frame to activate it. Suddenly, a strange energy surged into Momo Nishimiya's body. She hurriedly declined, No. I didn't do anything. If anything, I'm sorry for affecting everyone's competition. How could I be the winner? Kagura Shin looked at the surrounding group and asked, Do you acknowledge student Momo Nishimiya's victory? Itadori Yuji answered first, although I'm very frustrated. I have to admit that having good luck is also a way to win. The others nodded in agreement, but Momo Nishimiya still insisted on not going into the water to accept the reward, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Alright, Shin, stop playing around. I saw it. You intentionally guided that energy into student Momo Nishimiya's body. That energy could have radiated to everyone around, couldn't it? In other words, you were planning to take all of us to see the underwater scenery from the very beginning. Kagura-shin sighed helplessly and said, Gojo-sensei, your statement borders on moral coercion. I didn't have any such plan, but since you've brought it up, if I don't take everyone, it'll end up being my fault. Kagura-shin gave up on guiding the energy, allowing it to radiate directly from the tide core device to everyone around, and then took the lead, slowly walking into the water. The power of the tide core not only allowed everyone to breathe freely underwater, but also neutralized water pressure and resistance, enabling them to walk as freely on the seabed as they would on land. As for the effective range of the tide core, Kagura-shin had long since expanded it using his domain's curse technique enhancement ability. The magnificent underwater scenery was truly mesmerizing, making people reluctant to leave too soon. In Dagon's domain, Mahito was still in a severely injured state. Although his body had at least recovered completely, he still bore countless gruesome scars, his movements were somewhat sluggish, and his cursed energy had significantly decreased. Jogo had already recovered, but he clearly developed a psychological trauma regarding Kagura-shin. Even just hearing Kenjaku and Mahito discussing him caused Jogo's cursed energy to become unstable. Kenjaku gathered the 4 disaster cursed spirits, formed a circle, and took out several items. Each of you, take the cursed objects or cursed tools that you can use to enhance your own strength. At least next time, you won't be beaten so miserably. Subsequently, Kenjaku began to introduce the items in front of them. Special grade cursed tool, Wind and Fire Fan. Its ability is to fan out raging fire and hurricanes. The power of the output varies depending on the cursed energy input. Special grade cursed tool, Sky-Piercing Blade. It has no other effects, it is simply sharp. Special grade cursed object, Shutendoji Pot. When cursed energy is inputted, it can continuously overflow with alcohol vapor. The alcohol vapor has neurotoxicity. If a normal jujutsu sorcerer inhales too much, they won't even be able to release their cursed technique. Special grade cursed object, Core of the Drowning, Wet and Beach Women. Born from the yokai legends of the Drowning Woman, Wet Woman, and Beach Woman, as long as it is thrown into the water, it will give birth to 3 special grade cursed spirits, each possessing a different curse technique. Jogo asked curiously, so many special grade cursed tools or cursed objects. Where did you get them? You don't need to know that. Just take them and use them. I only hope that in the future, you won't be beaten so miserably again. Jogo was so provoked by Kenjaku's words that the volcano on his head bubbled incessantly. Finally, he grabbed the wind and fire fan, tucked it into his waistband, and left indignantly. Hanami chose the sky-piercing blade to make up for the shortcoming of having relatively low attack power. Mahito took the Shutendoji Pot, and Dagon took the Core of the Drowning, Wet and Beach Women, which was most suitable for it. In fact, these good items were all treasures Kenjaku had collected over many years. Although it had stored quite a few good things, giving away such top-tier items still made it feel a bit of heartache. However, thinking of the future returns, it suddenly felt that the current investment was worth it. Everyone, in 1 week, once Mahito has recovered some strength, we have an important operation. So don't act too conspicuously recently. If another one of you gets severely injured, it will seriously affect our plan. The tone you use when speaking is really annoying. If it weren't for the fact that we are currently in a state of cooperation, I would have burned you until not even your ashes remained. Fine, my mistake. But you must remember, Jogo, our goal is to make humanity disappear, and ensure that 100 years from now, it is we who stand upon the wilderness. Chapter 29, No Taboos. After the exchange event concluded, Gojo Satoru rarely gathered all the first years at Jujutsu High to provide individual guidance, which could be considered him finally fulfilling his responsibilities as a homeroom teacher. Kagura-shin recalled the teaching ability Gojo Satoru had displayed and suddenly didn't want to listen to his guidance anymore. After all, it was really hard to trust Gojo Satoru, who didn't even correct, but instead encouraged, what Itadori Yuji called divergent fist. Shin, you aren't thinking about anything rude, are you? Huh? Gojo-sensei. Maybe a little. Gojo Satoru reached out and tapped Kagura Shin on the head before saying, "Listen up, Shin. I believe you're already terrifyingly strong right now. Sometimes I even wonder who is actually stronger between you and Yuta Okatsu, but you still aren't perfect. Your short-term goal is to learn the reverse curse technique. While you're researching the reverse curse technique, I reckon you can finish up your maximum technique along the way. That's decided. As for this maximum technique thing, as long as you activate your curse technique enough times and get proficient enough, you'll naturally master it. It's super simple." Kagura Shin sighed helplessly and agreed to Gojo Satoru's request. In truth, after his domain radius expanded to 218 meters, no matter how many cursed spirits he killed, nothing changed, and he didn't know what use the extra experience points had. Now it seemed it had something to do with the maximum technique. Maximum technique, a form of expression where a curse technique reaches its peak, is almost on the same level as domain expansion. It's just that the two have different focuses. Maximum technique is simply releasing the cursed technique to its maximum limit, while domain expansion requires combining the curse technique with barrier techniques. For example, in that battle between Jogo and Sukuna, Jogo didn't choose to use domain expansion against Sukuna, but instead used the more powerful maximum technique, Meteor. Although it didn't cause effective damage, the power of the maximum technique was evident. Maximum technique to unleash everything of the cursed technique. Then experience points should also be a part of the cursed technique. Kagura Shin sat cross-legged in the shade of a nearby tree and took out a netherite sword, placing it on his lap. My curse technique can create items from MC and use them just like Steve, but I have no idea what form the maximum technique should take. Kagura Shin simply gave up on thinking, and just kept activating his curse technique to craft enchanted golden apples. His cursed energy actually wasn't that abundant. Crafting enchanted golden apples at full output like this wouldn't allow him to make many. Half a stack was about his limit. Why enchanted golden apples and not something else? Because crafting enchanted golden apples took the longest time, allowing him to perceive the process of the cursed technique's activation more carefully. Kagura Shin didn't take out the first 10 enchanted golden apples he crafted because the weight of a single enchanted golden apple was somewhat absurd, equivalent to the mass of 8 cubic meters of gold. The reason Kagura Shin hadn't let others eat them was simply because they were too heavy. When crafting the 11th to 20th ones, Kagura Shin seemed to have an epiphany. He was holding an enchanted golden apple in his right hand, and suddenly, a few experience orbs appeared in his left hand. So I hadn't noticed, are these experience points the core of my curse technique? No. Rather than calling them experience points, it's more like this is just one form of its expression. So then, I've finally seen the outline of the maximum technique. The 21st enchanted golden apple and the experience orbs drifted into the air simultaneously and gradually fused together. The enchanted golden apple, which originally emitted a purple light, was now shining with iridescent radiance. Kagura Shin ate this enhanced enchanted golden apple. Just as he had thought, this apple granted him enhancements including, but not limited to, Strength X, Speed X, Regeneration X, Absorption X, Resistance X, and so on. Or rather, this apple was crafted exactly according to what was in Kagura Shin's mind. Maximum technique, overworld. The crafted items became the vessel for Kagura Shin's will. As long as Kagura Shin wanted them to have certain functions and input sufficient experience points, he could create items that were once unimaginable. However, outside of his domain, the item's abilities would still be limited by its base form. For instance, you couldn't ask a netherite sword to have the same abilities as an enchanted golden apple, nor could you use a TNT to resurrect someone. Well, that's how it is outside the domain. Inside the domain, there are only 4 words to describe Kagura Shin, no taboos. Giving the ground the properties of lava, and adding some wither and poison effects, that's just a basic operation. Furthermore, as long as the item isn't destroyed, the experience points within the item can also be recovered. I'm running low on experience points again. I should go find some cursed spirits to borrow some from recently. Kagura-shin believed that after a cursed spirit was exorcised, it would regenerate after a period of time, so it couldn't be considered dead at all. That was why he considered the experience points to be borrowed. By the time Kagura-shin opened his eyes again, several hours had already passed. Gojo Satoru was lying next to him as if sleeping, but as soon as Kagura-shin moved, he woke up immediately. "Yashin, you've improved quite a bit. I smell a dangerous scent on you." "Yeah, Gojo-sensei, it counts as some improvement, but I'm still not very proficient. I think the potential of this move can still be increased. No need to rush. Let's eat first. You've only had breakfast all day today, right?" The two talked as they walked toward the cafeteria. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, very long. #30 Chapter 30 Recovering Top-Grade Cursed Items. Chapter 30 Special Grade Cursed Object Retrieval. That day, Kagura-shin received a designated mission to resolve a cursed spirit in a certain location, and the assistant supervisor who came to handle the handover was Kiyotaka Ejichi. As Kiyotaka Ejichi drove Kagura-shin, he introduced the mission to him. This mission is to handle an incompletely developed cursed womb. It was first observed in a small coastal village. Before the cursed womb had fully hatched, it had already enveloped part of the village within its innate domain. The observation level is special grade. Originally, it was supposed to be assigned to the special grade sorcerer Satoru Gojo, but Gojo-sensei went on a business trip. After Gojo-sensei's recommendation, you were ultimately designated. Kagura-shin sat in the back seat of the car, flipping through the mission details. In reality, the few pieces of paper in his hand didn't contain much information. After all, the people from Window lacked the ability to enter an innate domain to observe closely, and Kagura-shin didn't force them to. "All right, I understand, Mr. Ejichi. In short, my current task is to dispose of the cursed womb and rescue any villagers who might still be alive, right? However, I'll say this up front. I estimate that the villagers probably can't be saved. If their remains are intact, I will try to preserve them, provided it doesn't affect my exorcism of the cursed spirit. That is only natural." After the two arrived at the destination and got out of the car, Kagura-shin discovered that the village had already been cordoned off with caution tape. Some villagers were gathered around the perimeter, and several staff members from Window were continuously trying to persuade them. "Everyone, please calm down. A group of terrorists has infiltrated the village and is currently inside the cordoned area. Our professionals will arrive shortly, so please, everyone, stay calm." Watching the noisy crowd, Kagura-shin helplessly raised his index and middle fingers and chanted. "Born from darkness, darker than darkness, purify all impurities and filth." It was as if a large basin of ink had been splashed onto a glass dome in the sky. A black curtain slowly descended. Kagura-shin had added a binding vow to the curtain, which would cause ordinary people with low resistance to cursed energy to involuntarily leave the area. Kiyotaka Ejichi said somewhat awkwardly. "Many people in Window have only reached the bare minimum threshold to see cursed spirits. Even releasing simple curtains requires several of them to work together, let alone one with a binding vow attached, which is why a curtain hadn't been set up." Kagura-shin nodded to show he understood. After all, the people from Window were truly risking their lives and charging to the front lines. Although their strength wasn't high, the danger of their work was certainly not low. Kagura-shin's eyes looked directly at the foggy innate domain that occupied nearly a quarter of the small village. Although the innate domain looked quite large now, once it truly learned how to use domain expansion, the coverage area would naturally decrease. After all, if a domain is even slightly larger, the consumption of cursed energy will rise linearly. Considering cursed energy consumption and the duration of the domain, everyone controls their domain to a size they feel is appropriate. However, Kagura-shin's prefabricated domain clearly didn't need to consider this. His domain was super large, and it possessed every function it should have. If Kagura-shin were forced to perform an expansion on the spot without prior preparation, even 10 of him would be powerless. Alright, Mr. Ajichi, please take the window staff and leave for a moment. I won't take too long. Kiyotaka Ajichi knew that he would only be a hindrance here, so he very sensibly gathered the window staff and led them away immediately. After confirming that no one else was around, Kagura-shin approached the cursed spirit's innate domain. Naturally, he wouldn't go inside. Who knew if this cursed spirit might be pretending to be unable to use domain expansion, waiting for Kagura-shin to enter to give him a surprise. And who knew, if this cursed spirit could perform a domain expansion, whether the attributes of the domain wouldn't be the type that kills instantly. Therefore, to ensure his own safety, Kagura-shin chose Maximum Radius, Domain Expansion, Genesis. Kagura-shin's out-of-spec domain directly enveloped the area covered by the cursed spirit's innate domain. The high concentration of cursed energy within the domain directly neutralized the cursed spirit's innate domain, revealing its true form. The cursed spirit was crimson all over, tall and large, with a long, high nose. It had a pair of huge, strong wings on its back, held a feather fan, wore a large katana at its waist, and stood on Geta sandals, revealing its identity as a great Tengu. That's not right. Why would this kind of special-grade imaginary cursed spirit appear in this small village? It should appear in a location that matches its legend. Unless a cursed object related to a Tengu appeared, and it was born based on that cursed object. However, regardless of the situation, the Tengu now had no ability to fight back within Kagura-shin's domain. Dozens of tridents emitting purple light floated in mid-air, aimed at it. Feeling the threat of death, the Tengu cursed spirit bared its fangs at Kagura-shin, and violently waved the feather fan in its hand. A violent hurricane, carrying powerful lightning, rushed toward Kagura-shin, but it was directly neutralized by the domain in mid-air. Subsequently, it was poked into a sieve by countless tridents. A crimson, long-nosed Tengu mask fell directly to the ground. Kagura-shin walked over, picked it up, brushed off the dust, and put it away. Special grade cursed object retrieval successful. If this cursed spirit had been allowed to develop for a while longer, it might have been a bit troublesome, but fortunately, I'm still a little stronger for now. Chapter 31, Undercurrent Surging. Kagura-shin left the range of the barrier with the cursed object and found Kiyotaka Ajichi. Ijichi-san, it's confirmed that all the villagers covered by the simple domain have died, and their deaths were gruesome, so try your best to keep the villagers from seeing them. The cause of the cursed spirit's birth was the instigation of a special-grade cursed object. The cursed object has been recovered. I will hand it over to Gojo-sensei when I return. The rest is up to you. Remember to make sure you find out the origin of this cursed object, this is very important. After saying this, Kagura-shin took out the cursed object, let Kiyotaka Ajichi take a photo, and left on his own. In the afternoon, Kiyotaka Ajichi called Kagura-shin. Kagura-san, it's been cleared up. According to other villagers, the person holding the Tengu mask found it in a box covered in seals while working in the fields. The box has also been found. Through analysis of the residual cursed energy, it's confirmed that the Tengu mask was indeed in the box from the beginning. According to the technical team's analysis, the seal may have been cast by an unknown Jujutsu sorcerer decades ago. Because too much time has passed, even ordinary people could open it, which is why this tragedy occurred. Alright, I understand. It's good that it wasn't some evil curse user's plan. The moment the great Tengu was exorcised, Kenjaku, within Dagon's domain, seemed to sense something, lifted its head, and smiled. Has it been exorcised? Then the plan should begin as well. I'll take the fingers and cursed objects in the Tokyo Jujutsu High Vault. Kenjaku had gone to great lengths to get the Tengu mask into the Tokyo Jujutsu High Vault. First, it chose a cursed object with a broken seal from its own collection and casually placed it in a village. Then, it had the villagers accidentally dig it up, ensuring the whole village saw it. Finally, it used its inside contact among the higher UPS of the Jujutsu world to issue a special grade mission to Satoru Gojo first. Once the great Tengu was born, it would naturally be assigned to the Jujutsu sorcerers of the Tokyo school, which was closest to the mission location. No matter who came to exorcise the cursed spirit, the cursed object would be stored in the Tokyo Jujutsu High Vault. The Tengu mask had long been inscribed with a mark by Mahito. Only by relying on its soul mark could it break through the countless barriers set by Tengen, and safely reach the Tokyo Jujutsu High Vault. The rest is just about creating chaos. Hee hee. After all, creating chaos is much easier than resolving it. Alright, everyone, come gather around. I'll distribute the tasks. After the various cursed spirits sat around Kenjaku, it spoke to distribute the tasks. Jogo, you go to Hokkaido and cause a scene. Dagon, you go to Fukuoka. Hanami and Mahito, stay in Tokyo, and be ready to invade Tokyo Jujutsu High at any time. I will also arrange for several special grade cursed spirits to go to major cities like Sendai, Kobe, and Nagoya to cause a scene. When the Jujutsu world is overwhelmed and sends various special grade and grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers all over the country, I will find an opportunity to strike directly and capture Yuji Itadori. By then, I hope you, Mahito, have already brought back the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna from Tokyo Jujutsu High. However, you should all be clear in your hearts, it's fine to encounter other Jujutsu sorcerers, but those who encounter Satoru Gojo and Kagura Shin head-on probably won't survive. So just leave directly after you've caused your grand destruction. Jogo scanned his companions, then stared fixedly at Kenjaku and asked. Is the Ryaman Sukuna you speak of really that powerful? It doesn't matter if we die, but I don't want to die in vain. If Ryaman Sukuna can wipe out all those disgusting bugs on the surface after he is resurrected, I will not hesitate to die. Don't worry, Jogo. The strength of Ryaman Sukuna goes without saying. To put it bluntly, even if the four of you faced Ryaman Sukuna together, to him, you would just be for slightly larger bugs. Jogo couldn't help but clench his fists. Being looked down upon like this by Kenjaku really made him feel unpleasant. Remember your words, Geto. Don't let me down. Oh right, before you leave, I have a good thing to teach you. This is the advanced application of domain expansion, domain amplification. At the very least, it will allow you to struggle a bit when you encounter Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo, he is the bug of this generation. Does Kenjaku want to face him? No. It also wants to choose to outlive Satoru Gojo before acting. But Tengen's last assimilation failed, which means Tengen's body will undergo changes in this cycle. Kenjaku cannot guarantee in which direction Tengen will evolve, so it can only choose to solve everything in this generation. Even if it means facing Satoru Gojo. Gojo-sensei, is this the most mysterious vault of Tokyo Jujutsu High? There really are quite a few things inside. Kagura Shin was brought to the Tokyo Jujutsu High Vault by Satoru Gojo to retrieve the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna. This was an opportunity Satoru Gojo had directly asked for from Tengen. After meeting Kagura Shin, Tengen agreed to hand over half of the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna, and a portion of the cursed objects in the Tokyo Jujutsu High Vault to Kagura Shin for safekeeping. 3 fingers, collected. Cursed womb, death painting, collected. What is this? Whatever, collected. If Kenjaku knew about this, it would definitely kindly greet Tengen's entire family. Hashtag 32 Chapter 32 Sorcerer, let's go. Chapter 32, Jujutsu Sorcerers, deploy. Knock, knock, knock. Kagura Shin was sleeping in his Jujutsu High dormitory, when he was suddenly awakened by a violent knocking at his door. He sat up with a kip up and opened the door. Standing outside were Yoshino Junpei, Yuji Itadori, and Megumi Fushiguro. Megumi Fushiguro said anxiously, something big happened, Shin. Gojo-sensei wants us to gather at the training ground as soon as possible. Hearing the urgency in his tone, Kagura Shin vaguely sensed the gravity of the situation. He quickly changed his clothes and rushed to the training ground with them. On the training ground, all the second-year students had already arrived. Even Mazumichi Yaga stood there with a grim expression. Once Kagura Shin arrived, Gojo Satoru spoke up. Just now, the higher UPS received reports from all over the country that cursed spirits are rampaging through cities and slaughtering civilians. Even some curse users couldn't restrain themselves and have joined in. The destruction is extremely severe. The higher UPS have issued an order: all grade 1 and above Jujutsu sorcerers are to deploy to wipe out the curse users and curse spirits. Shin, you are being sent to Hokkaido. The special grade curse spirit there uses fire and magma. It might be the one that escaped from us before. After you quickly handle the situation in Hokkaido, head to the surrounding locations to help. Someone will send you the list of all locations shortly. All second-year students are to head to Nagoya immediately. The rest of the first years will remain in Tokyo to prevent a shortage of Jujutsu sorcerers, just in case some rats from the sewers decide to come out and cause trouble. After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, Masamichi Yaga added, "This mission is extremely dangerous. According to observations from the window, there are signs of special grade cursed spirits at every site of destruction. This means we can basically confirm that the cursed spirits now possess considerable intelligence and are acting collectively. This is a serious situation that hasn't happened in hundreds of years. Perhaps from now on, we will be engaged in a war to the death with the cursed spirits." In the past, the Jujutsu world viewed cursed spirits as mere geometric masses of twisted cursed energy. No matter how strong they were just mindless monsters. If they could be killed, they would be; if not, the surrounding civilians would be evacuated. Sometimes, when a Jujutsu sorcerer saw a trash cursed spirit like a maggot out in the world, it was like a normal person seeing a mosquito. Though they might feel disgusted, they would often turn a blind eye and not bother to exorcise it. However, now that it's known that the intelligence of cursed spirits has reached the point where they can carry out planned, collective actions, Jujutsu sorcerers can no longer afford to let even a single grade 4 cursed spirit survive. After hearing this, Kagura-shin immediately thought of that insidious schemer, Kenjaku. However, he truly couldn't fathom why Kenjaku, who had always been playing the long game, would suddenly make such a big move. The only possibility he could think of was Yuji Itadori. Kagura-shin stole a glance at Yuji Itadori, and once everyone had returned to prepare their combat gear, reached out to stop him. "Yuji, I have something to tell you. Can we talk alone for a moment?" Although Yuji Itadori didn't know what Kagura-shin was planning, he followed him anyway. After the two walked to a secluded, empty corner, Kagura-shin turned around, took out his shulker box, and retrieved all the cursed womb, death painting. Of the cursed womb, death painting, only Choso, Eso, and Kachiza still remained active. The other 6 had all completely died, but they still possessed considerable cursed energy and curses. Kagura-shin put them into a bottle and handed it to Yuji Itadori. "Yuji, while I'm away, please help me watch over this cursed object. This cursed object was entrusted to me by Gojo-sensei. If I die out there, this ensures it won't fall into the wrong hands." Yuji Itadori had no idea about the capabilities of Kagura-shin's shulker box. After all, Kagura-shin had only told Gojo Satoru about it. Currently, only Gojo Satoru and Master Tengen knew. Yuji clenched his fists, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Don't say that. Shin, you're so strong, you'll definitely come back alive. But I'll keep this cursed object for you. Consider it me helping you lighten the load. Alright, remember this, Yuji. You must not give this cursed object to anyone else. As soon as these cursed wombs find a host, they will create several special grade cursed spirits. You should have learned this." Yuji Itadori nodded and said, "I remember reading in the textbook that if someone accidentally swallows a cursed object, there's a high probability they will directly become an incarnation of the cursed spirit and lose consciousness. There's also a small chance they could gain powerful cursed energy and a cursed technique while remaining conscious. But regardless of the situation, according to regulations, they must be dealt with." Kagura-shin smiled with relief and gave one last instruction: "Before I return, you must keep them with you at all times, just like I do, Yuji." With that, Kagura-shin walked away quickly. Yuji Itadori stood there, blankly hugging the bottle in his arms, and muttered, "Don't worry, Shin, I'll definitely keep it with me." Chapter 33, Jogo, exorcised. After arranging the cursed womb, death paintings, Kagura-shin quickly packed his belongings and boarded a plane arranged by the higher UPS, flying toward Hokkaido. While on the plane, Kagura-shin pondered his next move. A fellow like Jogo certainly wouldn't stay in one place waiting to be exorcised after causing such destruction, meaning finding him wouldn't be easy. However, Kenjaku would definitely be stirring up trouble in Tokyo. That meant he had to resolve everything quickly and return. Thinking about it, it really was a hassle. Kagura-shin walked aimlessly through a field of ruins in Hokkaido. Everywhere he looked were traces of high-temperature scorching, and his eyes were filled with residual cursed energy. For a cursed spirit of Jogo's level, hiding its residual cursed energy was incredibly simple, which left Kagura-shin in a very passive position. Let's give it a try. Maybe it'll work. Kagura-shin took out a compass and began infusing it with experience points, thinking about the additional function he wanted for it. Find Jogo. Find Jogo. After consuming 10 levels worth of experience, the compass suddenly burst into a rainbow of light and pointed straight in one direction. Success. Kagura-shin quickly followed the compass's guidance to search for Jogo. Before long, he arrived in Sapporo, the most prosperous city in Hokkaido. However, due to the recent terrorist attacks and the fact that it was the middle of the night, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets of Sapporo, which was a good thing for Kagura-shin. At that moment, Jogo was hiding in a sewer, using a peculiar curse tool to communicate with Kenjaku. Has that strange kid arrived yet? If he's here, my mission should be over, right? Jogo, since when did you become so cowardly? According to the information from my informant, he should have arrived. You can retreat now. Anyway, if he doesn't deal with you, he'll have to stay in Hokkaido to prevent the next attack, so the mission can be considered a success. Just as Jogo finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to retreat, a trident emitting a purple glow flew toward him at high speed. Startled, every non-existent hair on Jogo's body stood on end as he hastily activated his cursed technique, releasing a pillar of lava to block the attack. Partial Domain Expansion, Genesis. Since the location of their battle was almost in the city center, Kagura-shin couldn't fully expand his domain, and could only slightly control its range. Jogo instinctively wanted to use domain expansion as well, but his experience from the previous domain clash told him that his coffin of the Iron Mountain couldn't beat the opponent's domain. Furthermore, the opponent's domain wasn't the instant kill type. Perhaps by conserving cursed energy, he could still struggle a bit within it. Since the domain wasn't fully expanded, the two were directly placed into a body of water within the domain. Kagura-shin stood firmly on the water's surface with his frost-walking boots. As for Jogo, he summoned several ember insects to attach to his back and fly, and he also pulled out the wind-fire fan. Kagura-shin lightly raised a finger, and countless tridents surrounded Jogo. With a single thought from Kagura-shin, combined with the guaranteed hit effect within the domain, Jogo would be instantly skewered like a hedgehog. I'll give you one chance. If you tell me what your purpose is, I can spare your life this time. Humph, in your dreams. Just as I once said, we new humans will never betray our comrades. Comrades? That person doesn't necessarily see you as comrades. Kagura-shin muttered to himself, and with a wave of his finger, the tridents in midair flew toward Jogo in unison. Lava couldn't help but drip from Jogo's forehead, but he still gripped the cursed tool tightly. He channeled cursed energy and gave it a fierce fan. A powerful tornado immediately shrouded his figure, and the tridents flying toward him were blown off course by the intense hurricane. The guaranteed hit effect of a domain expansion simply means it cannot be dodged, but it can be countered with a cursed technique. Boom! A fierce wind carrying lava and flames rushed toward Kagura-shin. Although there was a neutralization effect within the domain, as long as the output of the curse technique was strong enough, it could ensure that a significant amount of power remained even after being partially neutralized. If it were anyone else, they might have tried to dodge this attack, but for Kagura-shin, who possessed immense defensive power, taking such an attack head-on was nothing more than a tickle. Seeing that an attack of such intensity couldn't cause even a sliver of damage to Kagura-shin, Jogo immediately turned and fled. He unleashed his domain expansion at full power, at the edge of Kagura-shin's domain. Domain expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Jogo compressed his domain, controlling the direction of its release to strike directly at the outer wall of Kagura-shin's domain. Just as it looked like a gap was about to be torn in Kagura-shin's domain, Kagura-shin stood still, unmoving. Although doing this will definitely lead to the higher UPS holding me accountable, after everything is over, I can't worry about that now. Genesis, full opening. The massive domain directly broke through the city's surface, forming a hemisphere above ground that attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Jogo's domain was instantly crushed by the suddenly expanding Genesis. Sinking into curse technique burnout, Jogo slumped powerless to the ground. Hey, it seems I'm going to die here today. It's a pity I won't see the day when we new humans occupy the surface. Kagura-shin originally wanted to reflect and mock Jogo, but he was afraid of any unexpected complications. So he directly took out a trident emitting a rainbow glow, and threw it at Jogo. With a loud bang, the powerful positive cursed energy directly neutralized Jogo, turning him into nothingness. That's right, Kagura-shin hadn't learned the reverse curse technique, but he could imbue items with the effect of the reverse curse technique, turning any object into an exorcism version of itself. After confirming that Jogo had completely vanished, Kagura-shin finally spoke the words he had wanted to say. Just a cursed spirit, unable to even judge whether others are treating you with sincerity. How could you ever become the rulers of the world in the end? You were just tools used by someone else. Hashtag 30 for Chapter 30 for Stealing the Treasure Vault. Chapter 34, Stealing from the Treasury. After dealing with Jogo, Kagura-shin quickly filed a report, and had the local assistant supervisor drive him to other surrounding disaster areas. Just as the various jujutsu sorcerers were rushing around to provide disaster relief, Hanami quietly snuck into Tokyo School with Mahito. Although Tokyo School had a special barrier set up by Tengen that could identify the cursed energy of outsiders and sound an alarm, Hanami's cursed energy properties were extremely unique. Even Tengen's barrier would only perceive it as an ordinary plant, so it would not trigger an alarm. Mahito, the primary mission is to retrieve the Sukuna's finger from the Jujutsu High Treasury. Once you have safely retrieved it, we will act together to capture Yuji Itadori, and then immediately retreat. Mahito nodded to indicate understanding, then followed its special mark into the infinitely layered doors set up by Tengen. In each layer of doors, only one was the correct path to the next level. Without a special password, entering would be almost impossible, but Mahito could follow its own cursed energy fluctuations to easily pass through all the doors, as skillfully as if it were returning home. The Jujutsu sorcerer guarding outside the treasury was no match for Mahito at all. They were killed instantly upon their first encounter. Mahito walked into the treasury, and looking at the dazzling array of cursed tools and cursed objects around it, it couldn't help but reveal a greedy smile. Ha, I didn't expect Jujutsu High to be so wealthy. I'll take more cursed objects with me when I leave later. It immediately went to search for the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna. Very quickly, it discovered 2 fingers on a shelf covered in seals, and Mahito was suddenly shocked. How can there only be 2? Could it be that the people at Jujutsu High separated them? It quickly ran through the entire treasury, but found no traces of other fingers of Ryaman Sukuna. Gritting its teeth, Mahito directly destroyed the seals on those 2 fingers, packed them into a prepared bag, then scanned the surroundings and stuffed everything that caught its eye into the bag. Although I didn't find many fingers of Ryaman Sukuna, getting this many cursed objects and cursed tools is not bad at all. The moment Mahito destroyed the seals, Tengen sensed it. It immediately issued orders to the jujutsu sorcerers at Jujutsu High, and in the vicinity, and directly sealed the external barrier of Jujutsu High to prevent the thief from escaping. Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, Nobara Kujisaki, and Junpei Yoshino were naturally the first to receive the news. They immediately rushed to the location of the treasury. Yuji Itadori walked at the very back, stuffing a bottle into a backpack, and putting it on his back before catching up with the team. Having left the treasury, Mahito reunited with Hanami to search for Yuji Itadori's location. The 2 sides soon encountered each other. Hanami's powerful cursed energy fluctuations made the four from Jujutsu High feel the threat of death, but they knew they had to retrieve what the enemy had taken from the Jujutsu High treasury, otherwise, it would lead to disaster. Megumi Fushiguro immediately issued instructions. Yuji and Junpei, go deal with that stitched cursed spirit covered in wounds. Nobara and I will take on that withered tree trunk. No problems, right? None. Asterisk 3. Megumi Fushiguro immediately summoned divine dogs and Nu, rushing directly toward Hanami, while Yuji Itadori punched Mahito in the face, sending it flying backward. Mahito's soul was severely damaged and it was still in a weakened state even now, so its appearance still had many wounds deep enough to see the bone. However, Yuji Itadori had not yet consumed any Sukuna's finger, so he could not vaguely see the traces of the soul, which meant that, as he was now, he had no way to deal with Mahito. Mahito placed the bag behind it on the ground, spread its arms, and laughed wantonly. Ha ha ha. Your attacks are completely painless and itchy. With that kid named Kagura-shin not here, you can't even cause me any damage. Yuji and Junpei stood side by side, their cursed energy surging, and they took their stances, saying, I know you. Shin mentioned you to us. You're that rat who wanted to hurt Junpei, but was beaten by Shin until you had to crawl into the sewer to survive, right? Junpei Yoshino also recalled what happened that day. The wounds on your body were caused by Shin, right? I didn't expect them to still not be healed even now. Shin is truly strong, I can't be a drag on him either. As soon as the words fell, Yuji and Junpei stomped on the ground, quickly closing the distance to Mahito. Mahito subconsciously wanted to activate idol transfiguration to twist the two into a pile of flesh, but on second thought, Yuji Itadori could not die yet, so it had to turn its hands into blades and slash fiercely at the two. Yuji stepped forward, his fists showing no fear of Mahito's blades, and smashed fiercely into the side of the blades, changing their direction. Junpei Yoshino followed closely, punching Mahito on the shoulder and knocking it back. After steadying itself, Mahito restored its hands to their original state, and felt the area where Junpei Yoshino had struck it. This Jujutsu sorcerer. Does his cursed energy have the effect of paralyzing the soul? He's clearly just a piece of trash without even any circuits in his brain. However, on the surface, it remained calm and continued to mock them. You can't hurt me at all, stop wasting your energy. Chapter 35, The Tilting Scales of Victory. Itadori Yuji and Yoshino Junpei remained expressionless, their fists wrapped in thick cursed energy as they charged toward Mahito once again. On the other side, Fushiguro Megumi and Nobara Kojisaki were having an even tougher time against Hanami. Divine Dogs and Nu were unable to deal any effective damage to Hanami, while Toad and Rabbit Escape had extremely low combat power. Elephant could indeed cause some damage, but it was a heavy consumer of cursed energy, and could only be used at critical moments. Nobara Kojisaki's nails could only inflict shallow wounds on Hanami, and together, the two could only stall Hanami for a short while. In contrast, Hanami, wielding the void-breaking blade, severed the white divine dog at the waist with a single light slash. The deceased white divine dog turned into a mass of shadows and retreated back into Fushiguro Megumi's shadow. The death of the white divine dog made Megumi's heart ache as if it were bleeding. Similarly, it made him even more cautious as he slowly drew a long spear from his shadow. This was the special grade curse tool, Tsurunuki Yari, that Kagura-shin had left him for self-defense before departing. Once infused with cursed energy, the spearhead would rotate at high speed like a drill. Even a special grade cursed spirit would have a large chunk of flesh torn off by the high-speed rotating spearhead if struck. Suddenly, a strange smell of sake wafted into his nostrils, and his brain began to feel groggy almost instantly. If it were just dizziness, it wouldn't be much, but Megumi felt as if even the cursed energy in his brain was being anesthetized, becoming sluggish as it flowed through his neural circuits. Megumi quickly used cursed energy to protect his brain and resist the erosion of the sake fumes, looking toward the source of the smell. It was the Shutendoji's jar at Mahito's waist. However, Yuji and Junpei were not as affected as Megumi, as they were unable to use cursed techniques to begin with. In the moment Megumi was dazed, a thick branch came whistling in from the side. Nobara Kojisaki quickly shouted. Fushiguro! Watch out! At the same time, her movements didn't stop. For nails instantly left her hand and flew toward the branch. Megumi was also snapped back to his senses by Nobara's shout, raising the Tsurunuki Yari and thrusting it forward. Boom! Wood chips flew everywhere as the thick branch was struck by their joint attack. The Tsurunuki Yari continued its thrust toward Hanami with undiminished power. Hanami raised the void-breaking blade to resist, while Nobara Kojisaki, standing behind Megumi, raised her hammer and used all her strength to strike a nail, providing cover for Megumi. Whoosh! Accompanied by a flash of black light, Nobara Kojisaki unleashed a black flash. The high-speed nail embedded itself entirely into Hanami's forearm, forcibly altering the trajectory of its slash. Megumi's Tsurunuki Yari followed immediately, piercing Hanami's chest. Hanami jumped back the moment the spear struck, significantly reducing the damage from the Tsurunuki Yari. In the end, only a small amount of blood flowed from its chest, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. It pulled out the nail from its forearm and tossed it aside. I have no intention of fighting you, but since you have chosen to stand in my way, I have no choice but to eliminate you. As Hanami spoke, a large number of tree roots sprouted from the surrounding ground, twisting and grinding toward Megumi and Nobara. As for Hanami, it stepped onto a pair of wooden spheres, flying into the air and releasing dozens of cursed seeds toward the two Jujutsu High students below. Elephant! Splash! A powerful jet of water surged toward the tree trunks that were crushing forward like waves. The Tsurunuki Yari in Megumi's hand was swung so fast it left afterimages, blocking the cursed seeds in midair. However, one of the dense cursed seeds still hit his shoulder. Instantly, Megumi felt his cursed energy draining rapidly, yet he had no choice but to continue using cursed energy to reinforce his body against the remaining seeds. Nobara Kojisaki had 2 seeds embedded in her shoulder and calf, causing her cursed energy to drain even faster. By the time Hanami's wave of attacks ended, both were panting heavily, their cursed energy severely depleted. Even Elephant was automatically dispelled due to insufficient cursed energy. The cautious Megumi didn't dare to rashly pull out the already sprouting cursed seeds, but the carefree Nobara Kojisaki had no such qualms. She endured the pain, pulled out the 2 seeds, threw them on the ground and stomped on them fiercely. Only then did Megumi pull out the cursed seed from his shoulder and stand straight again. However, anyone could see that their current state was extremely poor, with their cursed energy heavily depleted. It was estimated that a few grade 2 curses could finish them off now. Yuji Itadori saw this and grew anxious, but since Mahito was releasing poisonous gas from the Shutendoji's jar, he also had to use a portion of his cursed energy to resist the toxins. His consumption was not small, and defeat was only a matter of time. Mahito wasn't feeling great either. Having taken only a few punches from Yoshino Junpei, his battered soul already felt a distinct numbness, and even his movements had slowed down. He also wanted to end the battle quickly. Damn it! If it wasn't for that detestable Kagura Shin, how could I have become this weak? Mahito used to be a mechanics monster with incredibly high stats, but now he only had his mechanics left. His once proud cursed energy reserves and physical strength had been utterly crushed by Kagura Shin, who had even stomped on them a couple of times. If it weren't for Mahito's disgusting curse technique, he would likely be seriously injured by now. Hashtag 36 Chapter 36 9 Phases Diagram. Chapter 36, Cursed Womb, Death Painting. Megumi Fushiguro also knew that the situation was extremely unfavorable for their side. He intended to summon Maharaga to perish together with the 2 cursed spirits opposite him, but the 3 people including Yuji beside him made it impossible for him to do so. He had no doubt that once Maharaga appeared, it would kill them all. After struggling to resist for a few moves, Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kojisaki had their bodies pierced by Hanami's roots, and were pinned to the ground. Fushiguro. Kojisaki. Seeing the 2 heavily injured, the flow of cursed energy within Yuji Itadori and Yoshino Junpei became chaotic. With his hands free, Hanami immediately teamed up with Mahito to deal with the two of them. Under the high pressure of two special-grade cursed spirits, Yuji Itadori's mind was racing. What should I do? Is there any way to break this? Think. I'm still so useless. If only I had Shin's strength. Shin. He immediately thought of the cursed womb, death painting on his back, and also remembered what Kagura Shin had once told him. A powerful strength. Although there was a possibility of failure after consuming the cursed object, it was much better than doing nothing and waiting for death. Yuji Itadori gritted his teeth and looked at Junpei, who was also looking at him. Junpei. I need a little time. Could you please? Before Yuji Itadori could finish his sentence, a smile suddenly bloomed on Yoshino Junpei's face. Of course. Leave it to me. Having Yoshino Junpei face two special grades was no different from sending him to his death. Although the current Yoshino Junpei had the strength of a grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer, if the two cursed spirits opposite him got even slightly serious, he wouldn't last even 3 seconds. He knew his own strength, of course, but he still stood in front of Yuji Itadori without hesitation. Yuji quickly hid behind Yoshino Junpei and opened the backpack behind him. Yoshino Junpei mobilized all the cursed energy in his body, prepared to use his life to buy even a single second for Yuji. Hanami and Mahito attacked at the same time. A tidal wave of roots surged toward Yoshino Junpei, and Mahito's hands transformed into two drills aimed directly at Yoshino Junpei's chest and head. Yuji Itadori tried his best not to look at Yoshino Junpei. He raised the bottle in his hand and poured the cursed object inside into his mouth. The moment the cursed womb, death painting entered his body, Yuji felt waves of warm power continuously washing over his body. Black cursed marks appeared on the tips of all 10 of his fingers. Time around him seemed to stop, and 9 illusory souls suddenly emerged around him. The scenery before his eyes also changed rapidly. The heavily injured Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kojisaki disappeared, Mahito and Hanami disappeared, Yoshino Junpei disappeared, and beside him were only bright sunshine, green grass, and 9 strange-looking people camping on the meadow. One of them, a melancholy-faced man with explosive twin tails and a black cursed mark on the bridge of his nose, saw him. He immediately waved to him, ran over, and pulled him into the camping group. Little brother, why are you standing there dazed all by yourself? Little brother. I'm an only child, I don't have any brothers. Yuji Itadori spoke these words to the man in front of him in confusion. But the man in front of him seemed not to hear, as he enthusiastically poured him a drink and served him food. The other 8 also called him brother and greeted him with equal warmth. This warm atmosphere even gave Yuji the illusion that this was the real world, and his previous life was just a dream. He looked silently at the cup in his hand, which was filled 80% with a drink. In the cup, he saw his own dusty face still marked with wounds, and finally remembered his mission. I'm sorry, I have to go back. I still have unfinished business, and I have companions waiting for me. The happy atmosphere around him suddenly froze. The melancholy man put his arm around his shoulder and said, Of course. How could we brothers stop our dear little brother from doing what he wants? But before you leave, at least let us tell you our names. I am the eldest brother of the cursed womb, death painting, Choso. A muscular man wearing revealing clothes and a unique hairstyle then said, I am Kachizu. Then came Kachizu, Noransho, Shojosho, Dansho, Sansho, Kasosho, and Shosho. For some reason, tears welled up in Yuji Itadori's eyes uncontrollably, as if he really had been their brother once, and they just hadn't seen each other for a long time. Choso let go of the arm he had around Itadori's shoulder, patted him, and whispered, And you, our youngest brother, Musho. You are the special one among us. From now on, move forward with our power. Before Itadori could say anything else, the scenery around him changed again, and he was back on the battlefield of Jujutsu High. It seemed like he had stayed in that vision just now for quite a while, but in reality, only a few seconds had passed. At this moment, Yoshino Junpei was death-gripping the drill Mahito had aimed at his head with both hands, while another drill had already pierced his abdomen. His entire body was riddled with wooden spikes, and he was down to his last breath, yet he still desperately held back the two cursed spirits. Yuji Itadori only felt a surge of blood and chi, and his entire cursed energy surged because of his rage. Blood Manipulation. Chapter 37, The Powerful Crimson Blood. Blood Manipulation, Sever. Yuji Itadori's blood gushed from the cursed seals on his fingertips, turning into a crimson slash that instantly severed Mahito's arms. Mahito felt a sudden pain in its soul. By the time it restored its severed arms, two deep, bone-deep wounds had appeared on its forearms. What? Did he see the souls of the cursed womb, death paintings, and perceive the outline of the soul as well? Fortunately, he hasn't realized it himself yet. He only caused injuries to my arms instead of cutting directly through my soul. Leap of the Red Scale. Yuji Itadori's Leap of the Red Scale was slightly different from Kamo Noritoshi's. Kamo Noritoshi's Leap of the Red Scale only showed some marks on one side of his eyes, but now, after consuming all the cursed womb, death paintings, Yuji Itadori's body was covered in layers of red scale-like objects upon activating the technique. Just looking at it, one could tell that Itadori's Leap of the Red Scale was terrifyingly powerful. Mahito and Hanami only saw a blur before their eyes, and the heavily injured Yoshino Junpei was taken to Fushiguro Megumi and Nobara Kujisaki's side by Yuji Itadori. As a large amount of blood was transformed by Yuji's jujutsu to suit the three of them and flowed into their bodies, their injuries stopped worsening. Having been replenished with blood, the three were temporarily out of life-threatening danger. However, such a massive consumption of blood was a relatively serious drain for Yuji Itadori, who did not know the reverse curse technique. Kamo Noritoshi could squander his blood freely because he had beautiful nurses draw his blood and store it in special blood bags when not in battle. Choso, on the other hand, would store blood in the cursed seals engraved on his nose to use when needed. Although Yuji Itadori now had cursed seals on his fingertips that could store blood, he hadn't had the chance to store any in advance, and could only fight with the blood currently in his body. Blood Manipulation, Cleave. A pair of blood shuriken instantly left his hands, and flew toward Hanami and Mahito at high speed. They immediately ran off in two different directions. Mahito was truly afraid. Its already heavily injured soul body could no longer withstand more damage. Yuji Itadori immediately manipulated the two shuriken to chase Hanami alone because he felt Mahito's strength was average. He also realized that his blood might not last long, so he thought to prioritize using his technique to take down Hanami, then rely on Leap of the Red Scale to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Mahito noticed Yuji's intention and immediately turned to charge at him, wanting to interrupt his offensive rhythm. Yuji completely ignored Mahito, who was rushing toward him, and concentrated all his power on manipulating Cleave. Cleave suddenly accelerated in midair and instantly struck Hanami's body. Bang! Having the power of the cursed womb, death paintings, Yuji Itadori was naturally not like the anemic Kamo Noritoshi. His cleave solidly struck the arm Hanami used to block. Even under Hanami's full defense, it still severed its arm, skin and bone together, and carved a hideous wound on its chest. Of course, it cut Hanami's right arm. Its left arm remained wrapped in white cloth until now. After all, it really hadn't been necessary to unleash its left arm against the previous four from Jujutsu High, but the current situation forced it to get serious. After landing the hit, Yuji Itadori dodged to one side to distance himself from Mahito's palm, while simultaneously activating blood manipulation, convergence. A large amount of blood gathered in front of Yuji Itadori for further compression, preparing to give Mahito a fatal blow. Leap of the Red Scale gave him extraordinary physical strength, giving him the confidence to engage in 2 consecutive 1v1 battles. Mahito was initially surprised by the incredible speed Yuji showed, but seeing him choose to use a technique that required standing still and charging slowly just after pulling away, it couldn't help but show a mocking smile. As expected of a brat, his combat experience still can't compare to those veteran jujutsu sorcerers. Mahito's hands shot out like cannonballs, quickly reaching for Yuji Itadori's body. Seeing Mahito fall into the trap so easily, Yuji Itadori also showed a hint of a smile. Convergence, supernova. Having absorbed the cursed energy and understanding of the technique from all the cursed womb, death paintings, he naturally knew how to use this move that Choso had spent 150 years mastering. If both sides had sufficient blood, Yuji Itadori's strength might even surpass Choso's. Ping! The compressed blood was instantly released. The supernova, which originally could only cause damage in a straight line like a sniper rifle bullet, directly turned into a shotgun blast that struck the targets in front of him in an irregular pattern. Facing the sky full of blood droplets, even Mahito's soul was screaming, warning it of approaching death. Did I get careless? Could it be that I'm going to die here? Hashtag 38 Chapter 38 The King of Curses, Resurrected. Chapter 38 The King of Curses, Resurrected. Just before the blood droplets could turn Mahito into a sieve, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from Hanami's direction. Upon being struck by the light, the blood droplets in the air instantly turned to ash. A vast number of colorful flowers rapidly spread out from Hanami, and a pitch-black dome descended from the sky. Domain expansion, ceremonial sea of light. Hanami successfully expanded the domain at the final moment, pulling Mahito back from the brink of death. As Itadori Yuji was pulled into the domain, he already knew that his prospects for today were grim. At least before I die, let me take one cursed spirit with me. Blood manipulation. Itadori Yuji gathered his cursed energy once more, preparing to activate his curse technique again. However, the flowers and grass beneath his feet suddenly emitted a powerful suction force targeted solely at cursed energy. His gathered cursed energy was drained instantly, and an uncontrollable floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Under this scent, Itadori Yuji's fiery fighting spirit was immediately extinguished. So sleepy, let's sleep. It's not like there's anything to do anyway. Thud. Itadori Yuji was knocked out directly within Hanami's domain, and a mass of branches quickly bound the unconscious youth tightly. Bang! Just as Mahito and Hanami breathed a sigh of relief, the outer wall of the domain was forcibly shattered. However, the person outside did not enter after breaking part of the shell. Instead, they continued to smash Hanami's domain exterior. Hanami directly deactivated the domain before any further damage could be dealt to its exterior. Although deactivating the domain meant facing the Jujutsu sorcerers outside with a body suffering from cursed technique burnout alongside the heavily injured Mahito, if it didn't release the domain, the consumption of cursed energy would ensure it couldn't hold out for long, even if the sorcerers outside didn't dare to enter rashly. Once the domain deactivated automatically, it wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Hanami hoisted Itadori Yuji onto its shoulder. The moment the domain was released, before the sorcerers outside could react, it immediately sprinted in the opposite direction. Mahito also picked up the bag containing the cursed objects from the ground and followed closely behind Hanami. As he left, he casually activated his cursed technique, detaching his palm to turn it into a dart aimed at the 3 first-year students lying on the ground. Yaga Mazamichi, who had been controlling a cursed corpse to attack Hanami's domain, immediately threw out a turtle-like cursed corpse to block Mahito's attack. At the same time, he sent a bird-like cursed corpse flying at high speed toward the fleeing Hanami and Mahito. However, even though both Hanami and Mahito were unable to use their full strength, Mazamichi Yaga's bird cursed corpse could not stop the two who were intent on escaping. In the blink of an eye, the 2 cursed spirits burst out of Jujutsu High's barrier and vanished. By the time Itadori Yuji woke up again, he had been taken to a shabby rental apartment. Mahito, Hanami, Dagon, and Kenjaku were gathered around him. The expressions of the 4 were extremely somber. Mahito, Hanami, and Dagon were grieving because their dear friend and family member, Jogo, had been exorcised by Kagura Shin. After all, if the 4 great disasters were considered a family, Jogo played the role of the father, Hanami was the mother, Mahito was the rebellious older brother, and Dagon was the young younger brother. The loss of a family member left the remaining 3 cursed spirits suppressed by a powerful rage. They hated Kagura Shin, but they hated their own powerless selves even more for being unable to take revenge. Kenjaku's poor expression, however, was simply because Jogo's death meant the loss of a powerful combat asset, which significantly impacted his plans and left him feeling quite displeased. They noticed the moment Itadori Yuji woke up, and the atmosphere relaxed slightly. Mahito pulled out the only 2 remaining fingers from Jujutsu High from his robe, and handed them to Kenjaku. I only found 2. The others are likely hidden by those people from Jujutsu High. Kenjaku didn't seem to care much. It doesn't matter. Finding even one of the fingers at Jujutsu High is an unexpected bonus. Once Ryomen Sukuna awakens, he will be able to sense the location of his own fingers. He will naturally seek out his power on his own. Kenjaku also pulled 5 of Sukuna's fingers from his robe, and shoved all 7 fingers into Itadori Yuji's mouth at once. Itadori Yuji fought back desperately, but suffering from severe blood loss, he couldn't muster much strength. After the 7 Sukuna's fingers entered his stomach, a surge of powerful cursed energy directly blasted apart the branches Hanami had used to bind him. A large number of hideous black curse seals appeared on Itadori Yuji's face and limbs. Most notably, an extra pair of smaller eyes grew beneath his original eyes, making the normally soft-featured Itadori Yuji look far more sinister. Ryomen Sukuna casually unleashed a slash that split the apartment building open, allowing the clear moonlight to spill onto him without obstruction. Humph humph humph. Ha ha ha. I have finally been resurrected. There sure are a lot of disgusting ants on the surface. After his exclamation, he scanned the 4 people in front of him, finally focusing his gaze on Kenjaku. Oh Kenjaku, we haven't seen each other for nearly 1,000 years, have we? I'm glad you kept the contract, giving me the chance to dominate an era once more. Ha ha ha. Ryomen Sukuna laughed wantonly, as if relishing his rebirth. Chapter 39, Itadori Awakens. Kenjaku stood by quietly with a smile as Ryomen Sukuna laughed. Although he had lost Jogo, a powerful combatant, the final outcome was still as he had expected. After Sukuna finished laughing, he handed a bottle of purple-black potion to Ryomen Sukuna. This is a cursed toxin that can suppress the soul. Although its effect is far from that of a bath, it can temporarily pull the other soul into the abyss, ensuring he won't fight for control of this body. Ryomen Sukuna glanced lightly at the cursed toxin in Kenjaku's hand, and did not reach out to take it. It seems Yuram hasn't been reincarnated yet, otherwise she would have already prepared the bath, wouldn't she? After all, that was the plan 1,000 years ago. Take this garbage back. How could I possibly use such an inferior product? Kenjaku said nothing after being rejected. He simply put the cursed toxin back into his robes and said, After all, I don't understand the ritual of the bath as well as Yuram does, and the cursed toxin I've concocted can't compare to hers. However, the original soul of this body has the potential to suppress an incomplete version of you, so please be careful. Sukuna sensed his state for a moment, and his brow furrowed. The recovery of my power is truly terrible. Do I only have the power of 7 fingers? But more importantly, I can't sense the location of all the fingers anymore. 7 fingers have disappeared. Do you have any leads, Kenjaku? Kenjaku's smiling face suddenly froze. If 7 fingers had truly lost contact as Sukuna said, then Ryomen Sukuna's strength would be greatly discounted, and the plan could not be completed at all. That's impossible. Although there are indeed methods to block perception, they can only block the perception of specific locations. It's impossible to block the quantity. There's no way to sever the resonance between cursed objects. Just as Choso can sense his younger brothers. Ryomen Sukuna's expression was somewhat gloomy, but he soon laughed again. It doesn't matter. Even without the fingers, I can return to my peak. It just needs a little time. Moreover, the cursed energy of this body is quite impressive. Blood manipulation is also a formidable technique, when the user knows the reverse curse technique. Perhaps in this era, I can even surpass my peak. Since the moment Ryomen Sukuna was resurrected, he had kept the reverse curse technique active, storing all the blood he created into the cursed marks on his fingertips. The current Yuji Itadori was different from the one in the original plot, having absorbed all the cursed womb, death paintings, he possessed the strength to face any disaster-level cursed spirit alone. It was just that Yuji Itadori did not yet know domain expansion, which would indeed put him at a disadvantage in a life-or-death battle. As for the 3 disaster-level cursed spirits nearby, they also sensed Ryomen Sukuna's massive cursed energy, and finally dismissed their doubts about his strength. Kenjaku led Ryomen Sukuna to another hideout, briefing him on all the powerful jujutsu sorcerers of this era to prevent him from being caught off guard in future encounters. Gojo Satoru, the strongest jujutsu sorcerer of the modern age, is the current inheritor of the 6 eyes. He is far stronger than his ancestor from 1,000 years ago. His limitless technique allows him to be naturally invincible. Yuki Tsukumo, her technique is Star Rage, which allows her to grant virtual mass to objects. It's speculated that she could even use her life as a binding vow to create a black hole that destroys everything. Okatsu Yuta, his cursed energy is terrifyingly vast and his technique is Copy, allowing him to use all the techniques he has seen. If allowed to develop, he could even become a rival no weaker than Gojo Satoru. Kagura Shin, his technique is a new type called Steve, similar to that fellow Yorozu's construction technique. He can create many items that may or may not exist in the world and imbue them with special abilities. His cursed energy capacity isn't large, but according to my deductions, the items he creates can be stored. Years of accumulation will allow his strength to reach a terrifying level. However, the most absurd part is that his domain can even be stored. He can effortlessly perform domain expansion multiple times a day without falling into cursed technique burnout. Furthermore, the range of his domain is terrifyingly large. One of our powerful allies fell to this move. If given enough time, even Gojo Satoru would be no match for him. Indeed, Kenjaku had been watching from afar when Jogo was exorcised. He had personally seen Kagura Shin deactivate Genesis just as Jogo was about to open a gap in it, only to immediately redeploy it and exorcise Jogo. Kenjaku then explained Kagura Shin's battle record, and all the items he had used to Sukuna one by one. Sukuna couldn't help but take some interest in Kagura Shin. That one called Gojo Satoru seems strong, but in reality, he's just average. However, that Kagura Shin, his technique sounds quite excellent indeed. If possible, I might consider changing bodies. After hearing Kenjaku's introduction to all the notable sorcerers of the modern era, Sukuna remained very dismissive of them. As for the large domain range Kenjaku mentioned, how large could it be? Could it really be larger than his open barrier domain? After learning about the current era, Ryomen Sukuna prepared to go out and kill the people of an entire city to announce his resurrection. Kenjaku, we'll talk about the promise from 1,000 years ago after I've had my fun. Now let the slaughter begin. However, just as he was about to swing a slash, his body suddenly jolted. The slightly smaller eyes beneath his eyelids closed slowly and uncontrollably, and the cursed marks across his body began to dim. Damn it, is control of the body being snatched away? How is this possible? Before Ryomen Sukuna could finish his sentence, Yuji Itadori fully awakened. If Kenjaku hadn't fed Yuji Itadori 7 fingers at once, causing Itadori to need time to digest such a massive amount of cursed energy, he would have woken up long ago. His body reacted faster than his mind upon waking. Even before his brain could issue a command, his body was already in motion, immediately launching an attack on the surrounding cursed spirits. Blood manipulation, cleave. A large amount of blood gushed from his fingertips, transforming into countless giant shurikens that rushed toward the surrounding cursed spirits at high speed. The massive amount of blood that Ryomen Sukuna had just worked hard to accumulate now belonged to Yuji Itadori. Kenjaku didn't care when he saw Yuji Itadori regain control of his body. He simply summoned the rainbow dragon to deflect all the blood shurikens, then summoned a pelican cursed spirit to scoop himself and the 3 special grade cursed spirits into its mouth. With a flap of its wings, it floated into the air. Chatting time is over. We'll see you later for the rest, Sukuna. After saying this, the pelican led the 4 of them away. But how could Yuji Itadori possibly just let them leave? Blood manipulation, piercing blood. Hashtag 40 Chapter 40 Returning to School. Chapter 40, Returning to School. Boom. The blood droplet, compressed to its absolute limit, was launched at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. It created a piercing sonic boom in midair as it whistled toward the pelican in the sky. Maximum Technique, Uzumaki. In midair, Kenjaku similarly activated the maximum technique of cursed spirit manipulation. He compressed the absorbed cursed spirits into a high-density beam of cursed energy and fired it. It collided with the piercing blood in midair, causing a massive explosion. By the time Yuji Itadori tried to launch a second attack, they were already far away. Inside the pelican, Mahito couldn't help but ask. Are we just going to let Ryaman Sukuna's vessel go like that? Kenjaku gave a mysterious smile and replied. Because Ryaman Sukuna hasn't recovered to his peak state yet, he isn't very useful for our plans. Besides, with Sukuna's lawless personality, having him around would only give me a headache. It's better to let Sukuna's vessel return to Jujutsu High, and let those rotten oranges of the Jujutsu world deal with the headache. Then aren't you afraid the higher UPS of the Jujutsu world will execute Sukuna's vessel? Kenjaku glanced at Mahito and explained again. The higher UPS will certainly order the execution of Sukuna's vessel. I know those old fools who fear death very well, but I know Satoru Gojo even better. He won't allow his student to be sentenced to death. Furthermore, since the vessel has shown the ability to suppress Sukuna, Satoru Gojo might even take the initiative to collect Sukuna's fingers and give them to him. Our current priority is preparing for the culling game and searching for Sukuna's fingers. Everything else is secondary. Kenjaku recalled the compass-like object he had glimpsed in Kagura Shin's hand before Jogo was exorcised. He immediately decided that from now on, whenever he went out, he must apply a barrier to himself that isolates curse techniques. Fortunately, he usually stayed within Dagon's innate domain, which naturally isolates and neutralizes all techniques. Thus, there was no need to prepare an additional barrier to cover his resting place. After standing there for a while, Yuji Itadori slowly walked back to Jujutsu High on his own. His mind was currently in a mess. While his body had been seized by Ryaman Sukuna, his soul had returned to that picnic meadow. Choso greeted him as usual, pulled him to the dining table, and handed him chopsticks and a drink. Hey Yuji, can I call you that? Welcome home. You look very tired. Rest at home for a while before heading out again. For some reason, Yuji Itadori couldn't refuse Choso's invitation. Perhaps in his heart, he truly wished for such a warm home. Yuji Itadori really liked this picnic meadow, and the 9 older brothers before him. Although they looked strange, he could clearly feel their goodwill. While picnicking on the grass, he felt his soul relax, feeling incredibly comfortable every moment. After eating on the grass, the 10 of them lay casually in the sun. After a while, Choso spoke up slowly. Yuji, as much as we hate to see you go, it's about time to part ways. You've recovered enough, right? Go on, do what you must. We will always support you silently because we brothers are one. With a flash of light, Yuji regained control of his body, and then launched an attack on the surrounding enemies. Are we brothers? Thank you, brothers. Yuji seemed to have suddenly realized something, and he ran forward with light steps. 2 days later, Satoru Gojo and Kagura Shin returned from their business trip at the same time. However, unlike Kagura Shin's calm demeanor, Satoru Gojo's expression was somewhat grim. Kagura Shin walked with him on the path of Jujutsu High. What's wrong, Gojo-sensei? Because of this collective action by the cursed spirits, 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers were killed. The Jujutsu world can hardly accept such a painful price. Kagura Shin fell silent. Although grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers indeed have the strength to contend with special grades, that is against ordinary special grades. These 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers were unfortunate, they encountered Dagon. Despite their resistance, they were still unable to withstand the power of a natural disaster. However, after the 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers died, Dagon left immediately without causing further damage to the area. That could be considered a bit of good news. Upon their return, the two immediately rushed to the infirmary because Nobara Kojisaki, Megumi Fushiguro, and Yoshino Junpei were still lying in hospital beds. With Shoko Yeri's reverse curse technique, their physical injuries had healed. However, Shoko could do nothing about the damage to their brain circuits from overusing cursed energy. Her reverse curse technique was not yet powerful enough to restore brain circuits. Yuji Itadori was also in the infirmary at this time, taking care of everyone lying in bed, occasionally peeling and slicing apples to hand to them. Satoru Gojo pushed open the infirmary door. Just as he was about to greet them, he suddenly caught sight of Yuji Itadori from the corner of his eye. His aura changed abruptly, and the cursed energy within him was slowly mobilized. Kagura-shin asked from behind. "Did something happen, Gojo-sensei?" Yuji Itadori also looked over. His clear yet simple-minded gaze even made Satoru Gojo wonder if his 6 eyes were malfunctioning. "Yuji, are you Yuji Itadori?" Kagura-shin found Satoru Gojo's question strangely familiar and couldn't help but glance at him. Yuji Itadori was bewildered by the question and instinctively replied. "Of course I am. Who else would I be?" At that moment, a mouth suddenly appeared on Yuji's left cheek, answering Satoru Gojo for him. "Idiot, he's obviously asking about me. But those 6 eyes of yours are indeed impressive. Can you see the cursed energy inside others so clearly?" The instant Ryaman Sukuna spoke, Satoru Gojo had already teleported in front of Shoko Yeri to shield her. Kagura-shin's reaction was a beat slower. He only reacted after seeing Gojo go to protect Shoko. "Sorry, Yuji. Although I know you can control Sukuna, they don't." Kagura-shin delivered a flying kick that sent Yuji Itadori flying, smashing a large hole in the infirmary wall. Although the kick looked powerful, it didn't actually cause any real injury to Yuji. Nobara Kojisaki and Megumi Fushiguro also struggled to climb out of their beds immediately, while only Yoshino Junpei remained lying there, looking completely oblivious. Chapter 41, The Strongest of 1,000 Years Ago vs. The Strongest of the Present. Itadori Yuji climbed up from the ground, scratched his head, and said to the others. "Sorry, I don't know why, but he was able to come out and speak today. That hasn't happened the last couple of days. Did he scare you?" Kagura-shin moved a bit closer to him, and gave him a brief rundown of common knowledge in the Jujutsu world. "Yuji, your current situation is because you ate some kind of cursed object, right? Although it seems like you can completely control your own body, according to the regulations of the Jujutsu world, you are to be sentenced to death. Of course, if you really can perfectly control your body, I think Gojo-sensei would be willing to break that rule." Gojo Satoru relaxed only after carefully observing Itadori Yuji's condition. "Yeah, that's right. If you can control it perfectly, then I guarantee those rotten oranges won't be able to do anything to you. So do you know what cursed objects you ate, Yuji?" "The cursed womb, death painting and the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna, I ate both." "Sorry, Shin, I didn't take good care of the cursed objects you entrusted to me. Everyone was heavily injured that day, and I had no other choice. I could only try eating the cursed womb, death painting, and it seemed to work, but I still couldn't defeat the enemy. After I was captured, a black-haired guy with squinty eyes dressed as a monk stuffed a handful of the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna into me. I think I fell into an unconscious state for a while, but I recovered quickly. After that, Ryaman Sukuna inside my body stayed quiet for 2 days. I thought everything was fine, but I didn't expect him to come out and speak today." Itadori Yuji slowly explained everything that had happened after Gojo Satoru and Kagura-shin left Jujutsu High. At that moment, Sukuna emerged again. "Brat, if it weren't for your weird body, I would have taken it over long ago. Once I'm free, the first thing I'll do is kill everyone standing in front of you right now." "Ha ha ha." Gojo Satoru completely ignored Ryaman Sukuna's wild laughter and asked curiously. "So, Yuji, you've eaten 2 different types of cursed objects, one of which is even the king of curses, the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna. Wow, interesting. Shin, bring Yuji to the back mountain. He seemed to have returned to being the arrogant Gojo Satoru, who stood alone as the honored one throughout heaven and earth, holding his head high as he led the way to the back mountain. However, as Kagura Shin watched Gojo Satoru's back, he felt that Gojo was forcing himself to suppress his emotions. A black-haired guy with squinty eyes in monk's robes. Is it you, Suguru? By the time Kagura Shin brought Itadori Yuji to the back mountain, Gojo Satoru had already composed himself. Shin, please expand your domain to cover us. However, you don't need the domain to have the effect of neutralizing curse techniques, just prevent the battle inside from affecting the outside. This might be difficult for an average person, but for your domain, it should be possible. Kagura Shin nodded, calmed his mind to adjust his domain, and then fully expanded it. The massive shell of the domain covered a large area. Gojo Satoru raised his hand and fired a red at Kagura Shin's domain shell. After the violent explosion, the shell didn't budge at all, and Gojo nodded in satisfaction. Shin, keep track of the time, let's say 1 minute. As for Yuji, release Ryaman Sukuna for 1 minute later. Remember to suppress him back once the time is up. Huh? But I heard Ryaman Sukuna is very strong. Won't something happen? It's fine. I'm the strongest and of course, Shin isn't bad either. Itadori Yuji didn't say anything more. He slightly closed his eyes, and black cursed markings soon appeared on his body. The 4 eyes on his face opened simultaneously, and he instantly swung a slash at both Kagura Shin and Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru didn't dodge, the slash couldn't penetrate his infinity at all. As for Kagura Shin, he donned a full netherite armor set radiating a prismatic glow. The moment the slash hit him, a bone-deep wound appeared on Sukuna's chest instead. This armor had been granted the complete damage reflection ability by Kagura Shin using his maximum technique. However, the cooldown was quite long, lasting 10 minutes. Kagura Shin had tried injecting more experience points to shorten the cooldown, but after consuming 60 levels of experience only to shorten it by 1 minute, he gave up. Ryaman Sukuna touched the wound on his body in surprise, using his reverse curse technique to heal it while laughing wildly. Good, good, good. Very nice. It seems your curse technique is truly powerful. I'm getting more and more interested in your body. He stomped hard on the ground and threw a punch at Gojo Satoru, but his fist was still blocked by infinity. Interesting. Is this the infinity that Kenjaku mentioned? After the failed strike, Ryaman Sukuna was punched in the face by Gojo Satoru, flying back over 10 meters. Sukuna adjusted his posture mid-air, and upon landing, immediately closed the distance again to throw a punch at Gojo's face. Bang! The punch landed solidly on Gojo Satoru's forearm, which he used to block, causing Gojo to slide back several meters on the ground. Gojo Satoru shook his forearm and quickly used his reverse curse technique to recover from the soreness. Domain amplification. Well, it makes sense. How could the king of curses from 1,000 years ago not know how to use such a simple trick? Kagura Shin checked the time and shouted to the two who were facing off. Time's up. Yuji, you can take control of your body again. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryaman Sukuna was suppressed by Itadori Yuji's consciousness. Gojo Satoru turned the power of his 6 eyes to the maximum to carefully observe the changes within Itadori Yuji's body. Ryaman Sukuna struggled as hard as he could, but Itadori Yuji's soul crushed his resistance, quickly suppressing Sukuna's soul into a corner of the body until it stopped moving. Oh, this is truly a suppressive force like a natural predator. Who would have thought the king of curses from 1,000 years ago could be so pathetic? As Kagura Shin dispelled the domain, the 3 reappeared in the back mountain of Jujutsu High. Gojo Satoru told Kagura Shin to take Itadori Yuji back first while he went to report to the higher UPS and secure Itadori Yuji's life. If he didn't tell those rotten oranges now, they would only panic more when they found out on their own, and they might even punish everyone who knew about it but didn't report it. However, Gojo Satoru's visit to them now was merely to provide notification. Under the double pressure of Gojo Satoru's overwhelming strength and his status as the current head of the Gojo family, one of the big three families, the higher UPS wouldn't disagree with Gojo Satoru's suggestion. It's just that visiting the higher UPS at this time required the art of conversation. Gojo Satoru had to save face for the higher UPS while achieving his own goals, which was still a bit difficult. Hashtag 42 Chapter 42 Conversation. Chapter 42, Conversation. Once again, in a dark room filled with paper doors, Gojo Satoru was surrounded by them in the center. What? The vessel of Ryaman Sukuna. Exorcise him. He must be exorcised. We cannot tolerate such an unstable factor in this world. This is far too dangerous for the entire world. Gojo, do you intend to put all of humanity at risk? Gojo Satoru stood in the center of the room, impatiently listening to the higher-up's speech. He picked his ear and blew on his finger before speaking. I've already said, Yuji can completely control Ryaman Sukuna's soul. He isn't Sukuna's vessel, rather, Ryaman Sukuna is the nourishment for Yuji to grow stronger. How can you guarantee that? If Ryaman Sukuna really can't be suppressed and a disaster occurs, can you take responsibility? Even if you do, the losses caused by the disaster would be irreparable. I absolutely do not agree with your proposal. Simultaneously, various voices of denial erupted in the room. Not a single person agreed with Gojo Satoru's coexistence plan. Gojo Satoru's proposal was for the Jujutsu world not to sentence Itadori Yuji to death, but instead to have Yuji Itadori absorb as many fingers as possible while training him to slowly master Ryaman Sukuna's power. This way, the Jujutsu world would gain a super powerful asset. But the proposal was rejected. However, Gojo Satoru hadn't expected the first proposal to pass anyway. His true goal was simply to save Yuji Itadori's life in a reasonable manner. Fine, since you don't agree with my first plan, I'll take a step back. We can change Yuji's death sentence to a suspended death sentence, let him absorb as many of Ryaman Sukuna's fingers as possible, and then execute him. That way, the absorbed fingers will disappear entirely along with Yuji's death. This proposal is quite good, isn't it? It eliminates special-grade cursed objects that were originally indestructible without violating the rules of the Jujutsu world. It only postpones the execution time. Actually, upon hearing the second proposal, a few of the higher UPS were indeed tempted, but they quickly suppressed the thought. They realized that Gojo Satoru was just using flowery words, and the second plan had no practical difference from the first. The main conflict now was that Ryaman Sukuna was an unstable factor who could cause a disaster at any time, so the higher UPS wanted to deal with Yuji Itadori right here and now. The room fell into chaos again. Gojo Satoru scanned all the higher UPS present. His 6 eyes, which could see through human hearts, only saw fear of powerful strength and a thirst for power and status. They were so anxious to execute Yuji Itadori just to ensure their own status remained unaffected. Gojo Satoru raised his hand and released a red toward the ceiling, forcibly interrupting the noisy arguments of the higher UPS, and allowing the bright sunlight from outside to shine into the dark room. All right, I've given you the right to speak freely. Now, the right to decide on the proposal should finally be in my hands. I'm going to let Yuji Itadori live. Who's in favor and who's against? Silence, a long silence. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves outside and the sound of wooden debris from the ceiling hitting the floor. 1 or 2 higher UPS were hit on the head by small wooden blocks, but didn't even dare to cry out in pain, fearing that Gojo would unreasonably kill them on the spot. After a long time, one higher-up finally spoke. I agree to the second plan. Sentence Yuji Itadori to a suspended death sentence. However, as soon as Ryaman Sukuna goes out of control, Yuji Itadori must be executed immediately. Once one person spoke up to yield, the other higher UPS also found a way out and immediately expressed their agreement with the second plan. Looking at the nauseating faces of these higher UPS who bullied the weak, but feared the strong, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but sigh in his heart about how correct his decision to become a teacher was. If such higher UPS continued to control the supreme power of the Jujutsu world, then the Jujutsu world would have no future. After Gojo Satoru returned to Jujutsu High, he told everyone about the final decision regarding Yuji Itadori. Yuji Itadori finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he would still die in the end, at least it would be in the right way. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro, Yoshino Junpei, and Nobara Kujisaki were filled with self-reproach. They all believed that the reason Yuji ate the cursed object was that the three of them were too weak, forcing Yuji to take the risk of eating it. After Gojo Satoru finished explaining Yuji's treatment plan, he immediately called Kagura-shin aside. "Shin, regarding the cursed womb, death painting, aren't you going to explain? That cursed object was supposed to be in your hands, right? Because, Gojo-sensei, you might not believe me if I say it, but I actually know that Yuji and the death paintings are brothers. That's why I gave the death painting to Yuji. Even if Yuji eats it, there won't be any rejection or negative reaction. As for how I know, could you please not ask?" Gojo Satoru stared at him for a while. The Six Eyes told him that Kagura-shin wasn't lying, but the absurd brotherhood Shin mentioned felt incredibly melodramatic to him. A boy less than 20 years old being brothers with a group of 100-year-old half-cursed spirits. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like that. Besides, Gojo Satoru knew the origin of the death paintings, which made it even more ridiculous. "Fine, I don't want to pry into your little secrets, nor is there a need to, because I know you treat everyone at Jujutsu High with sincerity. I'll believe your words for now. However, if you do something similar next time, I hope you can discuss it with me. You can trust me completely, just as I trust you completely. Shin." Kagura-shin lowered his head and stopped speaking. After a long while, he looked up at Gojo Satoru. "Sorry, Gojo-sensei. It was my fault for not discussing this with you. From today on, I will try to trust you completely. I also have some important things to tell you. I hope you can find some time." After Kagura-shin revealed some of his secrets to Gojo Satoru, it felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. If he had any arrangements in the future, Gojo Satoru would be his strongest support. For example, right now, Kagura-shin mysteriously pulled out a compass emitting a 7-colored glow, and pushed it in front of Gojo Satoru, saying, "Gojo-sensei, I wonder if you're interested in going with me to directly take down the big mastermind behind the scenes. This compass will guide us." Gojo Satoru looked down and scratched his head, asking in a low voice as if afraid of hurting Kagura-shin's pride. Shin, is this compass constantly spinning because it's charging up? Huh? Chapter 43, Everyone at Jujutsu High working hard to get stronger. After Gojo Satoru understood the full story, he also roughly guessed why Kagura-shin's compass had failed. It's likely blocked by a special barrier technique. Actually, there are quite a few barriers that shield against others' curse techniques. For example, Lord Tingen's tomb chamber is completely covered by such a barrier. The cursed spirit's side likely has a curse user with high proficiency in barriers, and they seem very cautious. Although Kagura-shin felt it was a pity, he was also quite helpless and could only put the compass away. Then there's no other way. We're back in a passive position now, Gojo-sensei. Haha, Jujutsu sorcerers are just the passive side, it's been like this for 1,000 years. Only after cursed spirits commit evil do we Jujutsu sorcerers go to resolve the matter. It's almost become an established practice now. Oh wait, not anymore. I should say it used to be. There are simply too many cursed spirits in the world. In terms of numbers alone, they are over 1,000 times more numerous than Jujutsu sorcerers. Originally, as long as cursed spirits didn't cause trouble, sorcerers didn't have the energy to deal with them. But since the last collective mobilization of cursed spirits causing trouble across the country, the higher UPS issued an absolute order: exterminate all cursed spirits. Furthermore, they assigned performance targets to every Jujutsu sorcerer, and failure to meet them would lead to accountability. This left the Jujutsu sorcerers of the entire Jujutsu world miserable, with their workload increasing more than tenfold. After saying goodbye to Gojo Satoru, Kagura-shin returned to his dormitory to continue researching his cursed technique. He took out an odd-looking command block, placed it on the ground, and then tried to input cursed energy into it. It's useless, no reaction at all. He then tried inputting experience points, but there was still no reaction. Could it be that it can only be used within a domain? He directly partially expanded his domain and fiddled with the command block inside, but no matter how hard he tried, the command block remained unresponsive, just like an ordinary stone. After fiddling for a whole morning, Kagura-shin was so hungry his stomach was sticking to his back. He took out a steak, took a bite, and then frowned in disgust. The taste is fine, but I'm tired of eating it. Never mind, I'll go to the cafeteria. Kagura-shin casually threw the half-eaten steak onto the command block placed on the ground, and headed out to the Jujutsu High cafeteria to find food. Inside the cafeteria, everyone from Jujutsu High was eating, while Gojo Satoru was slowly eating dessert on the side. Kagura-shin got a meal and sat down directly across from Itadori Yuji. Huh. Yuji, your lunch is a bit blood-enriching. Itadori Yuji's plate had pig liver, wood ear mushrooms, and pig blood balls. The soup was a sweet red bean soup with a few red dates added. It looked very blood-enriching at a glance. Because the curse technique I use requires my own blood. Although Ryaman Sukuna has stored dozens of liters in the curse seal, the more blood, the better. Nobara Kujisaki, who was nearby, leaned her head over and complained. I originally told him to ask Teacher Shoko for help, storing blood while being healed, or to ask you for help, storing it while eating your technique's creations. But he's a blockhead and didn't want to trouble you guys, so he found some folk remedies for enriching blood online and is eating them here. I'm really afraid he'll just faint from anemia during training this afternoon. Itadori Yuji scratched his head and said. After all, this isn't something that can be solved in a few minutes, and I'd feel bad troubling you guys for a long time. Teacher Shoko is very busy, and Shin has his own things to do. Besides, there's no rush to store blood, I can just take my time. Kagura-shin shook his head helplessly, took out a healing potion, and handed it to him. Yuji, we're brothers. Why wouldn't I help with such a small favor? Besides, it's not that much trouble. Come straight to my dorm after lunch. Itadori Yuji took the healing potion with an embarrassed look and drank it. Then I'll be in your care in a bit, Shin. Fushiguro Megumi and Yoshino Junpei were pestering Gojo Satoru to lead their training. Gojo Satoru only agreed to Yoshino Junpei's request, and then kicked Fushiguro Megumi over to Kagura-shin. Megumi, the way for you to increase your strength is simple, just tame your Shikigami. Go straight to Shin, and have him make you a super invincible strengthening potion to drink. Then you can easily tame the Shikigami. The taming ritual can only be performed by one person. Gojo-sensei, didn't you know that? I of course know. But the ritual determines the number of participants based on whether there's a second type of cursed energy within the ritual range. Shin's potion doesn't produce cursed energy that doesn't belong to you in your body, so it's perfectly fine. Then why didn't you mention this method sooner? If I had known earlier, Itadori might not have. Gojo Satoru flicked Fushiguro Megumi's forehead and said as if it were obvious. Of course, it was to make you work a bit harder yourself. If I had told you earlier, you probably would have slacked off long ago. But now is indeed an extraordinary time. No matter what means you use, increasing your strength as quickly as possible is the way to go. Fushiguro Megumi clutched his reddened forehead, wanting to say something more to Gojo Satoru, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. He could only rub his head while heading off to find Kagura-shin. After lunch, Kagura-shin brought Itadori Yuji and Fushiguro Megumi back to his room. He opened the door and chatted with the two while walking in, then bumped into the giant command block and fell onto his backside. Huh? This isn't right. From my dorm to the cafeteria is definitely more than 64 meters. Why hasn't the command block despawned? After standing up in a daze, he actually saw that half-eaten steak still on the command block. The steak hasn't despawned either. I think I've discovered a little bit of what the command block can do. Before researching his command block, he first took out a large batch of cooked steaks and stuffed them into Itadori Yuji's hands, telling him to eat while storing blood. Then he took out a strength potion and injected experience points into it. Let's start by strengthening the power by 20 times, and set the duration to 1 hour. What? It actually costs 50 levels of experience. This is highway robbery. You have to understand, this is a consumable. Once used, the experience points are gone. Unlike those tool-type items where you can extract the experience when not in use, this potion, 50 levels of experience, gone in a flash. Although Kagura Shin's heart ached for his experience points, he still gritted his teeth, and crafted it, then shoved the potion to Fushiguro Megumi. Take it away, don't let me see it again, or I'm afraid I won't be able to part with it. Chapter 44, The Basics of the Command Block. Megumi Fushiguro was not a man of many words, but he was keen at sensing the emotions of others. He noticed Kagura Shin's reluctance and realized that the potion in his hand might have come at a very high cost. Without any hesitation, he returned the potion to Kagura Shin. Shin, take this potion back. I can manage on my own. Don't talk nonsense. Since I gave it to you, just use it. The cost to create it was indeed not low, but it's already been made, and it would be a waste not to use it. This was custom made for you, it's useless to me. That was a lie, but if he didn't put it that way, Megumi Fushiguro wouldn't accept the potion. All right then. I will cherish it. Yeah, drink it now. You can't take it away anyway, it'll vanish if it's more than 64 meters away from me. Also, its duration is 1 hour, so keep an eye on the time. Megumi Fushiguro nodded and downed the potion in one gulp. Immediately, he felt the power within his body surge rapidly, even feeling as though he could lift the entire dormitory building in front of him. He immediately sprinted all the way to the Jujutsu High training grounds to prepare for the taming ritual. Although he lost control of his strength several times on the way, and smashed several large holes in the walls, it only took a few collisions for him to quickly adapt to his current physical intensity, and use it proficiently. Piercing Ox. A sturdy bull slowly stepped out from a patch of shadow. It scratched its hooves and suddenly charged at Megumi Fushiguro. Megumi directly drew the Tsurunuki Yari and dodged to the side, then pierced the piercing ox with a single thrust. Watching Megumi Fushiguro from a distance to prevent him from summoning something he shouldn't, Satoru Gojo saw Megumi's agile movements and his astonishing speed and power. He couldn't help but recall that day when his own neck was pierced by that man. To think the enhancement allows me to compare Megumi's strength and speed with Toji Fushiguro. Shin's potion is truly powerful. With speed and strength comparable to Toji Fushiguro, taming Shikigami other than Maharaga was simply too easy for Megumi Fushiguro. Soon, Tiger Burial and Round Deer were also tamed by Megumi one by one. Megumi Fushiguro had no intention of taming Maharaga at all, because he knew very well that even with his current strength, he could not defeat Maharaga, who could adapt to everything. Currently, the only 4 people in the world who could steadily defeat Maharaga were Satoru Gojo, Kagura Shin, Ryaman Sukuna, and Yuki Tsukumo. To deal with Maharaga, one must use a high-burst move to kill it in one shot, otherwise, once the wheel behind its head turns, the same move will no longer cause effective damage. This was the treasure of the Zenin family, the strongest Shikigami, capable of adapting to all phenomena. 8-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General Maharaga. After stabbing the Round Deer, which could use the reverse curse technique, to death with a few thrusts, Megumi Fushiguro looked at the long spear in his hand and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to tame these 3 Shikigami before, but either he was sent flying by Piercing Ox, or he was heavily injured by Tiger Burial's great power, or he exhausted his cursed energy without being able to inflict effective damage on Round Deer. But today, he had easily dealt with 3 Shikigami. Shin is indeed very strong. Even an ordinary person enhanced by Shin could probably possess the strength of a special grade curse spirit. After finishing the taming, Megumi Fushiguro went to Kagura Shin's dormitory again. He originally wanted to invite Kagura Shin out for a meal to thank him, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw 2 people wearing full sets of netherite armor. Yuji? How are you wearing Shin's armor? I remember that even Gojo-sensei couldn't withstand the weight of this suit. Yuji Itadori took off his helmet and pointed at the command block and Megumi Fushiguro with an excited face. It's this. As long as you input some cursed energy to let it record it, you can freely use the items Shin created within a 64-meter radius sphere centered on this block. The armor and enchanted golden apples that we couldn't pick up before can now all be used normally. Since you're here too, Megumi, let's try it together. Megumi Fushiguro tried to input some cursed energy into the command block, then tried taking the trident handed over by Yuji Itadori. Kagura Shin also spoke from the side. This is all thanks to Yuji. I complained to him that this command block couldn't be activated with cursed energy at all, but he didn't believe it and gave it a try, and unexpectedly succeeded in driving it. It seems it was just because it already had my cursed energy in it, and couldn't be reused. Moreover, I've discovered that within the effective range of the command block, even if I go far away, the items I created won't disappear. Although this is barely scratching the surface of the command block's functions, at least we can finally use it. Megumi Fushiguro looked at the command block and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He instinctively thought of using the command block to help him tame Maharaga. He imagined himself wearing a full set of armor glowing with iridescent light, holding an iridescent trident, and then using the potion he was lent just now to enhance himself. How strong would that be? Perhaps the strongest state I can imagine is just Shin's most ordinary appearance during battle. I really still can't compare to Shin. If Kagura Shin knew he was thinking this, he would definitely say, "No, no, no. I'm not that extravagant yet. There's no need to use potions at all." Because Kagura Shin couldn't imagine anyone being able to defeat him when he was fully covered in maximum technique armor. How strong would an enemy have to be to make him use a potion for enhancement? The current Kagura Shin was already at the absolute peak of the world's combat power. If you let Kagura Shin fight Satoru Gojo now, the two might be evenly matched. Whoever was pulled into the other's domain first would lose. Because the current Kagura Shin indeed lacked the ability to counter unlimited void. Of course, being pulled into the domain refers to being pulled in completely off guard. But if Satoru Gojo and Kagura Shin agreed to a duel, then Kagura Shin would show Satoru Gojo what counterbuilding meant. I'll directly give my creations attributes that specifically counter infinity and unlimited void. After ignoring your strongest mechanics, I'll crush you with pure stats. As long as Kagura Shin knew the enemy's information, in less than a week, he would design a whole set of countermeasures. For example, he had already stored equipment to counter Ryomen Sukuna, Kenjaku, Dagon, and Hanami. It can only be said that if it weren't for the lack of experience points, Kagura Shin would even want to make countersets for everyone in the world. Hashtag 45 Chapter 45 Daily Tasks. Chapter 45 Daily Missions. The commotion of the collective cursed spirit action and the invasion of Jujutsu High quickly passed. Kagura Shin didn't feel any difference in his life compared to before, aside from having more than 10 times the daily workload. After all, those stinking rats in the sewers didn't dare show their faces to cause trouble right now. Let me see. Is today's mission to exorcise all the cursed spirits in TDL, Tokyo Disneyland? Seriously? Everyone else at Jujutsu High had also received similar missions, such as clearing Ginza, Shinjuku, Shibuya, Sensoji Temple, Meiji Jingu Shrine, and so on. The number of people dispatched varied depending on the size of the area to be cleared. Aside from the Tokyo School, all other Tokyo Jujutsu sorcerers were also called in to work. For instance, Kagura Shin and Kento Nanami were assigned to Disneyland. At the entrance of Disneyland, Kento Nanami checked the time on his wristwatch from time to time. Kagura Shin came running over in a hurry, gasping for breath as he apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Nanami. The traffic at the Disneyland entrance was backed up for kilometers, so I just got out and ran." "Am I late?" "Not too late. You're much better than Satoru Gojo. Anyway, everyone is here now, so let's begin the mission. I hope we can get off work on time today." To be honest, Kagura Shin wasn't very familiar with Kento Nanami. They had only met once in the first chapter, so Kagura-shin felt quite awkward about being late. To make up for it, he directly took on 70% of Disneyland's area. Leave this area and this area to me, Mr. Nanami. I'll definitely do a beautiful job. Leave the area you marked to me, you just go to the remaining small section. Kagura-shin didn't say anything more because he understood the mature adult in front of him, who looked like he was in office worker attire. He was much more reliable than Satoru Gojo and took great care of his juniors. He was a strong and gentle person. Even if Kagura-shin insisted, Kento Nanami wouldn't give him the larger area, so Kagura-shin decided to speed up his exorcisms to clear as much of the area as possible. Alright, the mission has begun. Take this ID badge, we can head straight in shortly. Also, this mission is to be completed right under the noses of ordinary people, so be careful when you act and don't scare them. That's all. Understood. Mr. Nanami, I guarantee the mission will be completed. After the two entered Disneyland, they immediately headed in two different directions. This mission was very unfriendly to Kagura-shin. Ordinary people could see his curse technique creations, so he could only rely on his fists to exorcise them one by one. It's all Kenjaku's fault for causing such a huge mess, and making us jujutsu sorcerers work so hard. The clearing mission involved gradually sweeping through all of Tokyo over 3 months, repeating the process every 3 months. Because there were so few jujutsu sorcerers, there weren't even any days off for shift rotations. Kagura-shin even felt like going on out-of-town missions every day. At least for those missions, you only had to exorcise the one cursed spirit causing trouble, unlike now. Kagura-shin casually crushed a maggot in his hand, and turned toward the next location. The haunted house. There might be a few more cursed spirits here. He showed his ID and bypassed the long line to slip into the haunted house. After all, you couldn't expect a jujutsu sorcerer on a mission to wait in line for every attraction. How many could they finish in a day like that? Upon entering the haunted house, Kagura-shin discovered a lot of residual cursed energy. Maggots would fly over every now and then, leaving Kagura-shin beyond annoyed. Meanwhile, the ordinary people nearby watched this weirdo with strange looks as he occasionally slapped the air or clenched his hand tightly as if crushing something. Everyone stayed far away from Kagura-shin. After all, he looked like he had a mental illness and wasn't someone to be messed with. Mommy, what is that big brother doing? Oh, that's a type of performance art. Let's go, don't disturb him, okay? Okay. Kagura-shin continued forward when suddenly, a half-meter-tall, black furball-like cursed spirit lunged out. It stood right in the middle of the path and reached out with its pair of claws as thin as bamboo poles, directly pushing a nearby child to the ground, causing him to land hard on his butt. The child burst into tears on the spot. Wah, oh. His mother tried to pull him up, but the cursed spirit crawled onto the child and wouldn't let him stand. The mother tried a few times without success and got angry, thinking the child was throwing a tantrum. Honey, if you don't get up right now, mommy's going to get angry. Kagura-shin really couldn't bear to see this little kid's but get bruised any further, so he hurried over, yanked the cursed spirit off him, and pulled him up at the same time. Get up quickly. Little friend, don't make your mom angry. No. Sob, I wanted to get up just now, but Sob, it felt like something was holding me down. Kagura-shin didn't stay to listen further. After all, he still had a mission. With a sudden surge of strength in the hand gripping the cursed spirit, he crushed it directly. The cursed spirit's blood and severed limbs quickly dissipated into the air. This was the typical way common cursed spirits caused trouble for humans. In fact, cursed spirits were everywhere in daily life causing trouble, whether it was suddenly tossing your paper documents into the air, pushing your fragile cup onto the floor, or tripping you up while you were walking. Only cursed spirits above grade 2 posed a direct threat to the lives of adults, but those above grade 2 were also very rare. In fact, barring any accidents, this entire Disneyland wouldn't produce a single cursed spirit above grade 2 in 10 years. As long as it wasn't a place where negative emotions were dense and concentrated, the born cursed spirits wouldn't be strong. In places like black companies, everyone's resentment is very heavy and focused on heavy workloads or unscrupulous bosses. In such cases, the leaked cursed energy will resonate and aggregate into powerful cursed spirits. Kagura-shin worked from morning until 4 in the afternoon, only grabbing a few bites of steak and an apple in between. Finally, he met up with Kento Nanami again. He had finished about 60% of the area, while Nanami had finished 40%. Phew, Mr. Nanami, the mission is complete. Can we get off work early and unwind now? How about I treat you to a meal as an apology for being late this morning? Then let's go eat together. My treat. The two left TDL together. Just like the tourists around them, their faces were overflowing with relaxed smiles. Chapter 46, Cursed Object Incarnation. In the same dilapidated apartment building, Kenjaku/Wonsoa, Mahito, Hanami, and Dagon gathered to discuss their plans. The lounge chairs on the beach within the domain had vanished, leaving only twisted, unrecognizable human bodies scattered across the golden sands. Some of these people were bloated like balloons, while others were stretched several meters long. Even more tragic were those twisted together in pairs or trios like fried dough twists. These were all humans Mahito had used to train his curse technique recently, kidnapped from the outside by Kenjaku/Wonsoa. To avoid detection by jujutsu sorcerers, he specifically sought out the elderly living alone, or those who lived in isolation. Because he truly needed Mahito's curse technique. After all, Mahito's curse technique was the true core of his future plans. That was why Kenjaku/Wonsoa took such great risks to capture humans for Mahito to practice on. Damn it. I'm seriously running low on materials lately. Hey, Kenjaku/Wonsoa, when exactly can we go out? Ever since Ryaman Sukuna uttered that name last time, the remaining 3 cursed spirits had begun addressing the mun with the stitches on his forehead directly as Kenjaku/Wonsoa. Kenjaku/Wonsoa remained calm and unruffled. Although his plan hadn't been fully successful, the most important part of the first phase, the plan to resurrect Ryaman Sukuna, could be considered a marginal success. Don't be in such a hurry, Mahito. Lately, those jujutsu sorcerers have been frantically purging cursed spirits like they've gone mad. We'll lay low for now and make our move in a month or 2 once the heat dies down. It just so happens I need these next couple of months to set some things in motion. By the way, a batch of humans will arrive shortly. Prepare the cursed objects we retrieved from Tokyo Jujutsu High. I'm going to perform an incarnation ritual to bolster our combat strength. Where was this batch of humans coming from? Curse users, of course. Those curse users would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire if there was money involved, let alone Kenjaku/Wonsoa simply inviting them here to discuss future plans. Although these curse users were decent enough, averaging grade 2, with 1 or 2 even reaching grade 1, they had no power to resist within Dagon's domain. They were instantly bound tight by Hanami's roots. Kenjaku/Wonsoa, carrying a large bag of cursed objects, began feeding them to the curse users one by one, starting with the first. Yukiana, Yumabozu, Aobozu, Kappa, Rokurokubi. Tokyo Jujutsu High really has quite a collection of good things, and these. Of course, the incarnation ritual for cursed objects wasn't 100% successful. Those curse users who failed the incarnation would be directly twisted by the cursed object's immense cursed energy, and then corroded into a puddle of slime. Fortunately, the success rate was over 80%. With only a few extra curse users consumed, all the cursed objects were successfully incarnated. The extra curse users were tossed directly to Mahito by Kenjaku/Wonsoa to serve as materials. Curse user materials of grade 2 or higher were rare, and Mahito laughed happily, suddenly feeling that staying indoors wasn't such a problem after all. The revived curse spirits were mostly special grade. Naturally, they wouldn't obediently follow Kenjaku/Wonsoa's orders. As soon as they woke up, they couldn't wait to launch an attack on him. Of course, Kenjaku/Wonsoa hadn't expected them to be obedient. The cursed spirit manipulation of this body had long been itching for action. In midair, snowflakes, poisonous blood, sharp claws, and water ripples flew toward Kenjaku/Wonsoa. He neither dodged nor avoided them, simply activating his technique. Maximum Technique, Uzumaki. A beam of high-density cursed energy instantly erupted from the pitch-black vortex, piercing through the dozen or so special-grade cursed spirits before him in the blink of an eye. Truly overestimating yourselves. You're nothing but a bunch of rabble who have barely touched the level of special-grade cursed spirits. To dare resist instead of obediently accepting my rule. Kenjaku/Wonsoa's strength was firmly in the rank of a special-grade sorcerer. He didn't care for ordinary special-grade cursed spirits at all. Only cursed spirits capable of expanding a domain would earn a second glance from him before he granted them a womb perfusion, crushed them into orbs, and swallowed them whole. Before long, a dozen or so orbs appeared before Kenjaku/Wonsoa. Expressionless, he stuffed them into his mouth one by one and nodded with satisfaction. Supplementing so much special-grade combat power at once made him feel quite pleased. A pity. Once controlled by cursed spirit manipulation, a cursed spirit's upper limit is strictly capped. These special grades, who barely have a grasp of their own curse techniques, are of limited use. They can only serve to stall that group of grade 1 jujutsu sorcerers. His eyes couldn't help but drift back to Mahito, who was nearby practicing his technique incessantly on a curse user. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Yes, just like that. Practice more. It would be even better if you could master a domain. Even if you fail to do so, I will make good use of your curse technique. While Mahito, like a child who had just received a favorite toy, was busy torturing the curse user, he suddenly felt a chill for no reason. However, he quickly widened his grin again and continued kneading the curse user before him into various shapes, as if playing with modeling clay. For a time, the screams of the curse user and Mahito's eerie laughter echoed incessantly. #47 Chapter 47 The Command Cube is finally activated. Chapter 47 The command block has finally activated. Boom. A trident emitting a purple glow directly pierced through a derelict building. Kagura-shin slowly walked out from the large hole the trident had carved into the structure. He pulled the trident, still stained with specks of purple cursed spirit blood, from the ground and retracted it. Alright, that's another grade 1 cursed spirit added to my performance record. I can slack off for the rest of the month. He made a note in his little booklet, and left the unfinished building, whistling happily. As for the traces of battle left behind, they would naturally be handled by the professional assistant supervisor and members of the window. In the past week, Kagura-shin had already taken down at least 15 grade 1 cursed spirits and 20 grade 2 curses, with countless other pieces of trash spirits. He couldn't imagine that so many cursed spirits were hidden in just this small area of Tokyo. If he didn't have a compass that could locate cursed spirits, he wouldn't have been able to find those that were well hidden. Fortunately, cursed spirits basically never leave the place where they were born. Even more fortunately, the places where they are born are usually gloomy and deserted. Otherwise, having this many cursed spirits would be like having a dozen tanks driving into a residential area. He pulled a piece of purple, translucent substance from his robes and constructed a door-like object in front of him. Specks of purple light particles swirled around the door, making it look even more eerie. The purple substance was none other than the Nether portal. Kagura-shin had already visited the Nether and the End, only to find that there were no living creatures there. The Nether contained only a sea of scorching lava, the vast and strange warped forest, and the grand, magnificent Nether fortresses. There was no Ender Dragon in the End either. Only those massive obsidian pillars stood tall on the end stone floating islands. As for the purpose of taking out the Nether portal now, it was naturally to use his maximum technique to turn it into a real portal. Accompanied by the input of experience points, the originally purple Nether portal slowly radiated a rainbow-colored light. Kagura-shin stepped directly into the portal. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the dorms at Jujutsu High. The portal behind him dissipated into rainbow light particles in midair once the user left the effective range of the cursed technique. As for this portal in the Jujutsu High dorms, Kagura-shin had specifically placed a command block to prevent it from despawning. Yuji Itadori had moved his room next door, which was also within the range of the command block. Kagura-shin had provided him with a whole chest of stakes for healing, which resulted in him not appearing in everyone's sight at Jujutsu High for 2 or 3 days. Oh, and by the way, Yuki Tsukumo has also returned from abroad. At Satoru Gojo's request, Yuki Tsukumo took Nobara Kujisaki with her for training, so Nobara has temporarily left Tokyo Jujutsu High. Junpei Yoshino leaves the dorm early every day and returns in the middle of the night covered in bruises, often stopping by to use some of Yuji's stakes to recover from his injuries. As for Megumi Fushiguro, he is training his cursed energy capacity and domain expansion. After all, his mana bar is indeed a bit short compared to Yuji Itadori's, though it's still much larger than Kagura-shin's. Currently, the idlest person at Jujutsu High is Kagura-shin. Every day, he only has 2 things to do: exorcise some cursed spirits and research the command block. Kagura-shin had truly tried everything: cursed energy, experience points, blood. None of these common methods worked. He even tried shouting, "Open Sesame," or kowtowing 3 times, but it was still useless. As for the various switches from MC, like levers, he had flipped them so much that sparks were flying, yet there was still no reaction. Ugh, this is so frustrating. You stupid command block, can't you be useful for once? Even giving me an ice cream to cool me down would be fine. Buzz. To Kagura-shin's surprised eyes, the command block suddenly emitted a faint glow. In the blink of an eye, a 3-scoop ice cream appeared in Kagura-shin's hand. The 3 scoops were even different flavors, and the top was sprinkled with cookie crumbles to enhance the texture. Similarly, his experience points were consumed by a tiny sliver, almost invisible to the naked eye. Ha! _omg. The command block had been in an active state waiting for Kagura-shin to give a command from the very beginning, but Kagura-shin just didn't know it. He had been repeatedly giving the command block the instruction to boot up, and the command block had carried it out perfectly. If the command block had a consciousness, it would probably be pointing at Kagura-shin and cursing him out by now. Boot up, boot up. I'm already booted up. You're still there yelling boot up. Just give me a command already. Kagura-shin took a huge bite out of the entire top scoop of ice cream, giving him a brain freeze that made his whole head ache. Phew, at least the result is good. Now I can test the functions of this command block. /kill, actually, never mind. Change weather to thunderstorm. Just to be safe, Kagura-shin used a command that caused almost no damage. The moment the command was issued, a clap of thunder exploded outside the window, followed by a torrential downpour. Kagura-shin immediately pushed open the door and walked out, wanting to see the range of the thunderstorm. It's not 64 meters, this range is a radius of 218 meters, the same size as my domain. Kagura-shin immediately returned to the room and deactivated the command. This roughly 1 minute of rain consumed about a quarter of a level of experience points, which wasn't exactly cheap. I need to go collect more experience points again, but there's one more thing to confirm: all creatures die and respawn in place. Chapter 48, Resurrection Test. Kagura-shin pulled out a cow spawn egg and placed a calf in front of him. Then, under the calf's clear and foolish gaze, he killed it with a single sword strike. Moo. As the netherite sword struck its body, the calf let out a miserable cry and fell to its side. However, the moment it hit the ground, it turned into a cloud of smoke. Once the smoke dissipated, the calf stood there unharmed, staring at Kagura-shin with its big, foolish eyes. Oh, resurrecting a cow consumes almost no experience points. Let's try again. Moo. After killing the calf 100 times in a row, Kagura-shin deactivated the command block's function with satisfaction, and turned the calf into leather and beef with one final strike. But this cow was just an ordinary creature. Kagura-shin wanted to know if the command block worked on Jujutsu sorcerers, but he certainly wasn't going to stab himself to death to find out. I'll ask Gojo-sensei for some information on curse users. Anyway, curse users and cursed spirits aren't that different. After Kagura-shin came over to request the relevant information, Gojo Satoru immediately pulled a sheet from his own tasks and handed it to him. Shin, for some reason, those curse users have rarely appeared in the public eye lately. I even suspect they might have all died out. This curse user was only recently put on the wanted list. You can go check it out. You have your own ways of finding people, so it should be easy. I won't say much more. Kagura Shin pulled out his compass again, re-entered the relevant information, and followed the direction it pointed to search for this curse user. Boom! A dilapidated small wooden cabin in a mountain hollow exploded. Two figures jumped out from the drifting dust and stood facing each other. It was Kagura Shin and his target, Yamamoto Yuta. 10 days ago, he manifested his talent as a jujutsu sorcerer, but he used his techniques to rob a bank vault. His curse technique is suspected to be object dissolution. He dissolved the bank's vault door and stole a massive amount of cash. 3 human bodies, mostly dissolved, were found at the scene. The middle-aged man across from Kagura Shin, who looked very cowardly with a sharp chin and monkey-like features, screamed. I didn't do it on purpose. Who told them to stop me? It's all their fault. If you're here to stop me, then you can go die too. While screaming, Yamamoto Yuta raised his hand and released a spear of blackish-green liquid toward Kagura Shin. Acidic corrosion technique, spear. Kagura Shin didn't even want to reason with the person in front of him, because Yamamoto Yuta was already no different from a cursed spirit. He couldn't control his negative emotions, and his whole body radiated uncontrollable fluctuations of cursed energy. Kagura Shin placed the command block on the ground, and his body was instantly covered in armor. Sizzle. The acid spear hit Kagura Shin directly. Upon striking the lower realm alloy armor, the acid spear couldn't maintain its form and splashed everywhere. It corroded numerous holes of various sizes in the ground, but Kagura Shin only felt a vague sensation as if some water had accidentally splashed on him. It was practically painless. Imprison Yamamoto Yuta. Yamamoto Yuta originally wanted to continue using his technique to attack Kagura Shin, but he suddenly felt that his body could not make even the slightest movement. What did you do to me? Don't come over here. I haven't spent a single cent of the money I took. I can give it all to you, just don't kill me, don't kill me. Kagura Shin corrected his statement. You didn't take it, that's called theft. Oh, it seems it's not as simple as theft, that's robbery. As for whether I kill you or not, that depends on your luck. Resurrect Yamamoto Yuta immediately after death. After issuing the command, Kagura Shin immediately drew his netherite sword and decapitated Yamamoto Yuta with one stroke. Just like the calf, the moment his head hit the ground, his body turned into white smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yamamoto Yuta appeared on the spot perfectly intact. His face pale, he reached out with both hands to touch his neck, then burst into a crazed laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't die, I didn't die. I knew I was different from others. My luck really is great. Before he could finish his sentence, Kagura Shin deactivated the command block's effect, and then decapitated him again. This time, Yamamoto Yuta had no chance to resurrect. He fell straight to the ground, blood gushing from his severed neck like a small fountain. Resurrect Yamamoto Yuta. Kagura Shin used the command block to issue a new command. As the command took effect, the blood Yamamoto Yuta had just sprayed quickly flowed back, and the head that had flown off rapidly reattached to the neck. Before he could speak again, Kagura Shin decapitated him once more. Then he ran far away. After estimating the distance to be over 300 meters, Kagura Shin used the command again. Resurrect Yamamoto Yuta. But unfortunately, nothing happened after the command was issued this time. Kagura Shin gave a mocking laugh. It looks like you're no different from anyone else. Your luck is pretty bad too. Hashtag 49 Chapter 49 Departure, Special Mission. Chapter 49, Departure, Special Grade Mission. After dealing with this curse user, Kagura Shin called the people from window to handle the aftermath, while he got into the assistant supervisor's car to return to Jujutsu High. Even in the assistant supervisor's car, Kagura-shin couldn't suppress the upward curl of his lips at all, because he could now be considered an invincible existence. If there hadn't been someone beside him, he would probably have started laughing wantonly by now. What Kenjaku, what king of curses? Under the great power of the command block, there was no possibility of resistance. Kagura-shin decided to return and immediately try to see if he could use the command block's power to strip Ryaman Sukuna directly from Yuji Itadori's body. But before using it on Yuji, I should find someone else to experiment on to prevent any accidents. But incarnations are indeed hard to find. Should I create an incarnated body myself? I wonder if a villager can become an incarnation. It seems Fushigiro's older sister was also stuffed with a curse user's soul by Kenjaku. Once the experiment is confirmed effective, I'll heal her too. In the back mountain of Jujutsu High, Kagura-shin used a villager spawn egg to spawn a villager, then randomly took a cursed object he had obtained from the Jujutsu High treasury last time from his stow box and forced it into its mouth. HRRRMMM. Accompanied by a surge of strange cursed energy, the original villager turned into a giant rhinoceros beetle. Before the rhinoceros beetle could attack Kagura-shin, he activated the command block to bind it in midair. Strip the cursed object from the villager's body. The giant rhinoceros beetle's body made an ear-grating cracking sound. Its body seemed to be forcibly squeezed and molded back into the shape of the original villager by a pair of giant hands, while the cursed object fed to the villager just now fell to the ground nearby. It seemed the command block was effective, but Kagura-shin noticed that the villager, who would occasionally make sounds just now, was now tightly closing its eyes as if it were dead. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the villager, Kagura-shin couldn't confirm its status through body temperature or heartbeat. What's going on? Did it fail? But the cursed object was indeed stripped out. Forget it, I'll find a curse user to try it on when I get the chance. For now, I'd better not use it on Yuji. After casually killing the villager, Kagura-shin walked slowly back to the dormitory. His phone suddenly rang. Hello, Gojo-sensei, is something wrong? Oh? A new mission? Okay, I'll be right there. But there's no need for so many people to go, I am enough on my own. Orders from the higher UPS. All right. Satoru Gojo had gone on a business trip again, so Kagura-shin had to take over his domestic missions during this period. However, this mission was a bit different. Previously, regardless of the cursed spirit's strength, Kagura-shin would solve it alone, but now Satoru Gojo wanted him to take all the first years on this mission. For the higher UPS to issue such a mission that severely wastes manpower is simply idiotic. Oh, you say the higher UPS don't know Kagura-shin's specific strength at all. It seems that's indeed the case. In the eyes of the higher UPS, he was probably just a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer capable of soloing an ordinary special grade cursed spirit. After all, almost all grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers can solo a weaker special grade cursed spirit. Kagura-shin estimated that the conversation between Satoru Gojo and the higher UPS must have gone like this. Higher UPS, there is a troublesome special grade mission. Satoru Gojo, I'm abroad and busy, but I recommend Kagura-shin to complete it. Higher UPS, this mission is different from before. The cursed spirit is exceptionally strong. Emphasis. Satoru Gojo, oh, it doesn't matter if the cursed spirit is strong or not. Just let Kagura-shin handle it. Higher UPS. Silence, yielding, but wanting to save face, then let all the first years from Jujutsu High go. Satoru Gojo, indifferent, fine, let's decide on that. After returning to the dormitory, he called everyone from Jujutsu High out. As for Nobara Kujisaki, who was still training with Yuki Tsukumo, she was simply too far away to be called, so he had to give up on her. Alright, everyone, listen to the mission. 28 hours ago, a cursed womb of a special grade cursed spirit appeared in the Yokohama area. After the people from Window detected it, they immediately evacuated the surrounding citizens. Initially, the higher UPS sent 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers to exorcise the cursed womb. This order was indeed not a problem. After all, for an unborn cursed womb, sending 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers was already quite respectful. However, after those 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers entered, there was no further news, and the cursed womb directly ruptured and gave birth to a special grade cursed spirit, which pulled a large surrounding area into its own innate domain. Now our mission is to enter the innate domain to confirm the status of the 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers and exorcise the cursed spirit. But don't feel too much pressure, everyone. With me here, the mission will be done very quickly. After arriving at the mission site, and handing over with the surrounding members of Window, the group entered the innate domain. As soon as they entered, they saw the cursed spirit sitting in the center of the innate domain, with 2 skeletons picked clean beside it. Kagura-shin narrowed his eyes and retreated behind the group. I'll leave this cursed spirit for the 3 of you to practice on. I won't step in unless it's a life or death situation. Even though he said that, Kagura-shin still placed a command block and set it up. / immediately resurrect Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Junpei Yoshino on the spot upon death. The cursed spirit sensed the 4 people entering its innate domain, and stood up directly. This cursed spirit was about 2.5 meters tall, entirely crimson, with no eyes on its face, only a large mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its abdomen also had only a large mouth, but on its chest, there were 2 human faces, one on the left and one on the right, with their eyes tightly closed. Behind it was a thick tail, and even the tip of the tail had a mouth. The 2 human faces on its chest suddenly opened their eyes. A thick electric arc and several stone spikes gleaming with cold light emerged from beside the cursed spirit, being flung all at once towards Kagura-shin's group of 4. Naturally, this kind of attack couldn't break through the defense of Yuji's trio. It was completely blocked by the 3 of them. Kagura-shin sat on the command block, frowning as he pulled the mission details from his stobox. The curse techniques of the 2 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers are Takamikazuchi and gathering earth into rock. It seems this cursed spirit is indeed a bit difficult for the 3 of them to handle. Chapter 50, Rejecting Domain Expansion. Itadori Yuji was the first to strike, as blood stored in the cursed seals on his fingertips came gushing out. Blood manipulation, cleave. Several half-human-sized blood shurikens spun, at high speed toward the cursed spirit. Megumi Fushiguro also summoned 2 shikigami, round deer and piercing ox. Since Kagura-shin was not joining the team, Megumi had no choice but to temporarily act as the team's healer. Yoshino Junpei also threw a powerful punch forward. His training with Gojo Satoru during this time had taught him how to compress high-density cursed energy and discharge it. Although it was just a simple cursed energy cannon without any added curse technique, his cursed energy naturally carried a paralysis attribute. Multiple hits would slow down the opponent, or even leave them unable to move. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Piercing Ox first backed up as much as possible to increase its charging distance before charging straight at the cursed spirit, following closely behind Cleave. Yoshino Junpei's cursed energy cannon followed right after. The cursed spirit, however, stood its ground without moving, taking the attacks of the 3 head-on. Several giant crimson mouths suddenly sprouted all over its body, snapping at the blood shuriken. Although the high-speed spinning shuriken sliced its mouths open, it still managed to consume a small portion of them. Bang! Piercing Ox's head collided violently with the cursed spirit's arms. The powerful impact forced the cursed spirit's feet to drag 2 long furrows into the ground. However, while enduring Piercing Ox's strike, the cursed spirit also opened its mouth wide and bit off one of Piercing Ox's horns. Almost simultaneously, Yoshino Junpei's cursed energy cannon slammed squarely into the cursed spirit's face. While Junpei's cursed energy cannon wasn't very powerful, its main purpose was crowd control. The cursed spirit pushed against Piercing Ox's arms with a sudden burst of strength, flinging it away. At the same time, it clapped its hands, and 3 shuriken formed from purple blood spun rapidly toward Megumi's group. Itadori Yuji's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately activated Cleave to shoot down the shuriken in midair. From the rear, Megumi Fushiguro carefully observed the cursed spirit's body, and noticed two extremely blurry faces slowly emerging on its arms, while a small protrusion appeared on its head. Megumi Fushiguro, Yuji the cursed spirit, ate our cursed energy. When Kagura-shin saw this cursed spirit's technique, the first thing that came to mind was Maharaga. What a powerful technique! Can it devour and assimilate cursed energy? If it's allowed to grow, it would surely be stronger than Maharaga. However, it was currently within the range of the command block, so there was no way it would survive the day. There was no need to worry about its future growth, but just in case, Kagura-shin issued a new command. /prohibit domain expansion within range except for Kagura-shin. Kagura-shin had experimented with this command before. The last time he issued a command like prohibit domain expansion within range, even he couldn't expand his domain. Aside from the ridiculous rate at which experience points were consumed, this command was truly overpowered. On the battlefield, the expressions of Megumi's group were solemn. In the brief moment Kagura-shin was thinking, Yuji Itadori had already exchanged several blows with the cursed spirit. This cursed spirit possessed considerable intelligence. It would intentionally take Itadori's attacks with as little injury as possible. After taking 2 hits, the face on its right shoulder became even more distinct. Ping! Under the cover of Megumi Fushiguro and Yoshino Junpei, Itadori Yuji charged up a piercing blood and fired it at the cursed spirit's head. However, to their surprise, the cursed spirit intercepted Yuji's piercing blood in midair with one of its own. Impossible. It didn't have time to charge. How could its piercing blood block mine? Megumi Fushiguro also frowned, thinking hard. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Piercing Ox, which was having its missing horn treated by Round Deer. It's Piercing Ox's technique. It can activate several techniques simultaneously and coordinate them. Piercing Ox's technique increases attack power the longer the straight line distance. Adding it to Piercing Blood would indeed produce unexpected results. This meant that the power of the cursed spirit's Piercing Blood far exceeded Itadori Yuji's. However, there was still a chance for Yuji's group to win. After all, while the cursed spirit could assimilate the cursed energy it devoured, it couldn't adapt like Maharaga. This meant the damage it took remained the same. As long as they found an opportunity for a fatal blow, the battle would be over. Itadori Yuji gritted his teeth and activated another technique. Corrosion technique. With every attack, a portion of his blood would remain inside the cursed spirit. Originally, Yuji wanted to land a few more hits to leave as much blood as possible inside the cursed spirit so the corrosion technique would activate faster, but there wasn't enough time left. Black cursed patterns instantly crawled over the cursed spirit's body, and the immense pain made it wail. Megumi Fushiguro and Yoshino Junpei immediately seized the slim opportunity to launch their most powerful attacks. Elephant. Anesthetic Cannon. The massive elephant descended rapidly from above the cursed spirit. Simultaneously, Yoshino Junpei fired a cursed energy cannon at his maximum output. Sensing the threat of death, the cursed spirit's innate technique suddenly contracted, and cursed energy erupted from its entire body, the precursor to a domain expansion. Unfortunately, if it had actually succeeded in expanding its domain, Yuji's group would certainly have been in danger. Regrettably, no matter how hard the cursed spirit tried to accumulate cursed energy, it still couldn't expand its domain. Even though the cursed spirit only had a giant mouth on its face, Kagura-shin seemed to see its shock. Its inner thoughts must have been quite eventful. Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm a Minecraft fan in the world of sorcery. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.